Hello, everyone. We are loading up UFO Twitter space. This is the festive beginning of the holiday season for ufology. First day of UFO Twitter week. We have Chris Bledsoe here. Let's test your microphone, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm loud and clear.
Yes, you are. Sounding good, my friend. Welcome. Okay, so the title of the space is Chris Bledsoe, The Experiencer's Journey. I'm just going to catch up a bit with Chris, and then we'll make it a community gathering where we can, share our thoughts and ask many questions to the man himself, Mr. Bledsoe. Wonderful to have you. And we're going to bring Science Bob up as my brilliant co-host and wizard. I try to keep as many wizards around me at all times. It's just the best way to find out the nature of reality as advertised. But here, hopefully you're going to get up here in a moment, and then we'll start having a conversation, the three of us, with Chris, just to kind of lay it out. I'm sure most people have heard of Chris Bledsoe and his amazing experiencer story. Unlike any experiencer story I have heard of, or perhaps anyone else, it seems, both in terms of the common public, as well as the top people, or at least some of them, involved in the secret projects that have been investigating this long before we even really knew it was a thing. So hold on. Chris is so kind to go on and create an account for the very first time for this event. He has limited public appearances he can do due to some things, some details concerning his book and forthcoming major motion picture, true story about him as the person in it. So, Chris, can you hit the mute button? There's like a microphone on and off button, like a walkie. I think you hit it, right? Okay, cool. So when you're not talking, do that. So you can have more private moments. Is that functioning okay for you, sir?
Well,
okay.
Hello, my brother. Looks like you got it.
Yeah, he figured it out super fast. Mr. Science Bob, how's it going?
It's great, and I'm so glad to be in here to honor my brother Chris. It's happy to be here.
I'm so happy to be here too. I'm very grateful, just generally speaking, for the whole community we have here. As many have known me long enough, it's been a very positive, transformative journey. I've been inspired by so many people. Every single person I can see on my screen right now, I consider a dear friend and a brilliant person, and it's really great to have you here. It's been I've had my first experience. I guess however long, I'm bad at time management and perceptions, but about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, approximately, with the gentleman who is our very special guest. So I went from someone investigating this somewhat intentionally from a scientific point of view and also philosophical point of view when that became necessary. But always knowing that consciousness would be the center of it and the experience was the entire thing, but wanting to have as much of a sort of of a fresh perspective as possible without being influenced by beings that might have an agenda that are not quite my own yet. I wanted to figure out myself first and then work my way outward. Long story short, so it's a real honor to be here. And I guess let's start, Mr. Science Bob and Chris, in terms of giving a kind of summary for the Chris Bledsoe and Family 101.
Well, sure. Chris, look, I know you do this constantly, but we got a lot of people coming in here that will not have heard you, even though they've heard of you. So give as much of your history background as you feel comfortable.
glad to talk with you, Bob. It's been too long. Thank you for having me, both you and Ross. When you say background, you mean the story?
Yeah, the story. I'm sorry, I meant the story. Tell as much of the story as you feel comfortable with, because a lot of people in here will not have heard that story.
Okay.
Yes, that's a great idea. But before we do that, because it's a never-ending story. So we're going to go there as long as Chris has the time to share with us. But maybe Science Bob and friends, we can just give like a sort of a brief synopsis.
Yeah, you guys want to do that?
Yeah, go ahead and do it just like you want to, Chris, and try to keep it short enough that we can get a bunch of questions.
Yeah, that's you know I get tired of telling it.
I know you do, and I don't want you to have to run on and on.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it starts back in 2007, January the 8th of 2007. There's a lot of of importance things that happened before that, leading up to that date. Buddy, my dog is acting up. I'm gonna have to put him outside, or he's just gonna bark away. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
One
no problem.
second. I have a sheepdog that.
Yeah, while you take care of that, Science Bob, maybe you and I can just kind of, for however many in attendance that don't have the basics. The let's start, Science Bob. Can you share, in your view, what are some of the unique things, generally speaking, without spoiling the whole story? We'll get to it. About Chris, what's unique with
So
him as compared to.
since Chris was a kid, he had some odd experiences, including uh, getting accidentally shot in the back from near point blank range and surviving it. And it was really, really an amazing, miraculous thing. And then he had other experiences which went on through life. But when he got into work and had a family, he developed Crohn's disease. And the Crohn's disease was really awful. It laid him low and it made him unable to operate his house building and other businesses. And so he was winding it up and he had a handful of houses that he was going to finish up, and they were the end of his house building career. So he took a bunch of the workers who had just finished their last house to a visit on the Cape Fear River in January of 2007. And while they were there, Chris had an unbelievable UFO experience, which we now know also involved an abduction. And just as much of his story as he wants to tell, we'll let him tell. And then after that, he had another major, major, major event happen in 2012 at Easter when he
Okay,
was
well, let's let
when he
Chris tell
was
that part. I was hoping just to.
when he was saying he was done.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm
Okay, we got
sorry.
Chris back. Sorry, let me just reset. We got the dog taken care of. Thank you so much, Science Bob. I was just kind of hoping to give some sort of general data points about how Chris is unique, generally speaking, because he has a best-selling book published about his experience. It's a beautiful story if you haven't read it yet, and it is also, he appears to be the most verified experiencer in known history. Examined because of his unique abilities, which he will of course express himself better than I can. Involving, I guess, the sort of first the investigation and then the sort of collaboration of some very high level members of secret projects, the CIA, DIA, I believe, and he can tell you more about it. Major general, no, colonel of the army, who is very famous, as he will tell you, for investigating such things. And a movie was made about one of his friends who's in the book. I'm sure you read about it. So anyway, so he's a we know generally who Chris Bledsoe is. Of course, he's a very unique person with a unique ability to sort of communicate up and back with the phenomena. And with that said, thanks, Science Bob, we're going to let Chris tell his story. And I guess we really have to just start with that. I mean, this is called The Experiencer's Journey. Let's hear about it, Chris.
Yeah. Well, Bob, you did a great job, and that kind of shortened my speech quite a bit because of some of the things you told. And so I'll back up just a little bit. Yeah, I was shot at 10 years old, point blank in the back, and blew a hole in me the size of an orange, right in my left shoulder, square in line with my heart. And I have lead on the front side on my chest. You can see through the skin or feel it. There's about 17 pieces still there. And that started the weirdness within. Um, things changed after that with me. I wasn't the same person at all. It was a near-death experience. But let's fast forward to 2001, World Trade Center disaster. I had 78 houses for sale, and I just got caught with too much inventory, and interest rates went up to like 8-9%, and I saw a slow motion train wreck coming, and so I was dealing with Crohn's from my early 20s. And anybody knows what stress and Crohn's don't mix. So the more stress I got, I'm spending about $100,000 a month on average in interest and overhead, and nothing coming in. And 4 years later, I had exhausted all the income and savings I had, and I had sold the business. But here I am now in 2006, with no job, I lost everything I had, living in a 5,000-foot house on the golf course. Had been in business 20 years, and now I'm having to apply for free lunches for my children, 4 of them. And so, with that said, my mindset was in an awful place. I was depressed beyond depression. I'd lost $18 million in net worth, apartments, everything. And so my Crohn's was off the charts. And I ended up recovering all of '05 and '06. And then early '07, like Bob said, I finished a job down on the coast, a house that we were constructing. And the guys wanted to have a celebration fishing. So I agreed to take them down to the Cape Fear River, which is just um, a river from Raleigh, Durham to Wilmington. And it's very broad down in Wilmington in that area. It's a mile across or 2 miles across in places. But up where we were, 60 miles inland, it's about 60 yards wide. With that said, we drove down there about 2:30 in the day, after they came in and everybody got all their stuff together. I picked them up. I had the only four-wheel drive truck that could get down in this place. And imagine crossing a cornfield from the paved road about 200 yards across this cornfield. Had to go through a farmer's driveway, like a two-road dirt road, down across the field to the back side where the trees are. And when you get to that point, it dives downhill about 100 feet straight to the river. You're driving straight down and you dead in at the river, and then you make a right and you follow that path about, I don't know, an eighth of a mile or more to a cul-de-sac down in there. And so about 4 o'clock in the day, after they were all fishing, my son and these three men, they were roofers and framers in this, trade, subcontractors. I I told them I wasn't fishing. I didn't care. I was stressed out bad mentally, and I didn't let them know that. But I told them I was going to walk off and go look for wildlife, and I did. About 3:30, a quarter to four, I walked down in the back of the cul-de-sac and went down in the woods and sat beside a big oak tree on a ravine. And about 4:45, it started getting dark. It gets dark about 5:30, or the sun sets at 5:30 in January around here. So at 4:45, it was getting dark down in the woods because of the canopy from the trees. So I made my way back out to where they were, and asked if they wanted to go home or fish. And of course, I wanted to go home. I wasn't into it, but they said, "We want to fish. We just got here." So I convinced everybody to get a fire going. So we laid the poles down. They did, and we walked around this acre grassy cul-de-sac area and picked up a lot of, sticks and twigs and deadfall, and got a fire going at 10 after 5. The sky was still blue, but I knew the sun was going down, and I told them, I'm going to walk up to the field, back up to the cornfield, and wait on dark to come, and I'll see you just after dark. So that was my excuse to get away by myself and to meditate and think about, life. I was struggling with suicidal thoughts. I had everything going on that, what do I do? Of course, I would never do that, but I hate even those kinds of thoughts going through. Here I am, 46 years old at that time, with no job, sick with Crohn's, unable to feed my family. And so imagine that. So here I am walking along, crying out to heaven, to whoever's up there, help me. What do I do? And so as I made my way up to the field, now I've got to go up 100 foot of elevation. And to get to this gate, I could see the gate all the way up at the top of the hill. and the sky was starting to turn, not dark, but it was. I figured the sun was behind the trees. Well, I got towards the top of that hill. I I was looking up at the gate, right? So the higher up I got, um, I began to see what I thought was the sun setting just above the trees. And I'm walking along in this thick grass about a foot tall with ruts with mud and no flashlight. So I'm watching every step. As I'd take a couple steps, I'd look up. I'd take a couple steps, I'd look up. Well, next time I looked up, there's what I thought was the top edge of the sun. Took a couple more steps, and I realized real quick that's the strangest looking sun I ever saw. It was the color of the sun when it's setting, and you can look at it. It don't hurt your eyes. And funny, I reported at the MUFON way back that it looked like the setting sun. Well, that happens to be the same thing that they reported in the Fatima thing, the setting sun. Come down and dried their clothes out. This big ball of fire. So I took a couple of more steps, looking at this thing out of curiosity. My field of view got wider, and as I got 2, 3 more steps up, I noticed there's two of these things, not one but two, and they're side by side. They're on the other side of the field, just beyond the highway. They're about 300 yards away, and they're about 45, 50 feet around, balls of fire, orange, and you could see the flames shooting off of these things as they were spinning. They're going, clockwise, and the tips of these little flame tips are just firing off. So it scared me really bad. I knew right away it wasn't anything from here. I'm a commercial rated pilot and a multi-engine commercial instrument, all of it. And I know aircraft, and I knew this wasn't anything Fort Bragg had. So instantly, the fear gripped me badly. So I squatted down to hide, and I'm using this hill in front of me to hide. So if I took 2 steps higher up the hill, they could see me. So I'm just short of the top. I ducked down when I saw them, and I really thought I was hiding. I thought I was. And I would peek up through the grass, part the weeds. These river cane was all through the side of the road there, so I just hid down in this river cane, and I was looking at this thing like a child and marveling over something. Um, you know, it was just incredible. But fear started to grip me. I worried about my son and these guys down behind me. They're behind me on the riverbank. And I'm going through all this. And so I turned my body. I decided I've got to go back. I got to run. I got to tell these guys what's up here. And so I turned my body. I'm still squatted down hiding, right? So I face downhill. I have my back to these things. And I've got the hill hiding me. So I thought, I'm going to look one more time as I take off to run. So right when I stood up to run, I didn't get not one step. I just stood up and looked back. And when I did, a third one appeared above me. It was up there watching me. And it shot down beside the other two very, very quickly. And from that point, I thought 20 minutes had passed. So the next thing I remember, I'm walking up to the fire, actually trotting the last 50 yards, I guess. I could see them, these 3 guys standing by the fire. And the fire had burnt way down. It was just a little tiny campfire, and they're not fishing. They're standing up looking down at the ground. And they didn't see me coming because I'm in the dark, right? And I could see them by the fire. And I walked up and scared them to death when I shouted at them about 20 feet away. I said, "Hey, you guys won't never believe what I just saw." And they're like, they didn't want to hear that. They want to know where I was. I said, "What do you mean where I was? I was just up at the hill. I just walked up to the top of the hill I've been gone for 20 minutes." And they said, "Wrong, you've been gone all night. We've been looking you all night." Then I noticed Junior was missing. So I'm like, "Where's Chris Jr.?" I panicked then. They said, "Well, he's been gone 2 hours. We can't find him either." I said, "What do you mean gone?" He said, "Well, he walked in the back of the cul-de-sac with looking for you where you went earlier, while two of us took your truck and drove up and down the road all evening, while one guy stayed at the fire. And so I left running from them. And I hadn't had 2 minutes of conversation with them when I took off to find Junior. I ran to the back of that cul-de-sac, and the woods is very thick around the edges, and it opens up once you get down in there because the canopy blocks the undergrowth. But around the edges, it's like thick, and I didn't have a flashlight. And I'm worried about this. My son, he's lost in a place that 60 miles of woods between there and the coast. And so I'm calling out for him. Nothing. I start my way in, pulling the briars and the bushes back to try to make my way through this stuff. And as I got about 5 feet into the woods, I heard him. He was on the ground, laying on his stomach, hid up under this stuff. And he come up, grabbing me, and he's panicked. He's in shock, and he's like, "Where you been, Daddy? Why did you leave me? Why did you leave me?" I'm like, I didn't leave you, son. I've been gone 20 minutes. He said, "No, you've been gone all night." And he starts, he's crying, and he starts talking about these creatures. And I'm like, "What kind of creatures?" He said, "These little creatures, they had red eyes. They were, 3 feet tall or less. And they pinned me down by looking at me. I couldn't scream or shout or yell. And one of them was all looking." So he's telling me this as he's crying. I want to go home. I mean, I usually get very upset when I talk about how I found him. So I led him back to the fire. These three guys are freaked out now because Junior's talking about creatures with red eyes, and one of them had seen the red orbs. Two of them, they thought, you can't tell they're creatures until you get real close to them. They saw these red lights crossing the path, which they thought originally was somebody carrying a military flashlight. But as we walked up to the fire, we hadn't been there a minute. Junior's saying, "I want to go home. I want to go home." That's all he's saying. And one of the guys shouts, "Look," and we all look straight up, and it's at least 8 or 9 what looked like stars, brighter than anything in the sky, just appeared, and they were in a circle. And they went out away from each other, and then they come back together, and then they went out and around and around. It looked like somebody choreographed this thing. And then 3 of them landed, came all the way down, like from way up there, to the ground on the other side of the river, which is only about 60 yards wide at that much. This is not a very wide river. And now there landed 3 of them, glowing white as a welder's bluish white light when they pulsate in, like if you see a welder at night. But these were big as a house, 3 of them, and they're on the ground. And everybody panics. We left everything there, poles, fire burning, coolers, jumped in the truck and took off. And when we got to the top of the hill, everybody's screaming. They're carrying on. We're being invaded. I mean, it was panic time. You never heard so many grown men crying and saying, "I want to get home to my wife before I can't see her anymore." It was that serious. So when we get back to the top of the hill with my truck, and I'm going fast as I can go up that hill through this mud and all, won't fast enough for them. But I crossed the top of that hill pretty fast. I felt like we almost went airborne. And I jammed on the brakes because these 3 orbs that I walked up to that day at 5:10 is still there. But the third one now is on the ground between us and the highway. I mean, it's only 150 yards away. It's about 200 yards to the road, and it was across the road and looked like the famous Tic-Tac. In fact, when I described it, that's what got the U.S. government really involved with me, because my friend that wrote the foreword of my book, Jim Semivan, the director of operations to the CIA. This is bigwig. He told me he knew the day I reported it, he got a copy of it, and he knew that. He said to me, he said, "We knew it. Bingo, there's the Tic-Tac." Because they were following this thing off the coast of North Carolina. And I'm only 60 miles from the beach by air. And he said that the F-18 Hornet radar measured it at 46 foot. And when I described it, it's now white. This light's going around this thing like it's just revolving light. And it's about 45, 50 foot long, shaped like a football or a egg sort of laying on its side. And they knew it. And that was a major thing that got them investigating me all the way back then. And so we couldn't go. We couldn't go. The road is blocked. Um, everybody's the grown men were crying. Some of them shouting, panicked. I mean, we were all panicked. Of course, I wasn't. It's a weird thing. I was afraid when I first saw it, but after I came back, I wasn't afraid anymore. I was more marveled at what I'm seeing. I wanted to get out and walk up to it. I would have, because I'd lost all fear, but they weren't having any of that. And Junior, he's so panicked and shocked. I was worried about him. And so this went on a good 5 minutes or more. This thing sitting in the road blocking our path. And there was a little mobile home in the back on the property next to this property in the back of the field. And one of the guys said, "I know who lives there. He plays ball with me, softball." So we didn't have a phone. I was broke. I didn't have a cell phone, couldn't afford one. So we thought we'd drive over to his house and get him to come out the door and look. And so I crossed the ditch with my truck, drove right up in his front yard to the front door, shined my headlights in his front storm door was the only thing closed. The door was open. I could see the TV going through the glass, and just a little 10 by 60 foot mobile home, and a little 6x6 wood stoop, and my bumper's right against the steps, and lights shining in. And one of the guys got out, knocked on the door. Nobody came. Well, weird thing was, next day they went back to get the poles and all, and went over there and talked to the guy. He said, "We were home all night. We never left." And so whatever happened there, and they investigated this. The NASA did, some of their scientists, and the government, different um, people have done a lot of investigating. They ended up coming. Hal Povenmire came and stayed for 11 years with us till he died, and we were like family. I was worried, scared of him to begin with, but he turned out to be a big teddy bear and loved my children. And he would come all the way from Cape Canaveral to go to my daughter's graduations, my children's birthday. This is the kind of relationship we had. And that's just one of several people from there that I'm friends with. So we back out on the road. I crossed back across the ditch, and now we're a little closer to it because the house was up forward of us. So we're about 100 yards from it now. And suddenly we hear 3 gunshots. And we all heard it. We reported it to MUFON 17 years ago. But the weird thing was the gunshots, I don't know if somebody was shooting at the thing or what, but they were loud, and this thing turns. It pivots above the ground like it was on a swivel. It just pivots, pointing at us now, and here it comes down the road towards us. And now the audio went off the charts as far as decibels. I mean, everybody's yelling. I'm not, but they are. And there's 4 other people in the truck, right? We crammed in this Ford F-150 4-door, and I opened the sunroof, and this thing started gaining altitude from 5 feet to when it went over the top of my truck. I could have shot it out of the roof with a slingshot. It was that close. No sound at all. Electrified static in the air. It was the most amazing light show you'd ever seen. Then it gets just above the truck and it does another pivot to the left and shot off to the north like out of a cannon. So I hit the gas and away we went. And I'm going to insert something here that, just if you can understand my mindset, I'd been gone 4 hours. That's how long I was gone, 4 hours. Whatever they did to me, they established a connection with me, um, however you would call it, telepathic, I guess is the word, um, immediately that night. And because my first wife died on 11 months and 28 days. We were 2 days from our wedding anniversary, which had been December the 1st. So it's November 28th. And what I didn't know was I had been gone fishing or hunting. I'd been down on the coast hunting with my dad and some other guys. And there was a party. They were going to have a party, some friends of mine that night. And I got home about 8:30 or 9. And she was already at the party. So I took off. I got cleaned up and dressed and got in the car and took off towards the party. And I saw a car laying on its side in a real sharp dead man's curve. One of them, you can't go 35 is the max. If you go any faster, you feel like you're going to lose control. It's just one of them kind of curves. Well, I saw a car laying on its side and in the dark. It's 9 o'clock or close to it. And I jammed on the brakes and backed the car up. As I'm starting into that curve, I jammed on the brakes. I backed the car up, and when I opened the door and got out, I'm in somebody's front yard. No ditch, just level road to those people's front porch. And they opened the door and stuck their head out because they heard it. Now the motor's still running in this car, and the tires are still turning. That's how quick. I mean, it happened just as I'm coming up the road. So I run up to the porch. I said, "Have you seen the people driving this car?" I didn't know whose car it was. I didn't recognize it. And they said, "No." I said, "Well, you better call an ambulance. Somebody might have got hurt." And because I looked in the car and didn't recognize it. It was dark and it was laying on its side and the motor's still going. So I started back out to the road, and what had happened is she went through the curve and flipped end over end, ejected her out of the car. It really messed her up bad. And I stumbled across her and found her, and that's where she died about 20 minutes later, waiting on the ambulance to get there with me holding her. Well, I blamed myself for 20 years about that, and I never could get away from it. Just to see her, name her, hear it, it brought stress, trauma back that maybe I should have never went hunting. Maybe I should have been home. All that, right? And so as I'm taking these guys home from the river, we had to go through that sharp curve. And when we got to the sharp curve, there's one of these orbs. Now it's black, but it has lights across the back. It's humongous, this thing, whatever it was. It's hard to tell what it was, but it was hovering right over where she was killed. I jammed on the brakes. I wanted to get out and stand up under it, right on that spot. And the guys were beating on the seat. They're not having anything to do with it. So I got as slow as 15 miles an hour, I guess. And but they put it in my head as I drove by. I saw her. I relived the whole accident, and they said she's fine. It wasn't your fault. You should never worry again. She's fine, and that that you just don't know what it did to me. So now I hit the gas and take these guys on home, and Chris Jr. and I start home, and when we got to the house, I mean, we only lived 3 miles from the river, right? But I had to go out of the way to take them home about 5, 6, 7 miles. So we get to the house about 11:30, and Chris Jenner's running through the house, locking every door, closing the blinds, turning all the lights on, and locking them, including the bathrooms with no windows. He'd lock the door and turn the lights on. Had all the outside lights on. And I'm in my study trying to find on the news about this invasion because, I mean, we saw a lot of orbs, at least 15. It wasn't just one or two. It was a whole lot of them. And so he comes in the room after he battened the house down. And about that time, we heard something come over the house. And it was coming from the direction of Fort Bragg. And it was heading to the direction of the river. So immediately I thought it was a helicopter because it had this kind of pulsating noise, when it went over. But suddenly, my dad's dogs. Now he's a deer hunter. He raised dogs all his life. That's how come I was shot when I was 10. I killed my first deer at 5, and I don't hunt anymore. So this whole experience changed my whole life about hurting even a buck. And I go into that very much. So why and what they told me that changed my whole life. But long story short, I just thought the way these 15 hound dogs out in the kennels behind Dad's house, and we're on 6 acres out in the country, and half of it's wooded, which was the back half, and that's where the dog kennel was down in the woods, and Dad's garage was in view of the kennel, the big 40-foot double car, triple car garage with separate from the house. So I imagined that the dogs, somebody was breaking in Dad's shop because that's the only thing I could think while they were barking, but they were sounding scared. The dogs were sounding really scared. And so Christopher was freaked out bad now. And I'm like, son, I need to go out there and see who's breaking in Dad's shop. Maybe I can get a license plate. Maybe I can recognize them. We just won't let them know we're there. And he didn't want nothing to do with that. But I said, look, we have our dog, Rosie. It's a 110-pound retriever. She'd bite you if I told her to. And so I told Junior that we'll put her ahead of us and we'll just walk down this path and sneak in the back way and see what we can see. So against his protest, I opened the back door and he grabbed me by the back of his shirt, holding me in the back of the shirt. And I walked real slowly. The dog went on ahead. We walked up to the kennel, and now there's 15 hounds plus Rosie is barking every breath. Now, they make a very loud noise. You could hear them a mile away. That's how loud they were. And I'm standing next to them, and my hair is up everywhere, and so is Junior's. And they're all looking behind the kennel. Instead of in the front toward the garage, now they're looking in the woods. And I'm like, this can't be a person. They wouldn't have, if the dogs exposed them, they'd have went back to the car and took off. But now there's something, must be a bear in there because a lot of dogs are spooked by bears. And so Christopher and Rosie was right in front of us pointing into the forest, barking, growling. I said real quietly, I said, Christopher, I'm going to send her in this head of woods, and we're going to go back into our yard and try to cut whatever is in there off. We're going to run to the back of the property. We made a plan. There's an oak tree back there. It's all the way at the back. We'll use that tree to hide behind and see, who or what comes out of there. So we made an agreement. I bumped Rosie on the rear. I said, get them. And she took off into these thick bushes. I mean, really thick stuff. And extremely thick because behind a dog kennel where you're washing this manure down all the time, it just grows up so thick you can't even walk through there. So she ran in there. Chris Jr. and I took off to the back of the property, and when we got to the end of the path, I had to make a hard left to run another 100 yards back. Well, there was already ice on the ground, frosting, so I slipped when I turned. Now, he's got me by the back still. And I thought I just pulled away from him because I slipped. I almost fell, but I didn't. In a full run, I made that sharp left turn and kind of skidded a bit and pulled away from him. So I ran on back to the back of the property and ran up to this big oak tree, stopped myself in a full run, and I'm panting, trying to be quiet. I didn't want to scare or anybody to hear me. The dog's coming. I'm hearing these same hounds are going at it, but Rosie, I can hear her coming through the forest. So I ran up to the tree, I stopped myself, and I turned to look back to see if Christopher was coming. I just knew he was going to come up behind me running. And instead, he had all he could stand. He took a right and went to the house and went in the back door and locked it. But when I turned around behind me, about 3 to 4 feet away, if I leant over, I could have touched it. Was this, well, it looked like a 3 or 4 year old child. Not a big one either, a small 3 year old toddler, um, glowing like the color of the moon, a soft white glow. And it was shiny beyond shiny. It's like the outer covering was glistening like glass. That's the way I described it. It was a body like glass, and underneath the chest area was a triangle shape, but it was darker. It was like shaded out, but it was definitely a triangle. And I thought it was going to kill me. I thought it was over. And I'm looking behind me. I got my hands against a tree, so I pulled myself up closer to the tree and used it. So I didn't want to get any closer to it when I turned around and threatened this thing. So I just got as close to the tree as I could and turned around to face it. I dropped my hands to the side and I said, "I'm so sorry. I don't mean you any harm." But I just knew it was going to kill me. And this Rosie's coming. I'm hearing the dog coming and the other dog's barking. And it said, "You don't understand. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to help you." That's what it said to me. And about that time, Rosie comes on out of the forest and it vanished right in front of me. So I walked back up to the house, not wanting to tell Chris Jenner what had happened. He'd had all he wanted. But um, that was the first night of the incident, January the 8th of '07. And let me tell you, it never stopped. From that day forward, the phenomenon has been connected to me through thought. And to this day, Ross was here. Bob has seen it with me. You know, senior service members of the DIA, the CIA. I'm talking as high up as it gets, the director of operations, to
NASA.
National Reconnaissance Office, the
NASA.
NRO, they call it, to many more, the DOD. They've all been here. A lot of them, and most all of them have seen it with me. So it's still here, and it's stronger than it ever has been. And it talks. It talks telepathically, most of the time with images. And that's how I know they're here. I start seeing images pop up in my brain, and I can tell you they're here. And we'll go outside, and they'll be hovering over the house or something. And
Yeah,
I
it's got to
can,
jump in. That happened to me once so far. It's a real thing he's talking about. It might sound strange, and yeah, it was quite. It was a good experience, and I'm still trying to figure out how to explain it. Yeah,
yeah. So and it comes all sorts of ways. I mean, as these orbs, I can tell you they're beings, and sometimes there's more than one inside of these orbs. It could be several, but often they'll be they're intelligent beings that glow like made of like plasma, but they look almost human-like. But they come as shadow people. They come. Um, it's just plain orbs. In the house we have them, size of your fist, sizzling and making all kind of electric noises, and then they'll pop, like explode. They flash the room with green or white or red or blue, whatever color they are. They're all colors. Some people say, "Oh, what does the color mean? Well, it don't mean anything. They change all kinds of colors. I filmed blue ones, blue as a huckleberry. Did last night, several. To red, to white, to purple, to green, to yellow, orange, every color. So
Chris, your story is infinite, but thank you. You did such a wonderful job of giving us the first of many like mind expanding chapters. Would you like to continue describing other parts of your experiences, or would it be okay to also maybe integrate some people to sort of, as you tell these stories, get a chance to integrate with their thoughts?
it's however you want. The next step would be, 5 years fast forward would be the lady, and that's when everything changed. At that point, and
Yeah, we should probably give the chapter on the lady before we go to. Thank you for your patience. We're gonna get to the lady. We're gonna
I agree. We should do the lady.
yeah.
let's
Okay.
not forget
Okay.
about the ingenue. But in the meantime, yes, thank you. We'll bring you guys up just as soon after. Thank you for your patience. Please continue, Mr. Bledsoe.
Yeah, I won't take very long for this, but I can tell you, for after I came home and reported this, I was a deacon in the Pentecostal Holiness Church. At one point, my wife's Pentecostal, her whole family, very religious people, right? And so I come home talking about this. Well, automatically, it's the devil. And here hell started setting in for me. I got accused of being crazy and everything else in the book by everyone in the community. Couldn't believe it. And once, people from the government started poking around, then they started believing it, but it was the devil. So they brought holy water out, and it got so bad they tried to take my children. They called social services, somebody did on me, and tried to get me removed from the house out of my children. And so my kids, because I saw it and I reported it and I allowed Discovery and MUFON to do a little show, and they did a hit piece on me, made me look like I was a liar. Um, it caused hell for my family, because now the school kids were making fun of my kids, and my three boys were at the 13, 15, and 17 trying to date girls. Now they're withdrawn. So I started blaming me. But if you had to understand, I was like Richard Dreyfuss on Close Encounters. I was obsessed with telling it. They put this in my head from the very first day they took me. You got to tell what you know. So I didn't care if people didn't believe me or not. I was telling it anyhow. Well, 5 years of seeing my kids coming home, some days crying. My little girl was 10 years old, and they made fun of her in school. I walked out on Easter, Saturday night before Easter of 2012. This is 9:30 Saturday night. Um, and I yelled at the heavens. I'd give it all I had to do what I thought my duty was, but I yelled at the heavens. I said, "Why did you do this to me? Why did you come? Thank you for healing me, by the way. I didn't tell you that, but when I got home on the next morning, on the 8th, I was completely cured of Crohn's. I had no more symptoms, and still to this day, I don't. And I'd taken medication nearly 18 years for that. So I'm yelling at the heavens, thank you for helping me, but you've ruined my life and my kids now. If they wasn't involved, I wouldn't. Um, I would continue forward. But as of today, I quit. I'll never talk about this ever again. Um, Thank you, but no thank you. And see, I'm seeing these beings and these orbs all the time. Even my family and my children are now. And the more they saw them, the more the church is like, oh, those are demons. And so I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning. I heard a loud voice. It was a deep, manly voice, deep as thunder, and it said, "Arise." And man, I jumped out of the bed, setting up, and it pitch dark in the room, and the clock said 3 o'clock. And so in them days, we still had alarm clocks, right, to sit beside the bed. And next thing I know, there's this movement in my room, these shadowy figures. They led me out of the house. I got fully dressed at 3 o'clock in the morning, shoes, coat, everything. And I didn't know why, but they had me in control, I guess, and led me out of the house, out back to the dog kennel. And when we got up to the dog kennel, I'm just in tow behind these three shadowy figures. And one of them turns around and reaches out and hands me with two hands forward and put this thing in my hand that looked like a pack of sausage, maybe like, or hamburger, a tube, like a Tic-Tac. That's what it looked like, a Tic-Tac. But it was furry feeling and like a living animal, but it had no head or legs or tail or anything. And it was prickly. So it scared me. When he put it in my hand, I dropped it immediately. And his voice said, "No, pick that up. You must keep it." And so I reached down, scared of this thing, and picked it up. When I looked up, they were gone. There's nobody there. So I opened the kennel door, one of the kennels, and I set it in the kennel and closed the door. And the very second I did that, this wind, physical wind, and it was directed straight in front of me. It wasn't the trees. It wasn't the whole forest. It was a blast of air like somebody hit you with a blower, blew me backwards with a force that blew me over backwards on my back to the ground. And when I landed on my back, I saw what was a huge cow come running over top of me, and it was translucent, and up through it I could see stars inside this cow. So I hit on my back, as this all happens in a second. I hit my back, I roll to my stomach, and I'm getting up to my knees to run, all in a second. And when I got to my knees, that's as far as I got, because behind me now, about 6 or 8 feet from me, is this woman that's glowing, this most beautiful bluish white color. And the circle on the ground was like 15, 20 feet circle of light. And I'm inside that circle. And the force of that wind and that cow really scared the daylights out of me. And now I went from that extreme fear to this woman. And you can imagine the difference in that, from extreme fear to now this. And she leans over towards me and she says, "You know why I'm here." And I knew why. I knew it because I just quit that night at 9:00, 9:30. I said I quit. She came and said, "You know why I'm here." She said, "This is your burden. You must bear. You got to tell the people, and I'm going to help you do it. If you will just accept this, I'll always be with you. And I will even allow you to share our presence um, with people and with camera." And of course, I wouldn't tell her no. And next thing I know, she vanishes, and so did this object. It vanished in the kennel at the same time. And I asked her what it was. What was this thing? And sometimes a lot of people ask me about it, and I forget to tell it. But she said it was symbolic of humans. Humanity has lost its direction. It has no head or no tail, and without their help, we're gone. There's no hope for humanity the way we're going, and the earth and all the nature and our planet. It's just what she said. And so from that point forward, miracles started happening. Um, People started getting that were sick, or would all of a sudden miracles started happening. And I don't like to talk about that a whole lot, but it's in my book. You can read stories of where some pretty high level people in Washington D.C. experienced a miracle, and even a dog, that was the first thing that clued me in. And the ability to film it, I started capturing the data right after she left, and I could, invite people over. You want to see it? Well, here it is. I'd go out, and all you got to do is think. You don't got to do no ritual. This summoning word people use, that's a terrible word to use for this, because it's not about summoning. That's some dark thing, I couldn't imagine. This is about being humble and asking these beings to share their presence. And I do it by thought. That's all you got to do is think about it, and it'll appear. And so that's pretty much. There's so much more about this. How the Vatican got involved, to every part of the government. They all wanted to know about her. What did she say? I had to put it in writing to two generals at the Pentagon, Air Force generals, what she told me. And everything she told me is happening right now in our country and in the world.
I want to add my testimonial. When I went to Chris, I had 3 heart attacks. And after interacting with Chris and us going outside and observing the orbs and having multiple experiences, I left, went home, and had a hitchhiker. And 2 weeks later, I began to feel better. At the end of that school year, I retired because it was the beginning of COVID and the school was going to be closed for over a year. So I was going to move. I went to a cardiovascular surgeon who was my doctor, and he did all of these tests on me and said that I had 0 loss of function in my heart, and it was the heart of somebody who was 30 years old. That was a miraculous healing.
Amazing, right? Yeah.
Very cool. While we're doing health testimonies, it's kind of hard to follow that one up, but it's early days for me. Upon visiting Chris, and we'll get the whole story, time permitting. My issue has been, as many of you guys know, very, very severe chronic pain for my entire life. It used to be the highest level of documented chronic pain, which meant I was literally tortured alive for about 23 years, and then it gradually got to the point where I'm just in really bad pain all the time. However, I wanted to report to Dr. UFO got here that I didn't have a chance to tell you yet, but yeah, I had. It's early days, so it's not go wild, but I've had some noticeable improvements actually, and we'll get into some of the details of how that started. But basically, but before going down to visit Chris and having that experience, because of my chronic pain, I was really limping badly, and I was developing like a really bad knee issue where I couldn't, walking is the main way I can relieve my pain, and I couldn't really even walk anymore, without like creating another problem. So anyway, I won't go on about my health too much, but that has so far for the last few weeks just kind of gone away. My knee is acting normal again. I don't know if it could just be a quinky, but that's great. And also the pain level still, it has gone down noticeably. I was actually talking about it in one of my recent spaces. I've shared bits and pieces of my experiences I've been having in real time since I've seen you, Chris. Including, I guess, my first solo orb experience in public, mind you. We'll get to that. But onto the health testimonial. Yes. So there's been a major knee improvement, and like I would say, my chronic pain level since then has gone down by like 20%. So probably just coincidence, but maybe not. Maybe not.
No, I purposely, put my hand on you. Remember, and
I do. Yeah, we'll have to talk. I have to because I have to, yeah. Okay, sorry. That was quite a moment. It's fine.
But I did that, and I found right where you're. Well, I just say that these beings are doing the magic. It's not me. I just introduce them to my friends, and that's what I do. I like to introduce them to everybody, and once you meet them, then if you walk away with 0 doubt, at that point you'll start experiencing it often, a lot, because once you accept it. The whole reason they're not here wide open is because they worry about our free will. We all have free will. If you're afraid, they know it. If you're a skeptic, they know it, and you don't have a chance of seeing it. You got to be humble. Oh my! Hush, Biscuit. Hush. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, well, I'm starting to bring up some people so we can continue hearing the story, but guided by their thoughts and questions. Astral, thanks for organizing this. It's always such a wonderful time to bring the community together and try to kind of up our game in terms of the kind of people we can be talking with and learning from. And yeah, we'll bring up some more people too. Thanks so much for being here.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for having me. I have actually two questions for Chris, if that's cool. How's it going, Chris?
Good. Who am I speaking with?
This is Astral, also known as Tyler. I've met you last year at event locally here in North Carolina.
Oh, cool.
But I wanted to ask about the lady, and there's been a lot of talk of future events. Specifically, I think you've mentioned 2026, the year. Is there any more information that you can provide or that you've received from the lady about any future events that are taking place that might have to do with non-human intelligence or UFOs?
Well, what I will tell you is they're aware of our current situation in this world. And we're on the verge of World War III, and there's a lot of suffering and death, and they don't like that. That's what I'm hearing, truth be known. And I think that they're not going to let it go so far before they step in. It's just my thoughts on this. As far as 2026, I don't know what's going to happen then, but I have an idea. And if I said anything, it'd be speculating. But she did tell me there was a whole new knowledge coming. What does that mean, a new knowledge? I'm not sure. But I would say we're in the middle of the turmoil and the trouble right now. And I'm worried about the next 6 months. So
Gotcha. And second question, thanks, Chris. A lot of the orbs that you experience seem to be very distant, far away. Are there any orbs that you've experienced that are extremely close, or even like on people, where they might be like fluorescent lights or something like that?
we see them all the time. Here's the problem. I'm just me. I go out every night by myself, and I have to man a camera, right? And everybody's like, "Oh, you need a better camera." So I got this new $6,000 camera that I'm using, and I'm like an infant trying to use this massive thing. But even with the psionics, I could get a lot of data with it because I'm walking around with it and it's in my hand. But yeah, I film orbs right up close. I have them on my wall. If you look on Instagram, you'll see some 20 feet from me. So you just got to do the research and look. There's a couple hundred videos there, and some of them, there's one that's about 30 feet away in a pine tree, and it buries itself in the tree and makes a static electric noise, and the camera picked it up. But a lot of people come here, and Bob has seen this right close up. I mean, right over my head sometimes. And we have groups of people, 10, 15, 20 people sometimes, and it'll appear in the group 2 or 3 feet away. But the problem is so fast when it's that close. Um, I haven't been able to film it because it'll be a flash often. It'll appear and be burning like a candle, a light right by my shoulder or my head, or I could reach out and touch it, but as soon as you see it, it'll shoot off and or vanish or something. So it's hard to get video up close, but that time's coming because we're working on a project that will have a half a dozen cameras tagging along with me on an extended trip to film this stuff up close and personal. And so I need more cameras and help.
Yeah, very cool. And I'm glad to have all these speakers up. We'll get to some hands, and then there's more people waiting, so we might cycle people after their questions, but they'll come back up, of course. So in no particular order, let's say hi to Jenny. Hey, Jenny.
Mellow, I don't think you can hear
Oh,
Astral. Astral, I don't think you
oh,
can hear Mellow.
oh, Astral. No, okay. Let's recycle you, buddy. Sorry.
Hey, um, this is Jenny. Uh, Chris, wow. Okay, I have found you came across you a little bit ago from a show about basically how you're able to sort of bring your mind into a state of openness. And I found that extremely intriguing. I just want you to know that I hope my voice is conveying the absolute respect that I have for what you're experiencing, as well as what I through Mellow. I love Mellow. I've been in a lot of spaces with him. His spirit and his experiences through you have been extremely uplifting to all of us that he shared. I've really enjoyed hearing it, and you can just kind of tell the presence that he has. Like my skin's tingling now that I think about it. When I try to, I want you to know that we're grateful that you're here, and you have a beautiful way of telling a story. And my question to you is, um, I also am worried about the world, and to a more extreme probably than most should, but it weighs heavy on me. And I've come across some things, and I talked to Mello about this, about the world in the divine feminine, and just what appears to some people to be, I feel like we're missing something here. And one of them is that essence of kind of the awareness that it comes from. What would we be called? Not just a woman, but like the feminine, sort of way of life. And what I'm wondering to you is, do you believe these people are not people or entities, what people, whatever, are actually, are they with us? We just don't, like a hummingbird, we don't have the sense capacity to, like the red car syndrome, you don't really know it exists until you're given the until you see it once, then you know what to do with yourself to be able to see it more. Does that make sense? Like, is it simply because they're maybe always here? Only because I was pregnant with a Native American child, and the only reason I say that is because I felt like there was a little magic there, and I was uh, brought maybe 100 or more orbs that just kind of hung over my body, and I was awake and I tried to mess with them, so I've seen this before. So I guess those are my questions to you. And once again, I know I'm kind of excited, like I have your videos and stuff already, and I really like your procedures, so I hope I was not too dorky. And I thank you very much for taking my question.
Well, Jenny, nice to meet you, and that was very nice. I appreciate everything you said, and um, they're always here. They're around you. Everybody has the ability to connect with the angelic world. That's what they are. And my best, if I had to tell you now in a court of law, put me under oath, I would have to say right now, I'm not sure. I don't know. But in the depth of my core, it's like I just know that's what they are. They're spiritual beings. They're not riding around in starships. Not saying that don't exist. There's a good chance they do. Some people report seeing them, but I still see, discs and stuff. I have a lot of photos of those, and all sorts of things. Triangles. I filmed 3 triangles in the last month, um, or last 6 weeks. 3 of them, and I've seen many more. So, but they're always there, and I think everybody has a guardian angel or two or three or four, and they're listening to your thoughts. They know everything you think. They know where you're going to look, what direction you're going to look before you do. They have complete control over our thought process, and they can manifest things in your life if you are positive and you stay that way, and you can manifest things in the light, not in the darkness like the other side does. But I hope that helps.
It did, and I just want you to know that I have a very warm, compelling to almost, it's a crying thing, but it's not out of sadness. It's out of
Joy.
just what you believe. Yes, what you believed your whole life, and you knew that just for
I
it to be
knew.
true. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome, Jenny.
Thanks. Let's get to another hand. Let's say hi to Mr. UFO Intros. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Mellow. Thanks for doing this space. Chris, I met you at Contact just under 4 months ago. I know you've met a whole bunch of people. I'm not sure what happened between you and Mellow. You did pat me on the chest and told me I was still a Mormon, so that was cool. But I really, like so many other people, the conversation I had with you was just felt so genuine and sincere. And I just want to tell you I appreciate that. But I had a different question, but based on that last question that I thought was really good, and your response to it, you were saying, if you can respond to the phenomena positively and with light, That, that's probably the way to go. And I guess I'm just going to change my question last minute. From everything I've read, a lot of the people, including myself, I think, who've encountered the phenomena, there's a lot of trauma behind it. People who've gone through a lot of things, and you went through a lot of things, right? When you encountered
Yeah.
all this stuff. Granted,
Yeah.
you had a physical healing that happened.
Yeah.
I just what advice or guidance would you have for people who encounter these things after or during periods of trauma, and maybe don't receive the same
Well,
degree of positive healing or
well, there's a definite pattern, and I've been the proponent for telling this. You won't never hear it nowhere else, but I can tell you, I've been doing this for nearly 18 years now, and nobody's put more time in this than I have. I can promise you, I work 5 days a week at least, uh, recording this stuff and researching it and studying with top scientists and studying with top academics in religion and everywhere else. But the darkness has no power over you. All you got to do is stay positive and just be kind and good remember, they know your thoughts, so you can't fake anything. You've got to have that care in your heart and love for our our country, our world, our the animals, the nature, your neighbors, your friends. And I didn't used to be that way, but now I see somebody struggling. I want to cry, and so. But it's that world for me. It's a positive, loving thing, and I'm not a churchgoer anymore. I don't go. I'm not religious, even though my wife goes. She goes every week, but she experiences this with me, and she still does that because her mom. But I'm just as faithful and stronger in my faith than I ever have been. But I don't need to go anywhere to find it. I can think about it, and church comes to me. People, that's just the way it is. We all have that access, all of us.
right. Just a quick follow up. So, yeah, I don't go to church anymore either. But I guess what I'm asking is, had you not had the physical healing that you experienced, a lot of us just see these orbs or stuff in the sky, and that's kind of all we get. And I'm just
Yeah.
so we kind of have to lean on you a little bit. It seems.
Well, that's fine. Somebody's got to do it, and there's a big difference in seeing a ball of light. A lot of people see an orb, they see it fly by, and oh my God, it's real, and it changes a person. But there's a difference, another level above that, and that is what got me, and it got me so good that it's like that you're Mormon. I have a lot of wonderful Mormon friends. I love them. Um, th- that Paul, the story of Paul, which was Saul, right in the Bible. He was on the road to Damascus, and what does it say? And an orb or a light flashed around him. So he saw an orb, and it blinded him. But you know what it did to him? It interacted with him, and it got him. That's what it did with me. It came and it took me for 4 hours, and it's done it many times since. And I've had them land in my yard. I mean, I've got landing spots where they've come and burnt my grass. Um,
So,
but
thank you,
go
Chris,
ahead.
and thank you, Mellow. So you consider yourself a witness, right? And I'll end it there. Thank you.
I consider myself a messenger. Yeah, just to share a story of something that's not scary and mean, that's here for all of us and will bless you. And that's what it will do. And it blesses a lot of people around me with health problems. Nobody even has a clue. I never talk about that, but just how many people reach out to me every single day of my life. Just there's no shortage of people with illness. So just say, and that's what I do. That's what I like to do.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you just one of my really quick questions because I know people are patiently waiting. Okay, so on the part about I have so many questions about the lady, of
Go
course.
ahead, shoot.
But before that happened, so you woke up with a voice that said
Yeah,
"arise," which is so great. Everything is so biblical in the best sense of the word. And could you describe what it sounded like
it
to you?
sounded like the deepest, loudest man's voice that you can imagine. Um, Back in the day, Elvis Presley, if anybody, a lot of people wouldn't know about him, but Bob would. He had a guy named J.D. Summers that sang bass for him, and he was known to be the lowest bass singer in the world. And it was that loud and on that, um, that
I've
level.
met him. I met him. I've heard that. Wow.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Cool. Okay, so did it sound like it was coming externally from
I,
the 3D world towards
I
you,
heard it.
or within your
No,
consciousness
it was
directly?
audible in my room. It was loud enough that I'm laying asleep, and it scared me. It startled me. I jumped up in my sleep, in the middle, of a dead sleep at 3 a.m, and to a sitting up, like freaked out. Who's in my room? I heard that. Who's in here? That's what I was saying.
Well, that's excellent for capturing this potentially if it's an external audio thing. Wonderful. Okay, I want to get more to the patient hands. Thanks for waiting, everyone. I don't know. Everyone kind of came up at the same time, but we're going to jump to UFO Sarah. What's going on?
Yeah, hi Mellow. Thank you so much for having this space. Chris, it is a pleasure to meet you, to be in this space with you. I have to tell you, I've had a really rough day, and just sitting here and listening to you has been very calming and soothing, and I really appreciate that. I've been recently following you, so recently watching all of your interviews. And my question to you is, when you were a child, if you wouldn't mind, did you ever experience that you've lived this life before, or that um, just a feeling that this was, that you were different in a way, that you were more aware, or I'm just curious about that. Thank you.
Um, yes, on that. I've always had strange things happening, and I write about this in the book. My book is more of an autobiography. It starts when I was 2 years old, and I describe being obsessed with the moon and the circles. And when I was 5 years old, six, everybody's we lived in the country on a dirt road, and everybody, my sisters and cousins, they're playing hopscotch and all that. I'm drawing circles on the ground and sitting in them, pretending I'm flying into space. And I never put that together until later in life. I was always obsessed with this thing, with outer space. And back then, we didn't have TV. I mean, the only TV we had 3 channels, and you had to turn the antenna to get it. So I didn't know anything about space and all that, but I was obsessed from a little age. And by the time I was 10, I got shot. I had that near death experience. Everything changed from that point. And I thought that something was out to kill me, to keep me from doing whatever it is I have to do in life. And I've said that all my life because of all the strange accidents that kept happening to me. And I detail this in the book, really weird accidents. But there was always something there to, to protect me. Seems to be.
Can I ask one more question, if that's okay?
Sure.
Quick,
Yes, access granted, Miss
thank
Sarah.
you. So I know that there's lots of talk about benevolent and malevolent NHI, and your experiences are very positive compared to some that are not. And I'm just curious that as we are reaching this somewhat cataclysmic event, whether it be human or nature or outwardly, is there
Human.
something that we, as just sitting here, like, are we ants that we can't do anything to help or move things along, or are we able to, help manifest work in some way, research, enlighten? Is there any advice you can give to all of us, or even
Yes.
just me? I'm curious. Thank
Well,
you.
I'll tell you what the lady told me. She told me a lot that will be in my next book because I'm already getting started on the second book. But one of the things she explained to me was that there was a shift. She said there's been a shift in the powers above, that she had been forced, the feminine energy, that the women had been forced out of all faith, all religion, and so was her time. But now that power had shifted to her time and to the divine feminine. So she's coming back. She's coming back. That energy, whether it's in person and or not, I'm not sure. But she's going to bring about peace. And one thing she said, and I'll make this short, is they're going to wake the people up. They're going to start appearing around the world in big numbers. I put that in writing. I've been saying that for 5 years, since 2019. And the more the people wake up, and know that this is here for us. We got a little bit of heaven coming to earth because of all the fear and the trauma happening around the world. And you got these people trying to say, "Oh, it's demonic, it's the devil, it's this, it's that. Stay away from it. These orbs will hurt you or kill you." Poppycock on all of it. And the more we wake up, the more the collective consciousness begins to shift into fear and prayer, the more power that the light will have, and it'll push out all the darkness. This is basically what she told me. That their intentions was to wake us up, and that the collective consciousness of people will push out the darkness. So that's why it's happening. So we can all work to share the message, the best we can.
Thank you so much. As you know, that lines up with everything I've been doing leading up to the moment of meeting you, independent of knowing you, of course. So it's cool that we're this universal effort to elevate
Yes.
the singular collective consciousness,
Yes.
for the good of all. Yeah. Okay, more hands. I see your hands, and I love the patient hands. Let's say hi to Miss Taylor. How's it going?
Sorry. Hey guys. So I've been on UFO Twitter a few years now. I'm like the resident Christian. I guess some people call me a radical Christian, but anyway. Um,
But she's a
so
very sweet and loving and friendly, polite one. So we're so
thank
glad
you,
to have you
bud.
here.
My kind of people.
So, okay, I don't know if you're gonna like what I'm gonna say, but I want to tell you, okay, so I'm one of those people that believes a lot of the phenomena is demonic. Now, there's obviously real messengers, right? There's real angels, but I believe the ambiguity of the nature of the phenomena is not something that the Lord has shown in the Word of God. So, basically, I'm gonna tell you how I kind of got started researching this. So one of my family members actually believes in the Pleiadians, right? And so he said the Pleiadians are gonna come save us. I was like, well, do they ever mention God? Like, who created them? And he was like, no, they don't really mention God. They're just our creators, and that's that. So I did a bunch of deep diving into this whole Pleiadian thing. I've read the Testament of Solomon, which actually a lot of Freemasons are familiar with, about how Solomon built the temple. He used these demonic beings and conjured them up, and
Right.
then the Pleiadians were actually mentioned in there. And they actually went through the seven sisters, and they each described themselves. And what they described themselves as was not good. One of them, for example, causes rulers to fall, and one of them promotes anger and things like this. So, reading in some of these ancient texts, I found out that these beings, are not all good. And then that led me to studying like The Circles of Time by Kenneth Grant, which talked about Aleister Crowley and how he conjured up some of these beings and drew the notorious Lamb, the great alien. And then I came across Joe Jordan, who you might know. Joe Jordan, who worked for MUFON, was compiling cases where people would call in the name of Jesus Christ and have the abduction end immediately. So putting all this together, along with the Bible, which I read about a year ago now, in the Bible, it specifically tells us like that Satan can masquerade as an angel of light. That and when it describes the actual angels, which are just messengers, really all they're doing is coming deliver a message for God. They say that they hold to the testament of Jesus Christ. They don't really put much emphasis on them. Whenever you ask them for their name, they won't even give you one because they're just delivering a message for God. So
yeah, but you need to. There's a lot more study that I could put you on that would kind of make you think twice about. You don't know the whole story there. For example, if you read the Book of Enoch and you hear all that stuff, that book was written 100 years before Jesus. So
I read the Book
it's
of
a
Enoch.
late book. It's not an ancient book, and you got to stay out of these other books. If you're going to believe in the Bible, stick with the King James version and go from.
Why not the Geneva Bible? The Geneva Bible was hundreds of years
Well,
before
you
the King
could.
James.
I guess you could, but
The Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls,
the Book
which
of
is up to
Enoch is
thousands of
only
years old. So,
right. Well, they no. If you research it, I've studied this with the world's best scholars in religion, and even with the Vatican. And the orbs are angels,
but wait, the Book of Enoch is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm just
right?
mentioning
But the
that.
Dead
But
Sea Scrolls
I
was
believe in all the
hidden.
ancient Old
Right,
Testaments.
the Dead Sea Scrolls was hidden in 70 A.D. when the Romans were coming to conquer um, Israel. They took them out and stuck them in a cave. It's the Temple books, but that book was
But
written at
don't
100.
angels in the Bible?
Okay, okay, Taylor, we're not
Yeah,
here
no,
to
you
debate the
get a
ancient
question and move
past.
on.
Yeah,
Just
this
just
Wow,
is
do
the
this.
well, my
experiencers.
question.
Do this. Read.
Excuse me, Taylor.
I'm gonna give Tyler one thing to read. Go to Jude 6 and read what that says. Jude chapter 6.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and just so you know, we're here for the title is the experiencer's journey, where we're very privileged to learn from the experiences of Chris and his amazing family, and not have a religious textual debate from from the ancient past, which could be fine and a worthwhile pursuit in another space. It's just a waste of the brain power we have here. So let's get to more beautiful people. Let's say hi to Mr. John Strader. What's up, buddy?
I think Spidey was before me.
Okay, yeah, everyone just kind of popped in at once. What's up, Spidey? How's it going, buddy?
Hey, hey, hey. How's it going, Chris? It's Paul. We've kind of caught up a little here on Instagram via DM. I really liked the fact that you brought up trauma and its association to the phenomena. I like the fact as well that kind of your intent has a lot to do with how this phenomena presents itself. So, firstly, I just want to say thank you for, kind of setting the standard for people like myself and many others on here. There are others, right? And like you said, this is starting to ramp up. And much like my own personal story with losing my mother recently, there was this precognition that started to happen where I started to see them, started to see the orbs. And you are right, there is a sense of hope there. So, my question is, how does the phenomenon present itself to you, Chris, during stressful times? Is it consistent, or is there anything that maybe varies, like within those experiences, right? Because we're talking about how this is a reactive phenomenon with our intention and our emotion and our spirit. So I just wanted to know how that affects you during stressful times, or what
Well,
experiences, yeah, you have.
well, they saved me when I was at my lowest point. They came physically, took me away, took the Crohn's away, and left me with the ability to see it and share it. And one thing I'll say, and Taylor, if you're listening, if you're a Christian, you know that straight up that the devil or Satan or the demons can't read your thoughts. Every Christian's taught that from the beginning. They can't read your thoughts. They whisper in your ear. They're parasitic. They um, possess you. But these beings, they hear your thoughts. All I got to do is think and prayer. When the phenomenon comes, it's because I'm saying a prayer. That's how it comes, through prayer to Jesus Christ, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That brings them. And that's what institutes or helps people when they're sick. I call on that, and that's when it comes. And so it's like Paul. They boiled these guys alive, dismembered them, hung them upside down because they knew what they knew, and nobody was going to change their mind. And that's where I am. I know what I know, and it's a daily walk with me. And so, I'm dealing with a lot of people's trauma, not mine. I'm doing so much better now. A lot of blessings. My health is better, but there's so many that I've seen blessings happen, and that's why I keep doing what I'm doing. I'm sorry if I got too long-winded there.
Oh, not at all. Take all the time you need. This is a forum for hearing your thoughts. I think, okay, Science Bob, who do we have next, do you think?
Let's go with Tiff.
Thank you so much for your time. I have heard your story of the lady before, but recently I had heard some inclusions about Hathor, and that's just somebody I do a lot of work with, and I'd like to know how she ties into this, and also just a little addition that I know what voice you're talking about, that masculine voice. I've heard it before. It came in from like right above my head, and I knew it was like a masculine energy, but it wasn't actually. I couldn't hear the voice. I just knew how deep it was. Like I felt it in my bones, how deep it was. And I've only gotten good advice from that voice, though. I know like how special that was.
Well, the lady told me um, that got around this Hathor thing. I think my son did a podcast and said one time that that was one of the names she used, and so everybody thinks it's Hathor, but that was one name. She goes by many names. The lady, she's been here forever from the beginning of time, and you can read that in Proverbs 8 and Proverbs 9. Talks about how she was made before the foundations of the world was made. And so, yeah, it's. I'm sorry I got sidetracked there.
All good. Let's continue on then. Let's get to John. What's up, John?
Hey, Mellow, great space. Thank you so much for hosting this. And Mr. Bledsoe, thank you for coming and making yourself available to all of us here on Twitter Spaces, X Spaces for UFO Twitter Week. So my question is about the lady. When I hear your story, I feel like there's a lot of parallels between your life and my life. But I've been an experiencer my whole life, and I've seen a lady. I don't know if it's the lady. You know what I'm saying? So, and
Yeah.
this was when I was 9 years old, and it came right before the most traumatic event of my life, the death and murder of my sister, and it sparked a vision of her death that was given to me, and so it sort of traumatized me for life. But it felt like she was there to watch over me, but to sort of see how I react through this process. And then I've
Uh,
experienced many things my whole life. So my question is, do you believe that we're all seeing the same lady, or that it's just maybe the same race
no,
entities?
the
Like, I don't,
lady, the lady's the
because
lady.
so there's no other lady, is what you're saying. Like,
Yeah, and when we start talking about races, who knows that kind of stuff? Come on, whoever's saying these names about all these Galactic Federation, all this, all make believe. If somebody has proof of that, show us the proof. But I've not had an experience with aliens, so to say. My experience, I've reported this 18 years ago to MUFON, and I told them there were angels. They responded to me at my lowest point, and I've since discovered in 18 years that I have 8,000 emails right now I haven't even opened. That's how swamped I am. And in the thousands that I have, and talking like yourself, everybody all the time says they had trauma. Their mom died, their husband died, their daughter died, they had a near death. It always goes back to what force and what why would an alien care about you and your mama or your daughter or your sister? I'm sorry. Why would an alien care about me? Why would it hear me praying and come and help me? So none of that makes sense. So when you start throwing the trauma in there and that pattern, I can tell you that about 5% of all experiences, and this is coming from my studies with the Central Intelligence Agency, about 5% is reported negative. 95% is reported as angelic, life changing, completely. And I've seen the data. You only hear about the negative stuff. They don't never talk about the positive. It's always aliens, anal probes, surgery, trauma. You never hear the 95%, like Bob is saying, or Ross is saying, or the person that is 22 now was going to die at 13. You see, so
Well,
I
she
know.
came to me, and it was she spoke into my head and basically said she was here for her children. And I never understood it as a child. I thought it was a ghost. I didn't know what had happened because it was a missing time. Right after that moment, I wake up the next morning, and I didn't know what had happened to me. And it wasn't till 20 years later, after another traumatic event and a massive sighting with my wife of a huge triangle going overhead being chased by Air Force jets, that I remember this experience, and the lady being surrounded by light and standing in a beam of light like she was coming down from something. And that was the first time I ever connected it to anything beyond just like a ghost story to me. And I had never heard your story or anyone else's stories about a lady, except for Lady of Guadalupe, the sort of Marian apparitions, things like that.
Same lady.
And yeah, and so then it was like I remember clearly in a space probably almost 3 years ago, another host here, Tupacabra, I think he's in the room, started talking about a lady and was talking about you seeing the lady, and I didn't had never heard your story, and it immediately hit me, and it was the first time I ever came into a space and actually told the story of my visitation with this lady. But so I was always fascinated because for me it was a one-time event, and it was when I was younger, but then I've had many, many, many other experiences all my whole life. I'm not like you. I can't just go outside and see the orbs every day, but they seem to always be paying attention, always watching. Like
They are.
I feel that all the time, and I have many, many experiences like that. And I did meet you at Contact. I didn't get a chance to really talk to you because you were surrounded most of the time. But
Yeah.
then on the way back, my daughter and I have a sighting, and so it's like, I just wanted. So that was my main question was, is it all the same entity? And you answered that, so I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's the same lady as Fatima, the same lady as Guadalupe, the same lady as Hathor, Demeter, Diana, Hera, um, Met in ancient Egypt, Hathor, which is Met in the second dynasty. It's the creation. It's Gaia. It's Mother Earth. It's like the Holy Spirit, the lady. She cares about us and always comes to warn the people. The Indians knew her as the White Buffalo Calf Lady. She would come to warn them, go hide because there's a band of killers coming your way. So she was always there to warn people. Of,
Yes,
And Chris,
that came
Thank
to
you,
just
John.
me.
briefly
Thank you,
before we
John.
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
think God Sauce is next.
go ahead.
Yes, sir. How's it going, Mr. Bledsoe?
Good.
It's nice to meet you. Um, yeah, my brother is Philip Daniel Newman. and he's put out a few books on the secrets of Freemasonry and and some other things. Um, yeah, so your stories kind of shocked me a little bit because, well, obviously I met this person when I was younger and later. But what's concerning is that my daughter came to me a few months ago, and she said that there was a Sasquatch outside, and she didn't think it was a dream, but she was back in bed, so it must have been a dream, right? And she saw a Sasquatch out of the window, and then there was a lady, and it was a very nice white lady Sasquatch, very pretty, and she was in the living room. And you know, my daughter vividly tells me about how she was made to come back and put in the mind of a child, and she hugged her, and they, you know, they embraced, and she said she just remembers how soft the fur was and how nice she was. And wow,
Beautiful.
this is fascinating,
Beautiful.
so fascinating. I am happy to meet you, sir, and I hope we can. Man, we need to talk a lot more than
Yeah.
just this. So
Well, absolutely.
yeah,
And
this is great.
I think it's a beautiful experience for her. But keep in mind, and everybody needs to hear this. Um, in the 1600s, people in England were reporting, and in Switzerland and all around the world were reporting sky ships flying about. So there were the Mayflower with glowing sails. There was even a report of one throwing out an anchor and tearing the top of a chimney off in downtown London. A boat flying around, sky ship. And so they mimic everything. There wasn't a flying saucer until Kenneth Arnold reported it, and the news made fun of him and said he saw, you know, these flying saucers, and all he said it moved like if you skipped the saucer on the water. So for the next 50 years, everybody sees flying saucers. Then that went away, and it had triangles there for about five or in the 90s. I think there were some triangles going about. Some of them probably ours, like the ones you saw being chased by planes. No planes can chase these things that I'm dealing with or seeing the real thing. You just it can vanish and appear and disappear at will.
Have you ever
But
been out there with them in your light body? Which I've had. Like I've had a few experiences. I'm not here for me. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to have a personal story thing. Um, but I am wondering if you've been out there, and I'll end it on that.
well, it's according where you're saying we're out there.
The astral underground that is above us.
Well, yeah, you know, I'm pretty big into the Monroe Institute. In fact, I write about it in my book. They study me. They study my brain there. And in fact, there are two new episodes I did with Beyond Skinwalker this year that got canceled because of the Trump shooting, the assassination. So they canceled half the season, which will play next year. And you'll get to see inside the Monroe Institute and what we did. And I think it'll blow everybody away. And the other show was shot in the swamps down in this Everglades, and we had orbs fly between the cameramen, big as your fist, went right between them, and they were everywhere. Orbs in the trees, orbs above us, making U-turns, and not only that, they discovered a special frequency that somehow my body was communicating on that same frequency they talk about on Skinwalker Ranch, communicating straight up. And they could turn the antenna at me, and the signal would spike. They could turn it away, and it would drop off.
Do you think of anything to make this happen, Chris?
I just,
Hey, really quick,
Last
I have your
last one.
video. Yeah, I actually have Chris's video for everybody really quick down in the bubble. So if you want to go watch him, they hook him up to a machine, and then they kind of watch that as the orbs come, and he can predict right before. So anybody in the audience who's go ahead and
Thank
check
you.
the
See
bubble,
ya.
you'll see Bledsoe's name. And you, yeah.
Thank you, Jenny. Sienna, it's your turn. Sienna.
I'm so sorry. I was in a different screen. I'm on my phone, so I was trying to thumb my way back. It's just I'm just honored to meet you, Chris. I also had the honor of meeting Mellow in person. He recommended your book, which I just started reading. About 100 pages into it. I'm fascinated by your story, but mainly by your experience, by your faith, and by the gentlemanly way that you speak and you connect with people. My grandfather was a chaplain in the army, so that level of civility, I don't know. It just really speaks to my heart and lets me know how genuine a person you are, which is why I think your message is so unbelievably profound to me. I'm also an experiencer, but my experience is more in the etheric realm. But I did have one orb experience, and I actually told Mello about it. It's actually a funny story. It was July 3rd, 2017, and it was right north of Virginia Beach. And my family has a house on the Chesapeake Bay. It's right on the water, so it has this big screened-in porch. And there were several of us sitting out on the screened-in porch. It was my husband, my best friend of 33 years. She died. It's actually kind of connected to the story. She died a couple years after that, but we had been best friends for 33 years, and she had grown some mushrooms. And like when I don't know the whole thing that she did. She ordered this sack of magic mushrooms, and so my husband, she and I were sitting out on the screened in porch, and I start seeing things, and I'm like, okay, I'm obviously like hallucinating because I was just, I'm at that point in my life, I hadn't really done a lot of, I don't know, I'm not even a big drinker, but I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I must be imagining this. And so I kind of snicker. I was just like, Elizabeth, can you see that? And she said, oh, honey. She's a Southern Belle. She said, oh, honey, I see that. I see that. She's like, there's not one, there's not two, there's three of those things. And
Always
I'm like,
three.
and
Three.
so and I look over at my Pete, and he's and my husband, and he's like the biggest skeptic in the world. I said, "Are you seeing that too?" And we're all kind of laughing. We're like, "What on earth is happening?" And right then, this is the funny part of the story. My son, who is now 13, so back then, I don't know, he's like 8 or so, he comes out and he sees them and he says, hello from the other side. I mean, like without skipping a beat. It was right after that Adele song came out, Hello from the Other Side. And we all just start busting out laughing. But I've seen lots of crazy things down at that beach house since then, which I'll tell that in a different space because I don't mean to take up too much of this. But
Okay.
um, the thing that came with that after that, I started having a series of profound spiritual experiences. The biggest of which was like a Kundalini awakening. Is the term I know for it, where I felt like a shock of electricity through my spine, almost like somebody had like kind of stabbed my spine with a lightsaber. And, it was just like this electric experience where light just started flat. I mean, like blinding white light. My body went into like a contorted position and I started receiving like just tons of downloads. I mean, tons and tons. It was this glorious, like beautiful experience. I mean, if anybody could I'm not a religious person, and even though I come from religious background, I've come from a long line of ministers. Uh, my mom, she was the black sheep. She didn't want to enforce that on my sister and I. So it just kind of skipped a generation, and then this happened to me, and overnight I went from being what I would call agnostic to understanding the connection of all things, asking questions and understanding the answers so quickly that I mean, I was just astounded. I mean, just I'm a pretty, I'm It's not that I'm not a smart
Hey
person, but I'm
Sienna,
not.
Sienna, can we bring
Oh
it to?
yeah,
Oh,
oh
sorry,
yeah.
so
I'm
much.
sorry.
Can we just bring it to
I'm
a
sorry.
question just
In
because of
Yeah, I
15
respect?
seconds,
rambled.
I
please.
do love your story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my question goes back to when I mentioned your faith. So I want very specifically. Hold on, I had actually written it down. So I wanted to ask your advice. If I were to ask these benevolent beings to visit me in person, or because right now I feel like I have that connection telepathically. Is it fair to ask that question just out loud? I mean, would I be outside and just ask out loud? Is that what you would recommend? And I will land my plane there. Sorry, sorry to ramble. I'm not used to talking to people who actually care about the things I want to talk about.
Yeah, no, it's cool. We'll get to the questions, but I do love your story. Thank you so much. Oh, hey, do we lose our friend here?
No, Chris,
Chris,
he's here.
Glenn?
Oh, Chris,
Oh,
to
okay. Is he
repeat the
talking?
question, it was, you know, I can feel these benevolent beings. They speak to me telepathically. If I were to ask for them to show themselves, because I know they're all around me. I mean, I can feel it. I feel like I channel direct messages from them. I also feel like I'm a messenger, so I really appreciate that. That's what you identify with in this realm, in this dimension, whatever. I know I'm meant to be a messenger. I've known for many years now. So, but I do need a little bit more guidance right now, and I'm just trying to figure out how to ask, the benevolent beings who have led to all these miraculous things that have happened with me to appear. Like if I went outside right now, I mean, what would that sound like? If that makes sense.
Oh dear, I'm afraid Chris's thing isn't working.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me? Are you muted or something?
Click the mic
Okay,
icon.
Chris, we might have to recycle
He disappeared.
you. Okay, we're gonna get him back up. Don't you worry. Just got to find him in the crowd here, hopefully.
And people, please keep it short. And Grant is next.
Yeah, we'll try to focus on questions. Oh, cool. We got two here. We're focusing on questions for Chris Bledsoe, who hopefully will be surfacing anytime now.
Somebody will have to drop down. I'm going to drop Sienna down so
Oh,
Chris can get in because it's all stacked.
yeah, we'll be cycling you guys through. So hang out, and if you have another question. Yeah, and thank you for all those requesting. We will try to really get to everyone. It's just a lot of people, and that's why we're going to keep it concise and snappy. But Chris, if he ever returns, will speak as long as he wants. Do you see him, Mr. Science Bob?
Nope.
Okay, maybe I'll give him a call.
Hey, while you guys,
Great space,
Basho's
by the way.
talking, isn't he?
Oh,
I didn't think I would like this man. He's
Can you hear?
awesome, though.
Hello. Oh,
We hear you, Chris.
good.
So, welcome back. This is first time on the app, by the way. Bravo! Thank you so much. I had to really convince him that we're going to, keep him very safe and protected. And thank you for letting
Oh,
me,
okay,
you
Chris,
know,
did you hear
yeah.
Sienna's question?
Yes, about what to do, and I was trying to say, if you read the book, the last page, I go into detail about, just go out and look up at the heavens and open your heart, and with love and kindness and caring, and I do a prayer. I just say a prayer to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. If you would share your presence with me or my friends, that's a simple thing I do. Just that. There's nothing.
Grant, you're up.
Okay, let's let it resonate a bit, Science Bob. But thank you. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, Science Bob, and thank you, Mr. Bledsoe, for taking my question, and I really appreciate it. I'm, as an Australian, I'm fascinated to learn of your engagement with the Australian Department of Defence, and I'm just curious to learn, how did that engagement come about? How was it that they initially got in contact with you? Did someone tell them about you and your experience? How did they get in touch with you?
They started texting me to start with, writing me, and it led into months of discussions, weeks and weeks, months of discussions with one particular guy there. But they all listen. All the intelligence agencies know who I am, all of them. In fact, I've been warned about China. The CIA friend of mine said, "Is China trying to? Are there Chinese women trying to friend you?" I said, "Every day, every single
Tell
day."
me about it.
Well,
Tell me about
I know. I can so relate to that. I know. It's a problem that we
yeah,
both feel,
there's
right?
1,000 of them. He said that the U.S. has 5 or 6 people that investigate UFOs. They have 1,000 in America that's trying to gather anything they can get.
Fascinating.
I've been investigated by people from the Mossad. Reached out to me to every other agency out there. So it's no surprise that Australian DoD would be interested.
And
I'd hope they would be.
do you happen to remember, Mr. Bledsoe, when that first engagement was? Approximately what year you had engagement with them?
2017, maybe.
2017. And
Yeah.
when they called you, when they spoke to you, did their phone calls originate from within the United States, from Australia, if you can
No,
recall?
from Australia, from overseas.
Interesting, fantastic. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, so here's the order of people who have not asked questions, and then everybody else is a recycle. Jordan, Paul, and Tupacabra. Jordan, you're up.
All right.
Hey, Jordan, it's great to have you. It's I've been reading your timeline, and you're awesome. I have so many things I want to talk to you about. Subsequently about manifestation and all the things you do. So welcome. Please join the conversation.
Yeah. Great to meet you, Mellow, and thanks for doing this, and Bob also. And Chris, I met you in Palm Springs a few months ago. I met your daughter down in Tampa, had lunch with her and the family, and actually spent a week with Ryan at the Monroe Institute just a couple months ago. And so I feel really connected to your family, and been following your story for years. And anyways, I'll just get right to my question. I have like a page of questions here, so I'm just going to grab one. So my question is about the future. So obviously the lady is out of our, what I would call our time stream, and she can see future events. That's kind of how it seems like she helped you save the Pope, and also how she kind of gave a warning about what's happening in Israel and Syria and those kinds of things.
Yep.
So my question is, do you think she's attempting, or do you think that they are attempting to change the future in any way by making this contact and by
Yeah,
guiding us and helping us open our hearts?
100%. That's what it's about. By
Okay.
waking us up, we have the power to overcome all this darkness there's a lot of bad things happening to humanity all over the world, and there's a push to rid everybody of their faith so they can control you better. Right? That's what the whole plan is, to get rid of our faith, and we become powerless, mindless humans. But the lady's not going to let that happen. She don't like the suffering. That's why they came when everybody has, these people that have these experiences all say trauma. And so there's a major trauma happening, and the heavens are paying attention. And so
Yeah.
I think that a little bit of heaven is reaching out to change the hearts and minds of the people. That's exactly what's happening. And the more that we wake up, the less power the other side holds.
So it's kind of a one part, two part question, because you mentioned trauma, and I had an awakening. It's crazy, and all this stuff has happened since then. It seems like that seems to be a repeating pattern with people: is trauma first. It seems to unlock or activate
Yep.
things within us
Yep.
that leads to the ability, I guess, to be able to perceive this and interact with this phenomenon.
Yep.
So I didn't know if maybe we were supposed to experience some sort of worldwide trauma that would have some sort of a worldwide awakening, or if there's a way to have a worldwide awakening without the trauma. So is trauma necessary, or is it just a tool that can be used?
Well,
Great question.
I think that there's going to be worldwide trauma. I'm afraid. I don't know that 100%, but the things I was shown points to that. In fact, I put in writing in 2012 about Israel bombing Iran and Syria, and at that time they had never bombed Syria nor Iran, and look what just happened. I have people everywhere calling me and saying, "Oh my God, you were right." In 2012.
Yeah. So that makes me think that maybe some things in the future are not changeable.
Oh yeah, it is changeable. That's what she told us. We can change it, but we've got to wake up.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, hey, it's good to know there's still hope.
She made a prediction, but we haven't changed.
Right.
Paul, you're up.
We got to change.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Mellow, for putting this together. Great to see you. Thank you, Bob, for holding it together so well. Chris, thank you, of course, for being here. I also had the pleasure of meeting you briefly at Contact in the Desert, as well as your lovely wife, Yvonne. That was a wonderful experience, and you gave me some very nice words in terms of I told you about an experience that I had shortly after my late mother passed away, and I encountered a lady, not the lady.
It's the lady. It's the lady.
Right. Yeah.
Same lady.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Was she levitating with like a beautiful, dress?
She had the beautiful dress. I couldn't see her feet or anything because she was at the foot of my bed. She had a white robe on, kind of like a foldy robe. I don't know how to describe it exactly. And
did it glow?
Wow.
A sort of bluish glow.
Yeah, bluish white.
Okay, sorry. In the face? Can you see the face?
Yes.
Bada bing, bada boom.
What color was the face?
Her face was
okay. Seems like maybe just a coincidence. Yeah, please continue.
Sure. No, her face was quite visible. She had a very neutral, or I would even say stern look on her face in my case. And I woke up, my bedroom was vibrating. This was roughly 2 weeks after my mother passed away. Everything was vibrating and she was staring into my eyes. She didn't say a single thing. I had a kind of a reaction of just like, ugh. And then she just stared into my eyes for about 5 or 10 seconds, turned her head, and drifted away. And that's all that happened.
Well, she didn't have to speak to you. They put it right in your head, the information. And sometimes you won't retrieve it for a long time, and then it'll come.
Yeah. No, I feel that. So thank you again. And at the time, it was very very helpful what you said at Contact. So anyway, my question is this: it's kind of piggybacking off of what John Strader was asking earlier a little bit. Well, so I'm just curious if there's anybody that you're aware of, either within the Intel community or in general, who's also encountered this lady, or if you have an idea of why these Intel folks are so interested in the lady. Thank you.
Well, all I can tell you is everybody's interested in the lady in the Intel world. They know it's true. The way I described her and everything about it is what got the attention of them and the Vatican. That's when they sent their people basically to research this thing. But the Intel world, they know, and they also told me that they knew that this Fatima thing that was much different than the official version of what really happened there. It wasn't the sun that moved out of its place. It was a huge glowing ball of fire, a setting sun, exactly like I described, a setting sun. And it came down out of the sky and the heat from it dried everybody's clothes out. 80,000 people watched it. 80,000. And out comes a woman wearing a short skirt, a short dress. And she was tiny, 3 or 4 feet tall. And there were orbs. This ball of fire turned into a disc that had lights going around and around it. And orbs were everywhere, flying about it, around her. And so this is some of the stuff I've learned from Intel that they know. And so they wanted to know exactly what she wanted to say. That was it. What did she say? And it was so important to them that I got a call from the National Reconnaissance Office, a person there, and asked me would I put it in writing that he could hand deliver to the Pentagon. And I did that in 2012, and I put down what she told me. And it was from that point forward, everybody wants to know about the lady. All these, they believe in her. Trust me.
Wow.
Just a quick follow-up before the hands. Oh, terribly sorry, and then also back to you, Paul. Did you get a sense that they all shared the same hopeful attitude towards what she could provide to yourself and the rest of humanity, or did others have other kind of theories or takes on it?
No, they, basically, the whole reason was to know what she was saying. But certain people there that I've dealt with are, yes, they see that as a positive thing for what's going on here. If she actually comes and if they actually help us, and the answer is that's what's going to happen. Yes, they're going to come back.
Yeah.
In our lifetime.
Yeah, I wonder I wonder to what extent, it's one of the many mysteries and things that are so unique about you is that the extent, you were able to make this book. It came out, you had all these, high-ranking experts in these secret projects, listed by name, and writing the preface and things like that. And I wonder, if that's possibly because, and you have multiple different agencies around the world investigating you and the whole phenomena that surrounds you. And what I would hope is it's the reason that it has been so peaceful and sort of collaborative compared to other sort of secrets, right? Government secrets and technologies is because perhaps it only has a beneficial potential to it, right? It's not something that can be hopefully weaponized, for example. And maybe that's why no one has tried. None of these beautiful Chinese women have managed to abduct you yet.
Well, they were at contact in the desert. One particular one.
I bet
I
they
know.
were.
Oh Lord Jesus, they were stalking me the whole time. Everywhere I was, she was right there beside me, or one table over, monitoring everything. So
Yeah.
Yes,
Paul, you had some great questions. Let's go to Tupacabra.
okay.
Thank you. Well, if I could just say thank you again. Yes, there were a lot of interesting people at Contact, and I just wanted to give a shout out again to your lovely wife, Yvonne. I think your whole family, has something very special going on these days. I'm a big fan of Ryan and Chris Jr. and Emily and all the rest. And I just think that the unsung hero there is very much Yvonne. I think she had a very unique perspective that I'm grateful I got to catch a glimpse of. So thanks again, guys.
Everybody loves her, and I want to say this before we get off. Last April we had the Azalea Festival in Wilmington, and had 75 people show up. Some came from Germany and everywhere just to go to the festival because I was there. Well, we're going to do it again next month in 2 weeks, October 5th and 6th. There's called the River Fest, and so if anybody wants to come and meet the family, they're all going to be there. Emily, she's coming up from Florida. Jeremy, which many people don't know him, he's a scientist at East Carolina University. He's coming, and then Junior and Ryan, of course. So Yvonne will
And
be there.
they might even meet a fat, bald-headed, bearded science Bob.
Well, I hope you come because we may go out.
You know I am, brother.
We may go out 1 or 2 nights in Skywatch, and just for everybody to know, last time there were 75 people there, and I told everybody at 8:30 it will appear on the ocean at 8:30. And I told them that at 8:15, and as soon as on the spot, dead on 8:30, we had a light show like nothing else out over the ocean. These things were jumping miles in distance, and then shoot right back offshore and then come up in the air. So I think we're going to do it again, weather permitting. We're going to try to go out and do another Skywatch. So come join us if you're interested.
Super.
Hey, great space, Mellow. Thanks for co-hosting, Bob. This is pretty cool. I'm not on that side of the country, but if I was, I would definitely go to that. That sounds like a lot of fun, dude.
Yeah, it will be. Thanks.
Chris, it's good to talk to you, man. I followed your story for a while. Seems like a couple of years now, and I like it a lot. And I listened to your story on Danny Jones' podcast. I thought that was really, really good.
Wow.
And one of my favorite parts of it is the part where you say that the orb or the angel spoke to you in images. And I find that a lot in other cases, like a lot of cases with children in the schoolyard and whatnot. And it seems to be like a pretty vital part of this experience. And I'm curious, like, a lot of people don't talk about that, about the images that they get or the mechanisms in which they get them, right? And so there's these old ideas that angels are the ones building these images in our mind. And could you speak more to like what that's like, and if that happens a lot, not just for you, but just in general for people like every day, and if it's an important aspect of it, is there anything that can be done to kind of, I guess, maximize that effect or try to pay attention to these images that could come through this way?
Yeah, well, it works a lot like, say your wife calls you, she's out somewhere and she calls you, and that thought of her calling you comes in a second or two before the phone rings. That happens to everybody, right? So why did you have that thought? It's because she thought about you. When she thought about you, you thought about her. You connected in the Ethernet. There's an Ethernet above us that all the information's there, and our brain is just like a biological computer that processes data. Not saying all your memories there. Your memories are everywhere in your body and your heart and all over, but it's just a processor. And when you see that, but in my case, um, I've got this feeling thing that often I will feel it, this adrenaline or this euphoric type feeling, and when I feel it, I know the images are coming immediately. So it works hand in hand, and that's how I learned it. And but if the feeling wasn't there, it would have been harder to learn it. But I knew what that feeling meant, and I knew at that point to pay attention to the images that are coming through. And but you just work on it, start paying attention. It's just like remote viewing, how they do it, how we do it, is these images that pop in your brain, and it might be very quick, like in a split second. You just got to pick up on it, and that's a way to start learning. But yeah, the difference here is that they're calling on me, so I don't have to go out and do a whole lot of trying to get them to come. Most of the time, they're waiting on me to come out the door, and they'll appear. Or when I go in at night, always when I to go after a session of filming, they'll say goodbye. You just come, flashing me or something. Always this night goodbye. So it's a relationship that I've established with these beings, and they're magical. And remember, they know your thoughts. So they're thinking about you. You can you learn to think where that's coming from. Like you picked up on your wife thinking of you, I pick up on the entities thinking about me.
I've been part of the magic of that, and it's a real thing. It sounds kind of esoteric, but once you've lived through it, and you've been through it for decades, yeah, it's truly feels like a natural, authentic conversation between people and etheric beings, and I quite like it so far. Okay, we got the patient hands. Some people had trouble being heard. like Miss J Just, and then we'll get to Miss Ursula. What's going on, J Just?
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tupa. Did you finish your thought process before
Oh
we
no,
move
it's
on?
getting late. No, let's run through these hands. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, stick around. Hopefully, we can keep cycling through the great ideas. JJ.
Hi, Mr. Bledsoe. Thank you for being with us. I think Ursula was first, but I'll go quickly, though I have so many questions. Um, Basically, how do we change our society if we don't care about the poor, if we don't care about the sick, if we don't care about our neighbor? How do we change our society and make it a better world for us? We know our leaders, it's a big job, but I don't know if they're doing what's best for us or for corporations.
Good.
How do we make things change?
We can't. And I've said this in a meeting with in Washington D.C. I was there for 15 days last month, and I met with some of the diplomats and congressmen and heads of the Pentagon. And I told them straight up, I said that the only way that we can change this world is we have to change inside. Our hearts have to change. You can't just make a policy and change the division that's in this world. The politicians have divided everybody. It's like ridiculous how bad it is. And but if you have these experiences with this divine world, it will change you from the inside out. I will say that a friend of mine, a religious um, scholar, which everybody would know who I'm talking about, very famous in the UFO world. I studied with her for a long, long time, and this is how I've gotten so much information about this. But we know that she was giving over 2,000 reports in 2012, I think, or 13, by MUFON to study. And the reason they reached out to her to study these, because these 2,000 experienced people had an experience, reported seeing angels. It was an angelic experience. And so the phenomenon is changing people. That was in 2012. And now it's happening, and people never talk about it. They don't even report it. They see it. People are seeing it all around the world now. And it's working on us on an individual, and it's known. Even some friends in the government told me, we know that people always turn out more caring for the planet, more green, more caring for their neighbor, more loving and calm. And this happens with everybody that's having these experiences, all of them, except some that, they had some kind of negative experience. But that's very rare, I'm telling you, very rare. They make it out to be everything, but it's rare, the negative. It's always positive.
Thanks a lot. Let's get to Ursula now.
Urs, do you hear them?
I think we hear you.
Oh, Ursula, can you hear
Ursula, you're
me?
next, sweetie.
Oh, okay. Hi, Chris. I just want to say hello, my language, Yate, and I want to say thank you for being humble and kind and answering all of our questions. I wasn't really sure what I should ask. I was up on a hill and I was thinking like, what should I ask Chris, and all of a sudden I was with my daughter and it was in a short span of time that we started seeing these orbs and we were just so shocked. We saw 5 of them, and my question at that moment was answered. That I think it led me to think that I would talk just a little bit about my kids. I have a cancer survivor, and I was recently told that one of my daughters will not live long like other children. And just having faith in that, like, to prove to these doctors that my child will live a long life. Do I just continue to have that faith? And then what am I seeing? What are these orbs? Are they people that have passed on?
No.
And there's just like it. So I knew that something it led me to ask those questions, that maybe my faith is taking me to be a mom. Maybe it was meant to be a mom of my special needs child, and see these orbs, or, whatever else is out there. Or maybe, a lot of things are happening in my head right now. And it kind of made me emotional that I saw all these orbs in one night, and so thank you. Thank you for being here. And do you think that I should just continue to, have faith in myself and whatever these things are out there?
Well, here again, classic trauma. Mom, heartbroken because all this with your children, and heaven sent a messenger here to tell you we're here with you. So yes, you keep your faith that your child's going to be fine. And after this, DM me and send me a picture of her and her name, or whoever you want, so I can remember. Um, every day, I'll keep your children or child's picture near, and um, I use that to ask the heavenly world. It helps me connect, is what I'm saying. And so, but yeah, keep your faith, and they're coming because of the trauma, and they're here to comfort you. It's not like some alien from the Pleiades who's come here because you're suffering, and it's not a negative force. The Christian church gives the devil way too much power. If you read the scripture, it says that you have nothing to fear about the dark force. If your heart is aligned with the love and the light, whether you're a Christian or not, you don't got to worry about that. It has no power over you. But yeah, do send me a message after this, and we'll discuss it further for sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Ursula. So glad you could be here. And yeah, your story, as a parent myself, it's very touching to me. So I'm glad you guys connected over it. Hopefully, got the order right. Science Bob, who's next?
Okay, so look,
I know we have a lot of people I want to get to. We got Jason Sands here. Wonderful to see you,
yeah,
my
so
friend.
so you got three people who have not asked a question. Those are Screen, Jason, and Parsi. Screen, go ahead.
Great. Let's go Screen. Hey, Screen.
What's going on, y'all? Yeah, it's been a great space so far. I really appreciate it. And my question for Chris is, you kind of touched on it earlier a little bit when Taylor was speaking about like the good and evil aspect of it. And I'm of the mind that everything's kind of energy based, and good and evil are just semantics or perspective, right? So when I was young, one of the few times I had sleep paralysis, I experienced what they call like Santa Muerta, which is essentially a dark version of the lady, like in a cloak, and she's usually either got a lantern or like a plasma orb that she's holding. And interestingly enough, I saw her only in the mirror, and that's usually how she's depicted as well when she visits people at night. Which is the opposite or the reflection of the regular image of the lady, right? So that's very interesting to me. But when I hear things like the tree that caught fire, and it seems like everything around you is really charged up. And Taylor also brought up the King Solomon story where he used the jinn or the spirits to help build the temple. If you go deep into the story later on, he wishes he never did that because of the after effects. And in magic, the lore usually is, because I guess of the divine feminine, that usually women are the ones that wield this stuff the best. And guys, if they use it too much, they kind of have like side effects essentially, right? And I was in close proximity to a TR3B where it vibrated my whole body, and I experienced these health effects like the mental clarity, being charged up, the good health. And it turns out that Tesla actually writes about this stuff, right? But it seems to me that maybe, because I also had some other effects that kind of came a little later. And it's like, you get good health effects on this frequency, and then maybe if it's a little out of frequency, you might get something like Havana syndrome or something. So, I don't think there's any like evil attached to it, but has it always been just like positive things, or have you experienced anything that may, be considered negative, or, like not the best, if that makes sense?
I've never experienced the negative, only the positive. For one, I don't allow myself to be around any negativity. I don't listen to it. I don't have TV. I don't watch the news. All that keeps people's brain all screwed up. If you want to connect, you got to rid yourself of all surroundings and negativity, because it just hampers everyone. And but I've never experienced anything negative, and I don't know anybody that has, other than people that have had demonic possession. So there's a difference there, and that demonic demons, they are non-physical. They don't come into our world physically. They're non-physical. They possess your thoughts. It's the angels that come in physically in the light. In fact, I have 3 pictures that was sent to me via Pope Francis from the Vatican, because they were investigating me and they had a ceremony there in my honor. They opened the Vatican archives to let 2 of my friends in there, and they placed my picture between the books of Copernicus and Galileo to be there forever. It's there. And so Pope Francis was given the tour, and he sent word to me, sent these 3 pictures, and they're all of Orbs, and they're interacting with St. Francis of Assisi. And he sent word to me, because I was really eat up with rheumatoid arthritis at that time. And I'm since been free of that. I've still got it, there's no cure for it, but I'm in remission now. At that time, I was really sick. But he said, they told me that they knew by reading the doctor's reports on St. Francis. He died 2 years after he had the stigmata, but the stigmata was nothing more than rheumatoid arthritis, that he had gotten too close to the orb. He let it get too close, and the energy from it caused him to. So he died 2 years later. He had no treatment from it. But
Yeah, see, that's basically what I'm talking about. Like, so you're not worried about radiation, or you don't take any precautions when dealing with them, so something like that doesn't happen?
yeah, I take precaution. But I do know that I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried at all. Listen, you're talking to somebody that has more data about this than anybody. I have 18 years of experience with this, and I have more. I'd play show and tell with anybody from the government. I mean, they give you 2 pictures, right? 20 years, and all words, but you don't have any data. And people believe everything, and they believe these Pleiadians and Galactic Federations and Octurians. Who knows all that stuff? Nobody. Where'd it come from? So I would say follow the data, follow who has experience. I'm not saying I'm the only one. There's a lot of people that are seeing it now. But
Okay, I really appreciate that. And it's like you said, you do take some precautions. Is that just like your mindset, or do you like take physical precautions?
no, I just last time I had one approach me fully energized. There's a difference. When these orbs are not energized, I can tell when they're energized. Their energy, their color, it all changes. When they get bright white, they're energized. When they're sitting there red or orange, they're idling. And when they appear up close to me, they'll be idling. and they'll be smaller. The orbs get smaller when they get closer because they know. Because I've the last one that was energized was in 2019, and it come within 20 feet of me for 30 minutes. I filmed it for 17 and a half minutes. And that's when they gave me, it's in my book, you have to read it, where I come out for the first time in 8 years warning about trouble ahead, which was COVID. And but I said a prayer when it started coming at me. I watched it come from out of the sky, way up there, come all the way to the ground and approach me. And all I did was got to my knees and I looked up and I said, thank you so much for coming, but please be mindful of my health. And it came up 20 feet away and stopped and sat there for 30 minutes. And I was really putting on a show. But yeah, you just talk, think. Remember, it's all thought. Everything is thought. You don't have to have rituals. You don't have to do all that. If you're doing all that, you're not connected. You're trying. And people will get a little spark or a little flash here and there because the phenomenon wants to connect. But if you're calling an alien, if you're calling a Pleiadian, you're not going to see anything. Just remember, it knows your thoughts. If you're calling a dog like you would call a chicken, well, the dog's not going to come and you calling here, chick, 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 because it's a dog. And I figured out what I'm dealing with. I met them, what they told me, and my connection's stronger than ever because I understand what I'm calling for.
Great question, Screen. Thank
That's
you very
awesome.
much.
I appreciate you
Yeah.
sharing that.
Parsi, you're up. Parsi.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Hopefully, Parsi. Yeah.
He's there.
Oh, yeah, great. Yeah,
Yeah.
Parsi is a very interesting. Oh, if you can hear me. Oh, hello.
Thank
I'm glad. Hello. Nice to see you, Parsi. Parsi is another really wonderful person with extensive experiences. So I'm glad you made it up. How's it going?
thank you, Mellow. Thank you, Science Bob. Chris, this is a lifelong dream come true for me. I'm actually at work here in Melbourne, Australia. My name is Mac, by the way. Chris, I just wanted to say just the deepest thanks from the bottom of my soul because I'm a lifelong experiencer. I was born in Mumbai, India. I've had a sighting of a craft up close with my twin brother at age 11. Ever since then, the orbs have followed me, Chris, in the last 2 years, and it just hit me today that, and I'm sorry I'm a little emotional, is that
No, that's okay.
after
It's okay.
after I read your book, it gave me great strength to know that I wasn't the only one going through this mental suffering. And Chris, the owls started for me. I just realized it right now is that I had read your book and I'd done a meditation. And these owl-headed NHI turned up in my meditations. They had the face of an owl, but the body of a man in golden armor.
Yeah.
I I don't know if you've ever experienced that before, but they're the ones that come to me as these orbs, and they tell me that they are fighting a war, apparently, in the astral realm against negative species.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever had that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
In fact, I've studied it extensively about the owls because they've always been into my life and they're synonymous with this phenomenon. But if you take a look at Egypt and all their deities, right, they were all birds and animals. Look at the book of Ezekiel in the Bible where it describes the angel that came down for Ezekiel. It said two of them or three of them came down and he walked between two of the orbs. They were orbs of light, spinning and rotating. And the being that came out was 3 parts animal or bird and 1 part human. So it had a human face and a face of an eagle and an ox and a lion. So what does this mean?
that
I mean, why are they portraying themselves in nature as forces of nature? And so there's so much to say about this that the spirit world interacts with humanity with messengers from the natural world, animals,
Thank
birds.
you, Chris.
Yes.
And you just said the word lion, and it shook me to the core because 3 days ago in my room, I felt a presence. So I pulled out my phone and I filmed an orb, and it had the face of a lion, like a feline being. And it's clear as day. You can see the eyes, nose, the cheekbones. And it's really shocked me to the core. But I just want to say, like, from the bottom of my heart, for all experiencers that are suffering this trauma of not being able to speak, when I went public, certain people said I was demonically possessed, but
Yeah.
it's nothing like that.
Yeah.
Um, I've made peace with everyone on this platform, and I'm kind of speechless at the moment that I'm actually speaking to you. But I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you give me that strength to go ahead every day. So I really appreciate it. God bless you, Chris. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you, my friend, and keep your eyes on the heavens, and keep that love in your heart, and it'll never leave you. It's always there, always.
I've been looking forward to this for a while. Jason.
Hey everybody, how's it going, Chris? I've had a lot of folks want me to speak with you, I guess, but I've had my own experiences. I met the lady when I was probably about 6 years old in Massachusetts, um, but it was kind of, I don't know, just a beautiful day, and ended up meeting her. But it's been following me around ever since. I ended up later on in life having an experience while I was still in the Air Force. And just wanted to kind of ask you, I know you mentioned the freedom, and I have to also say to you, Chris, that I agree with a lot of what you say about freedom and what the positive energies are, and that you Yeah. should always seek the positive energies, and that each of us, it's really, something I believe in too after my experiences, just like yourself, that you have to really, it's about tuning into yourself and understanding who you are and what your purpose here is, and to stay on the positive side of that purpose. But when you talk about the way that they speak to you, this is something I encountered too. And I wanted to ask you. There's a difference between when they're communicating and when the emotion is there. Because when you mentioned that you kind of have the emotion of, I guess, peacefulness wash over you, is that kind of different from when they're talking to you? It's all That's what. part of it. It's an indicator for me that I may have the feeling of euphoria or like adrenaline. You know how you get excited from adrenaline? That's kind of what it feels like. And I'll feel Mm-hmm. that. And when that happens, I know to pay attention to the images. So often Mm-hmm. it comes as an adrenaline high that leads me to say, okay, what are you saying? And then I get these images. But sometimes it's all according. Sometimes they
Mm-hmm.
just show up and I don't never sense it. I mean, they're always there, always. So, and there's nothing to worry about. People, the church has done a very good job at scaring the daylights out of everybody, especially in the Christian world. Everything's the devil. Everything's the devil. Come on, people. We don't even know.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? We've got more I do. power than the church sees. And I'm not beating on the church. I'm talking the institution. I love the church. I love what it does for communities and for our government sure isn't taking care of the soldiers that are on the street, but I guarantee you the churches are. And everybody wants to criticize the churches. The atheists do, but they don't see they do a lot of the people there do a lot of good work. But the institution made the decree 2,000 years ago or 1,700 years ago when they made this Bible that anything paranormal, anything with lights, anything with the spirit world was only for the priest. You can't touch it. You can't deal with it. If you do, they burnt people at the stake. They called all the women as witches and burned them up, thousands of them. You just burn people because they were seeing lights in the sky or other reasons. But they've controlled that and they put fear in everybody to oh, it's a demon. It's a demon. It's a demon. It's just it's evil. They don't have a clue, but yet they're saying this. And so
It's
it's
funny you mentioned that, Chris, because I was going to ask you about the negativity because I do feel sometimes that people like yourself and other people I know, as well as myself, that kind of when there's a movement of kindness and good going on in the world, there's some negativity that is a backlash. Do you kind of feel that?
was always negative where there's positive. This whole world is made that way, and this is what people say. There's no such thing as demons or angels. Well, they're totally wrong. 100% wrong, because there are demonic entities and there are angelic beings. Now, if there are aliens, that's not in my swim lane. I haven't met them, but I'm sure they're probably out there somewhere. Other people say they see them.
Well, that's the part that I wanted to kind of finish up with on my questioning is that I was in the program and I do feel that they have touched on what I call the gates of hell or the demonic activity. They don't even know what they're playing with, or they do know what they're playing with.
They know what they're
And
playing with, and they're calling on it.
that's what I thought,
Yeah,
because I agree with that also. So, did you hear any of that from any of the interagencies? That yes, that's the fact, or just that that's your impression?
yeah, I hear it all the time. I hear it through. There's people I would never talk about this with, and then there are people in these agencies that lay it out just like that. Yeah. In fact,
I
And
find
some of them might even threaten you.
yeah. Well, I've had that happen. You know.
You already know who I'm talking
Oh
about.
yeah.
All
Yeah.
right, let's go to Jason. Was that it? You got another one.
no, that's it.
All right, let's go to Jay Just.
So, Chris, I'm interested in what you were told that made your views change about the world and how you approach it. Because you said after you were told something, you stopped hunting. So,
Well, it's in my book. I would say if you want to know a whole lot more about this, there's so much in my book that I haven't even mentioned here. But I detail when that happened, and that was I didn't even bring it up tonight. But on 2 nights later, remember I told you they never left; they keep coming back. Well, 2 nights later, I had a very close up experience with two more of these beings, the same little ones with red eyes, and they landed this orb in my on the property next to me is a Christmas tree farm, and they were down in there, this bright white pulsating light. And so my son was going through so much trauma. I don't know why I did it, but I had this when he saw it pulsating in the backyard in the Christmas trees next to us. He freaked out. He freaked out bad. It's back, and he was reliving this shock. And I said, okay, I felt like the protective dad. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna stop this. So I reached in the gun cabinet and drug out a Winchester 44 Magnum rifle, little saddle gun. I knew where I had to go. I had to crawl under some stuff. And I went into the forest and approached this orb sitting on the ground, and it was about 30, 40 feet around. I got within, I'd say, 20 or 30 feet of it, and I was so electrified I couldn't go another inch. In fact, I backed myself back out of there. I'm on my hands and knees under the canopy because the trees were overgrown, 40 feet tall. They never cropped these on the farm, and they just let them grow wild. So I could get up under it, and there was a 3 or 4 foot area underneath I could see forever. Not a weed anywhere because the sun blocked it out. But I could crawl under that. I did. And when I became electrified, I backed myself back out of there, and I about 40 yards to get back to the backyard because I just walked across my fence onto this farm. And when I stepped over the fence to go back onto my property, these two beings appeared in front of me. They were on either side of me, 3 feet away, and I had this rifle in my hand, and suddenly, when I saw them, this extreme shame came over me. they projected this, I guess, in my head, and I became so shameful that I tried to hide the rifle behind me. And they spoke to me, and they said, understand that everything has a consciousness, not just you, but all living, all life, including the trees and the plants, especially the animals, that they all want to live just like you want to live. And it's, the way they explained it to me, I walked away from there. I got rid of all my guns after that. I had no more guns. I didn't never hunt again. And from that point, I take bugs and pick them up and take them out of the house if one comes in. Snakes, I was afraid of. I used to kill them. Now I put them in I was in Oregon just a month ago and caught a rattlesnake, put him in a 5-gallon bucket, drove him 15 miles up in the top of the mountains and turned him loose. And it's just the person I became is not the person that I was. Totally opposite of who I used to be. And so, but it was because they told me that. They told me, it wasn't my place to take the lives of anything for fun or pleasure. If that bug runs from you, it's because it's scared of you and it don't want to die. It wants to live. And the way they explained it, just like that. And so from that point forward, I knew that even in your body, you have cells inside your body that does its own thing. You don't tell them what to do. They do their own thing because they're communicating with that above, the light. The light has all the information of life in it. And we know this.
Aren't we all the light? Aren't we all the light?
Yes.
And we are God, every one of
Well,
us.
we are part of God, and that's the same thing as the angels. If Taylor, if you're still listening, I'll send you some information to read from scholars analyzing the Bible about angels, and that the angels are just fractals of God. They are God. That's how God can become personal to every living person on this planet at once. I mean, we think, oh, there's the devil. Well, there's 7 billion people experience that at one time, right? How is that possible? Because there's a living world around us and above us full of negative and positive energies, beings. And if you are falling by the way and doing bad things, well, the good beings will walk away and leave you up into the negative. So you got to be a good person and caring and loving to keep that protection.
Thank you.
Yeah, the path of least resistance is to be a good person and to, that vibes with what I do and practice that. But I want to thank you for the patience, everyone, with your hands. We haven't heard from our friend Rich yet. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, sorry about that. I really appreciate you looking at my hand. Chris, thank you so much
Hey,
for
Rich, you
being
working?
here at UFO Twitter Week. I'll make my question really quick.
Can anyone hear Mr. Universe
He's
there?
here.
He's talking.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you, man. Try again. I think I have to recycle you, but we'll bring you right back up. So sorry. Let's try this real fast here, buddy. Thanks for your patience. I gotta find you below now. Okay, 1 second. Where are you? A lot of people down there. Oh, there you are. Okay, bringing you back up, Rich.
Can you hear me?
Sounds good.
Oh,
Thanks a
sorry
lot.
about that. Yeah, thanks for being here, Chris. I really appreciate you coming for UFO Twitter Week. I'll make my question short. You mentioned that Hathor and Shemet are one and the same in our past. Are there any archetypes or symbols or spiritual movement or even ideologies that we should be looking for that represent the next Hathor or Met in our civilization?
Well, that same Hathor or Met would be, the Catholics call her the Virgin Mary, which there's a lot of belief in the scholarly world that she's just the same lady that's always been around this world. From, there are statues, figurines, lots of them that they've unearthed out of the ground that is as old as 800,000 years old of the lady. Fact. The Uhlendorf figure in Germany, 50,000 years old, is of the lady. And when Christianity was created, they knew, the Romans knew that they couldn't get rid of the lady. They wanted everybody to believe in Jesus, but they couldn't get rid of her because so many people around on every continent, from Parvati in India to the white buffalo calf lady in America to, the Virgin Mary in Guadalupe to, she is just, it's the same lady. And she comes to warn us about scary times. Well, in 2012, nobody was talking about the end of the world, right? And here we are approaching 26, and everybody's worried about the end of the world. Everybody. And but there's hope coming. So I'm giving out a message of hope, and because that's what I was given, and I stand on it. Sorry if I got sidetracked from your question there.
No, I appreciate that. Maybe, is there any symbols that we should look for in society? And then I'll land my plane.
Just keep watching the massive awakening happening by, the paranormal world. People are seeing it around the world. And that is the biggest hope we have, is to have a mass awakening to where everybody, accepts it and takes the change inside and aligns themselves with the positive. And prayer is powerful. I'm telling you. One of the first scientists at my house was from NASA, and he told me straight up, this is just like the Bible. This is from government people, from NASA, National Reconnaissance Office, the people who know. If anybody wants to know who has the goods, is NASA. They have it. They have this. They have the space in that's their realm. I mean, they have control of all that. But
Well, I have a lot of questions for your friends there once they're ready for them. And it would be fun to bounce off this whole philosophy with them and see what they think, because it lines up with all the things they're saying behind closed doors. Let's get to our friend, non-credibility UAP reports. How's it going, man?
Oh, it's going good. Thanks for having me up, Mellow. Thanks for being so generous with your time, Chris. I had a question about something you mentioned earlier. Just for context, I've had 2 sightings of craft.
Is he talking? Can you hear me?
No,
He's
talking.
I hear him.
All right, maybe I can recycle myself. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right, should I go ahead, Bob?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so just for context, like I've had 2 somewhat near sightings with the Orbs, had 2 sightings with craft. Only one of those was before I was interested in the subject when I was 7, my mother and my grandmother. And I didn't really get into the subject until I met just a random old crew member off the Nimitz, and he told me about Commander Fravor. Kind of down the rabbit hole from there, went through several weeks of like intense ontological shock, kind of capped out when I started reading about the miracle of St. Fatima. And I was like, okay, wow, this is real. But I've been, sitting here reading this stuff for 8 hours. Like, I need to go get some food. It's like 4 a.m. I walk out behind my apartment and I hear like a feminine voice, like in my head, like telling me to like look up. Only time since and only time before I had a voice like that in my head. But so I was just like very curious, like your rendition, like of the story of the miracle of St. Fatima. It's like where does that come from? Like, where did you get like that detailed version of events? I got that from the chief engineer for NASA at Jet Propulsion Laboratories, and he's going to write the foreword of my next book. That should tell you how deep the rabbit hole goes with me. The lead engineer for NASA, 41 years.
Wait, Chris, I thought I was going to write your forward. You're saying I've been replaced by someone like that? I mean, that's kind of insulting, but okay.
What was that?
I was being so funny.
I got you.
He was busting your job.
Yeah. Well, this doctor.
I do have a detail.
Okay.
There's 3 co-hosts and we are maxed out. There are 13 people waiting in line. We need to be a little more equitable.
Yeah, we have to do it
Yes.
quicker.
I can
Yeah.
drop down.
Yeah. You guys, if you don't have a question,
No,
we
no,
can
no,
cycle you
Jason,
through.
Jason,
Oh
don't
no,
drop out. We have you as a co-host. We need you.
access denied,
Oh, okay.
Jason. You may not fall on your sword. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
If I could just ask a quick follow up, Chris, is the name of that person known, or should I be able to is that their specific title? Well, yeah, that's his title. I can't give that name out without him knowing about it. But yeah, he's come in, and let's just say nothing goes into space that he don't have his hand on. And there've been 2 movies made about him, so this is as big as it gets. And, Thank you very, very much for your answer. I will go ahead and drop down. Thank you guys for the time.
This question's related to that.
Okay, hold your horse, Jenny. We got a lot of people here. Who's next, Mr. Bob?
Hang on a minute. UFO Paul.
UFO Paul. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, I just wanted to maybe get your perspective on synchronicities. You know, I think there's a separation a little bit between an experiencer and maybe like what the term being used lately, a super experiencer, right?
right.
Where a lot of these synchronicities start to happen. And I just want to get your take on that because tonight, when you were speaking, a lot of people personally have reached out to me, and I'm sure each other. We kind of are like our own little orb network, if you will,
Right.
where we kind of communicate here on UFO Twitter because we see them as well a lot too. So the energies are very high tonight, and a lot of people have been seeing things while this space has been going on, and even myself too. I don't want to go into detail to waste time, but what do you think about synchronicities and how that relates to when you start to have these experiences a lot more frequently? And what message do you have for the people experiencing these synchronicities that would be something positive but also mindful to keep an eye on?
Well, I don't see that as a synchronicity. I mean, that's what I used to think of it as. But now I know different. And now I know that the phenomenon, these angelic beings, manifest things in your life. And I've learned to it's just so hilarious sometimes. All I can do is look up and say, thank you. So I walk this walk with them. This connection to the divine world, knowing that if in the world of magic and the dark force, they've known this. They're smart. They've hidden it all from us. We've all been told that the spirit world's only for the priest. If you mess with it, it's the devil. But while they're using magic, you know what the word abracadabra means? Simply says, I manifest what I speak. So they're manifesting synchronicities through the dark force, but they always end up crashing and burning in the end. But in this world, there's a positive force that will manifest things in your life. You just got to know it's them, know it's God, know it in your heart, and give thanks about it. So, with that said, manifest what you want in life. If you want to be happy with your wife and you got problems there, every day of your life, get up and say it 3 times. 3 is the magic number. And I guarantee you in a week or 2, you'll find a newfound love for her and things will work itself out. If you need a car, you need a house, you need whatever you need, you can get it if you live right and you ask and you walk that life. So it's not really a synchronicity. There is a force of angelic beings around you watch the movie The Adjustment Bureau. That was one that Tim Taylor from NASA, when I first met him, he said, Chris, you need to watch The Adjustment Bureau. I said, well, what's that about? He said, then on there you'll meet the hammer, and the hammer works for God. And that movie was made intentionally. And it's just like that. He said, it's the way it is, and we know it. So what's the movie about? It's about angels directing Matt Damon's life, knowing he's going to be the president one day. But if he meets this girl, she's going to mess him up and he'll never be the president. So they work the whole movie trying to keep them two from crossing paths on the street in New York or in a theater. And they'll make little accidents happen. So she'll have to walk across the street in a different direction when he's coming. So the whole movie is about directing our lives, and we don't even know it's happening. But with this phenomenon, when you connect with it and you understand that, they're doing it. It's them. And they'll bring blessings to you. If you read my book, I write about a story that Jim Semivan, which is the director of operations for the CIA, Jabab will tell you, they don't get no bigger than him. He wrote the foreword to my book. But he told me when I was really sick with rheumatoid, on chemotherapy for 8 years. Now I've been basically in remission now since 2020. Right after the orb came out of the sky in 2019 and hovered for 30 minutes over my pond, I went into remission after that. And I'd been on high dollar drugs for 8 years before that. You see, but he told me 2016, he said, Chris, when is 12 years up? I said 2019. January the 8th of 2019. He said, well, I can tell you that we've done a study, and we've been studying this for years. And government personnel, people who have had experiences similar to yours or, trauma, and then they start seeing orbs and they report it to the agency. Well, they do private studies. He said, we know one thing for sure, and we don't know why. But not one, but all 150. After 12 years, it's like something magic happens and they all become blessed beyond measure. All of them, not one, but all. And all these people are now running the departments. They're the head of, an agency and blessed with children and happiness. But 12 years came 2019, Easter. Orb comes out of the sky, hovers 30 minutes over my pond, tells me to warn about trouble ahead. And I jumped on the internet, hadn't spoken in 8 years. I did 4 interviews with Richard Dolan in a row. I did 2 or 3 with Jimmy Church and a whole lot of others, about 10 interviews that year. And I'm warning about trouble ahead because it's what they told me, that it was coming. But
yeah, the light and love people, as well as the doomers, have the same message. So hopefully we can all, or at least some of us, can survive. Oh, I think you have a microphone problem there. She
sorry.
gently, sir. Oh, it's all good, buddy. But okay, this is sort of intentionally sort of 3D oriented point of view of a question. But you don't have to answer if you don't want. These angels, of the Adjustment Bureau, what's in it for them to go through all this effort? Would you hypothesize? Oh, do
I
we lose
think
him?
he muted. Yeah, he muted down Mellow.
Is he
Might need
listener
to.
mode? Is he recycling?
He says speaker on my end.
Yeah, it says
uh,
speaker and muted.
no, I'm back.
Chris,
I'm back.
there you go.
Oh,
Okay.
hey, did you hear my question, man?
Yeah. Well, when this first happened, MUFON, they came and did their investigation and it scared us to death. My little kids, if the government shows up, don't let them in. They'll kill you. The government, they'll kill you. I heard that over and over and over. And so when the first scientist at my door was from NASA, knocked on my door, my son called me and said, Dad, there's some big giant guy here. He's 6'4". He's from NASA and he wants to talk to you. I said, well, tell him stick around. I'll be home about an hour. And he did. And, but we were definitely afraid of them bad because, the Men in Black was out then. That's when the shows were going on. And so I was clammed up bad to begin with. And then I asked him out of anger, why are you here at my house? I asked Tim Taylor this, why are you here? Why do you need me? Well, you just aggravating my family. We're scared enough as it is now. We're worried about you killing us or, Men in Black. You own all the rockets and you got all the money in the world and a space station and telescopes and all, why are you messing with a poor guy from North Carolina? He looked at me, he said, we see it. We see it all the time. But it has absolutely nothing to do with us or anybody we know. And we know that it likes you and we would like to study it with you. And that's how that happened. I mean, it started all the way back in 2008 when they first showed up. And so I hope I answered the question halfway there.
Yeah, no, it's great. I didn't mean the government. I meant the Adjustment Bureau you're describing to be the angels.
Well, just look at it, and what it comes down to is synchronicities. There's not really synchronicities. There's a force above us and around us that's just driving you, making you look
Yeah, I
a
mean,
certain way when they want you to, or communicating with you.
mhm.
Well, that's
I made
something.
some art about this based on a theory. Oh, sorry, Jason, one sec. Simply put, working theory, just an idea. That the phenomena is simply the universe uh, course correcting or correcting itself to achieve some sort of balance. But why don't you jump on in, Jason?
Well, I just was going to say to Chris, when you're talking about the synchronicities, I'm also agreeing with you. I don't worry about, um, I guess, what I'm going to say or what I'm going to do. It just happens, Yeah. as you say. Is that kind of how you feel it too? I mean, I don't really worry about each day like, oh, I've got to plan it out, and it just happens. It happens in such a crazy way. Let me tell you a little story, and I'll make it quick as I can. I was in Bill Maher's studio in Van Nuys, California, meeting with, with probably shouldn't say, but we were in Howie Mandel's studio and Bill Maher's network, and well, I probably shouldn't go too far there, but let's just say this. I got a bunch of new camera gear, a whole lot of camera gear. I mean, from drones right on up. Some generous people just blessed me with all new camera gear. And I needed a camera case to carry all that. They brought me a case, a big, $200 case, but it's still not enough to put all this gear in. So I started telling my wife, I need a new camera case. I need a new camera case. And so I'm researching them. They're a couple $100, and we're with Howie Mandel's studio doing an interview with Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit. Fred's a good friend of mine. And I'm looking at Howie's set, Deal or No Deal. He's got all these sets in there, his office and all, but he's got one set up called Deal or No Deal. It's a show, right? So did the interview with them. I've been looking for a case for 2 days. I get a fan, a lady named Vicky from Kansas, wrote me right after I walked out of Howie's studio that said Deal or No Deal. She said, hey, Chris. She said, you'll never believe, but I do couponing. I do couponing and I enter sweepstakes. That's my hobby. And she said, I just won this camera case and I'm thought about you. Do you have any need for it? I said, absolutely. What can I pay you for it? She said, I'll just ship it to you. So I get home a week later, the box is laying at my front door. And when I opened it up, there's a $200 Pelican case in there, and inside the Pelican case is a blanket or a big velvet, like a blanket bigger than a towel, that had "Deal or No Deal" written on the blanket. Came from Howie Mandel's studio.
I think it was a deal. Yeah.
This is how it works. I'm telling you, it's so funny. I just shout to the heavens and say thank you for that. Thank you. So it's a fun thing now to me to see all this happen. But hope that wasn't too long a story. But
No, it's an awesome story, and I'm so grateful that the phenomena is supporting the documentary filmmaking efforts. So grateful.
yeah, they really are. And there's a lot more coming there.
Okay, we're gonna get to more hands. So many questions. I'm just gonna hold them till the lovely people have spoken. For example, we haven't talked to Cassandra. Welcome. How's it going?
You know, it's going wonderful. And I just have to say, the more and more I come into this room and to all of you and the community, I'm just falling more and more in love with everybody and everybody's stories. So thank you so much. I'm learning so much. It's a very general question. And first of all, I'm going to buy your book, my dear. I'm super intrigued. And when you speak, there is an immense amount of light that comes from you. And for strangers to come into these rooms or try to wrap their head around it, I've kind of been in this streamline for quite some time, but there's still a lot of fear. And so thank you for being such a bright light in this community and just showcasing such truth around the benevolence. And, you know, when we do evil things and think evil things all the time, those things can creep in. Sure. But with that being said, my question is this. As an intuitive, as someone that's extremely dialed in, I do see orbs when I'm on a Zoom or I'm looking at pictures, but the acuity and the attunement, my question is, why are some people gifted this in your mind, and why are some people, like even that are dialed in as I am, that asks for these kind of experiences? Is it the person that's blocking it? Is it that we can't see? I'm curious what your perspectives are on that, and I'm sure other people would have that question as well. Again, thank you for being such a blessing, and I'm complete. I appreciate that. Nice to meet you. I don't even really know how to ask me that question one more time direct so I can get it in my head the best way to answer that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm extremely intuitive to psychic capabilities. Right. And when I hear a lot of you individuals speak, I'm always very curious and I'm asking my guides and I'm looking around. I can feel them, I sense them, but I do not have the visual acuity. Right. Or the attunement that you do. So my question is, it because I have to sit in 16,000 hours of remote viewing? Or what is the acuity that some people have to see these realms, even though some people are extremely still tapped in? Well, I wished I knew. That's a $1 million question. I don't know why me, and why others, but I do believe that it happened because of trauma, and it does with nearly everyone. So once you see it and you interact with it, there's no going back. You can't erase that knowing that you have. And once you start knowing, 100% know it. It's like, let me say my book, and we were wondering about this. Some people in the intelligence world was wondering, when people read my book, would they start seeing orbs? And the answer is overwhelming yes. I mean, people are writing me all the time. And why is that? I ask, some folks from NASA, why is that? Why is it people, um, all of a sudden start seeing orbs because they came to my house or they met me or whatever? And they said it's basically a truth switch that lives within our brain And once that switch is flipped to being no more doubt, no more I wonder was that a satellite, no more will I wonder was that a car headlight that went through the woods, or people come try to debunk their own experiences. And when you do that, you're just killing yourself as far as ever evolving. You just have to open your heart and let it flow, and it'll manifest in the visual for you. But it's all about knowing. It's a bit like the biblical saying, prayer is the key to heaven, but that won't open the door. It takes faith. You got to have that knowing along with the prayer to open that door. And I teach that. And the door is open and has never closed. And it comes from
Yeah, I
that.
just want to tag in, jump in briefly. I don't know, to have you continue if you like, but yeah, we haven't talked enough about since I had my first experience with you, and then the subsequent solo encounter I had 2 days ago. So and it's one of my favorite things about you is how everything you say is like doesn't just sound authentic. It like becomes like proven, like tangibly, visibly with videos and scopes and also just my personal experience. So I know this is a bit nonlinear for those who have not heard of my first experience with Chris and this amazing family. But anyway, subsequently, I had my first solo thing. I'm just going to mute the mic. Terribly sorry. And so basically, I was out in public in a courtyard with like lots of people watching an outdoor movie, Coco, which is an awesome movie, Pixar. And basically, what happened is all of a sudden, it's a very absorbing, wonderful movie about paranormal things, coincidentally enough. And everybody was wrapped watching this movie until all of a sudden I was like very confused why people were staring at me. And I guess it was because, little kids were whispering and pointing, and everyone was looking at me, very strange. And then over my shoulder, as I turn, there's one of these same orbs, like basketball size, like just like a foot or two over my shoulder, kind of like the same side of my face, by the way. Where this is a spoiler for the rest of you, where a certain thing to be described later, kind of glided past my face and into the sort of distance that we all saw. So same place for some reason when I was discussing channeling through creativity with your amazing daughter. And anyway, so this basketball sized orb right there, I turned to it and I'm like, oh, hi. And then it kind of like, blobbed around a bit and blinked a bit and went straight up. I guess it was almost as if like it was like we were both kind of like a mirror aware of how awkward it was to be in public doing this, and and then it kind of just shot up, and then I caught it. Then I finally got my phone out. I was like, oh okay, yeah, I got it. As it's like up in the sky, and then it kind of veers off to the left, and it kind of made a strange shape, which I caught a little bit on camera. I can show you. It's not like I don't have one of your scopes yet, so sorry about the quality, but I do have an iPhone 15, which is pretty good. So it's and then it like started. It changed shape from like an orb to this a similar kind of like bird that wasn't a bird kind of thing, which I have a lot of questions pertaining to this, by the way. The texture of this thing as it went right by my face and, went down, into the distance like we all watched was pretty unique. But anyway, the shape, however, was reminiscent of what the orb turned into as it turned left, which when I saw it, it also went left. So for whatever reason, same kind of parallel experience. But I caught it as it was kind of gliding off into the distance, like way up and past the clouds in the sky. So anyway, long story short, that obviously resonated with me in terms of once I experienced it so clearly and knew that to me did seem to be the thing that kind of opened up these other perceptions of what's going on.
Very cool. We've got some new hands. Neanderthal. Hey, Chris. It's funny you finally brought up Tim Taylor a little bit because that's kind of what my question was about. I know you've had a lot of interactions with him, and I've read your book, and I find him a very fascinating character. And I'm just wondering, one, if you're still in contact with him now, and two, what you think his intentions are as somebody that's sort of like popping up everywhere in the background with this whole story, but he's still like largely a mystery to us in the public. And I was also wondering if you're going to be back in Oregon anytime soon. Thanks, man. Unmute your mic, Chris.
Okay, I don't hear anyone yet, but we'll get this functioning. Chris, are you still with us?
No, he appears to have dropped off.
Okay, well, he's recycling, I assume. I think he's figured out how that works.
I don't know
All
how that
right.
happened. It keeps throwing me out every now and then. I will be back in Oregon for sure. I have a lot of plans going on out in that area in the West. And I have a friend that has a big old house in Oregon that we may use kind of as a home base to go south from there to Utah and Arizona and the Four Corners area. But what was that question again? When I lost my phone, I had to quit. I lost my thought. So So I
Tim
was just
Taylor.
wondering in Tim general Taylor, about yeah, Tim Taylor and
Okay.
like what you think sort of his intentions are, and if you're still in contact with him. And
Yeah.
yeah, just to,
Well, let's just say I haven't spoken with Tim. He did send word to me recently that from some friends that saw him. Um, Tim is a mystery guy because he works with the National Reconnaissance Office, which, if anybody knows what that is one of the most secretive groups there is. And basically, they run all the satellites, the spies, satellites. And there's not that many of those guys. But Tim's very big into medical research, and he spent his life doing, cures for different diseases and how to use the phenomena and the technology there to create medical devices, which I write about that as a part of one of those stem cell research things. But whatever part I played a very little part, but at least I was there. And but he's a good guy. You're never going to see much out of him. He's in his 70s now. He's probably 75 or 6, and he still runs all the launches because basically he deals with the general. The general wants him on all the launches, so he's the guy with the eyes. Was when that rocket takes off, whichever one it is, he's there, and he has the satellites and all watching it, and nobody else can be in the room, just him. And the crews that are overhead, you got crews of starfighters and WB-57 flying overhead chasing the rocket. Those are all NRO guys. So basically, they have eyes on the rocket from the time it leaves to where whatever once it gets to orbit. And there's always company. Always. When they send these things up, something swims up to it and takes a peek. And so he's the guy that handles that. But I haven't talked to him myself in quite some time.
All right, let's get to DLC. Hey. Firstly, Chris, back in back in 2021, I sent you a DM on Instagram, which you responded to. So thank you very, very much. I was someone who didn't have experiences until later in life. I was in my uh, late 40s when I first started seeing something. But what I saw the first few times were orbs, big orbs in the afternoon.
yeah.
Now, something I wanted to share with you and with everybody was um, the manifestation of these orbs began to show me things or lead me in certain directions. Now, when I read your book, there was the quote from Ezekiel, which mentions the lion, the bull, the angel, and the eagle. Now, I was walking past, I live in Sydney, Australia. Now, I was walking past Notre Dame Catholic University. Now, there are stone statues of the eagle, the bull, the lion,
Yeah.
and the angel there. Now, as I looked up, I was thinking about your book and thinking about my own experiences, and an orb, a huge white orb, appeared directly above those statues as I was walking near them. As I was thinking about that exact topic, the orb appeared. Now, it's repeated since that. There's someone else in the room, Orb Guy, I think he goes by. We've been in contact too. Now, he and I have been having the same sort of daytime encounters with these orbs. It's happened hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times now. We're not talking about once or twice. But then it happened again. I was walking past a statue of an angel, and I had this thought: well, they're angelic, aren't they? My wife was with me. I'm looking at the statue of the angel, and as I looked up at it, and I get this inkling: look around, turn around. I turn around, 180, and there's an orb in the sky just as I'm looking at the angel. Now, I actually posted it in the thread, the image of the angel and the orb behind it. But yeah, this angelic connection, and also what you're saying about trauma. I've noticed that if I'm distressed, that is the most likely time they'll show up. If there's something wrong, they will show up. But also when I'm elated, when I'm very happy.
Yep.
So it seems to me to be, and thank you so much, Chris, too, because I buried all my own experiences. I didn't share them. I kept them to myself. I was debunking myself. Even when they'd still show up, I would still get golden orbs. And that's the other thing. These orbs, I've got video of them. They're the same color as they describe in Ezekiel. It's burnished bronze. It's this bronze burning copper shape. And now they come to my daughter, they come to my son. I have friends who, if my friends are interested and they really want to see them, they will see them. The people who are like, oh, yeah, I'm not sure, they don't see anything. But anyway, I just wanted to say thank you, a big thank you to you for getting back to me. It was only you and back in 21, I was quite desperate. And it was only you and Ross Coulthard out of all the people I messaged who got back to me. So a big thank you to you. And I just wanted to share that with you about the orbs, them manifesting above the cherubim in Ezekiel, and I think they're the same entities. The Hashmal, they're called in, I think, Jewish mythology, and the cherubs in Christian. But yeah, I'm relatively convinced they're describing the phenomena that you and I are. So thanks, Chris, and I just wanted to share that.
You're more than welcome, and I appreciate you sharing. And you said a couple key things there. You thought about it, and it appeared. That tells you they hear your thoughts. They knew before you made that thought that they were going to appear. It's almost like they live in a world faster than ours, where they can stop and speed up, like rewind, and they can figure it out ahead of time. But yeah, that's what it's about. It's about, uh, to me, angelic beings. Nothing close to an alien, but something much greater, much more complex, that cares enough that it comes to people suffering, and all I say to all these people with all these stories about the Pleiadians, please show us how you know that. Give us the data. Let me see your videos and where you learned this from. It just behooves me that people have whole stories about this with no data whatsoever. So follow the data. All right, let's get to the red suede Wally Don.
Hey, Chris. Very nice to meet you, man. I'm a big fan. I actually got the Kindle version and the paperback and read your book.
Wow.
Um, and I want to tell you that not only do I appreciate you sharing your story, but I want to tell you I appreciate they actually do something about it. You know, you're out there helping people every day, and that's a really big thing. But also, real quick, Science Bob, thanks for getting people through this, man. It's been real sticky and slowed up, and you're doing a good job of that too, Science Bob. So thank you. My question to you, real quick, Chris. In your book, you talk about missing time with Tim Taylor in the woods and how these beings can read your mind and to kind of sing a song, right?
Yeah.
And then later in the book, you talk about going to Cape Canaveral and seeing that black glass and
Right.
and Tim telling you to sing a song.
Right.
And I'm wondering, what is that black glass? Do you believe that there's beings behind there?
Well, I thought about that and the way he said it. Sometimes I don't listen. I I think it's technology. I don't believe they have any beings there. I think that's a way to throw me off cue. They do that. Bob will tell you, these intelligence guys are smart, and they think they can throw you a curve, and you just don't know the pressure I've had from government or people within connected to it that have tried their darndest to make me change my story to something other than angelic. It's alien. It's alien. I almost got in a fist fight one night with a guy, and I don't fight. But I told him, don't ever tell me again what I saw or didn't see. So I've had that battle. I'm like Paul in the Bible. He went to his grave and he never would change. They let him, dismember him and hang him upside down. And he would never say, I didn't, and he knew what he knew. And it's the same here. But there's an active push to turn it negative. They don't want us messing with it. They don't want us messing with it at all because they're afraid they'll lose control over humanity.
No kidding.
Yep, it's a fact. That's
Yep.
from
All
the.
right, let's get to
Thank you.
Jiggy, and everybody remember people waiting.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, good to be here. Thank you for being so generous with your time. This is just a great space. All the rock stars of X Space is coming out, asking great questions. So thank you very much. Love the book. Big fan. My question for you is the UAP, legislation recently getting shot down again. Definitely some of the darkness you talked about centered around this military industrial complex kind of blocking truth or even beneficial technology from coming out to us. There's some upcoming hearings coming up. So I was just curious on your thoughts on disclosure, how you see that playing out, and what role does disclosure have in this coming awakening?
Well, for one, there'll never be that what everybody's looking for, disclosure. They don't have anything to disclose, and they're never going to. I can promise you the U.S. government will never admit to having machines or any of that. Because if they do, nobody's going to trust them anymore. Surely with everything else, you've lied to us that long. So they know this, right? And the only disclosure you're going to get is from experiencers, and the data. And it's not going to be a massive announcement. It's you got to awaken one person at a time. So it's just theatrical things. They're not going to tell it. They're never going to tell it. And there's a bunch of people involved in the church that don't want it told.
Yeah, the only kind of disclosure I also agree is, of course, DIY disclosure, which is also the website and the podcast and such. But it's my whole mindset on it. I cannot agree more. I think the political disclosure stuff can be useful marketing to help us, broaden UFO Twitter potentially, get a bigger coalition of people interested and who take this project seriously, so that we can do DIY disclosure.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
Bree, you're a first-time speaker. Go ahead. Thank you, Bob. Hi, Chris. I think I've spoken to you before very briefly when you were on once before. Look, I was brought up in the Catholic Church, and I feel as though you're bringing a lot of the Catholic beliefs into it with phrases of Assisi, etc. Now, you're talking about Our Lady of Fatima. There's also another story in the Catholic Church about Our Lady of Lourdes. And I was wondering, when you pray, do you ever pray to the Hail Mary prayer?
No, in my mind, the Holy Spirit is the lady. The mother is that a spirit. She's definitely a spirit. She came at me as a spirit, not in a machine, although she could have come that way. But yeah, she's a spirit, and to me, it's the same lady as the Catholic Virgin Mary. And Catholics and Protestants are the same. I mean, we're all Christians. There's slight differences in the administration part of it, but listen, you got 7 billion people on Earth, and not even the Pope knows all the truth. I mean, these guys don't know. They have no freaking clue. They got the books, the ancient books, and they study it, and they pray, and they read, and they listen to everybody's confessions, but they can't tell you anything. They don't know. They don't know if Jesus is real or God is real, other than what the book says. So it's all faith-based. Faith. now
Right.
this
Yeah.
divine world is coming home to us, and there's an effort to turn it into the devil, so everybody will leave it alone, and then you still, I hate to say it, but the church is going to lose a lot of its power because people can go right straight to the source. It's just a fact. That's what Jesus said. When he come along, they killed him because he told the people, you don't need to pay them money. And he turned all their money tables over. He said, you can go straight to the Father. You don't need the intercessor. That's what he said. So they
Yep.
killed him because of that. And he even said, if you had the faith of a mustard seed, you can do greater things than even I can. So what do you mean by that? And then another clue, he was on the mountain of transfiguration, and he transfigured in front of everybody to a glowing, like Moses and Elijah, that showed up. So who were they? They're still around. So he was showing us we can lead this world by transfiguring if we have enough faith. So it's time to get away from the start seeking and experiencing this ourselves. And I'm sure they ain't gonna like me saying this, but we all have a connection to a higher power that we can all make with a thought. It's all it is, a thought. They're one thought away. And when you figure it out, you'll see they're always around you, and that protection. Bob knows I had a guy come here, a couple of them, sent by somebody in the DIA to threaten my family, my wife.
With a gun.
Yeah, threatened to kill my wife right here in front of me. We'll just shoot her in the back of the head. If you tell anything, See, this is serious. But when he said that, he got up and got out of there. He was in my yard because orbs started appearing behind him, around him, above him. They were one set 10 minutes right over my house until the guy left.
And he has not been back.
No. So they got the message really quick about, that they will protect us.
I just feel as though there's too many people in the world now that belittle religion, and I think Christianity, if we all have it in our hearts, it really leaves you with a lovely, peaceful, calm feeling
Yes.
of love.
Yes. It's the
That's
only faith that can do that.
Yeah, that's all I needed to say, and it was really lovely to talk to you again, Chris. It's great listening to you, and thanks, guys, for holding the space.
Thank you, Ree. Bridget, your turn.
Hello, thank you. Hi, Mellow. Hi, Science Mom, Jason. Chris, I am so grateful to connect with you tonight. And thank you for your messaging and how empowering and uplifting it is. I feel like that is hugely important in this community right now. And I have a deep connection with angelics. I always joke that I was raised by them as a little child all the way up. And I find something so interesting. You were telling a story earlier about the experience you had with the rifle and the craft. Am I correct in understanding it was a craft that landed and there were beings with red eyes? Is that what you said? Noah says yes.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, can you hear
So
us, Chris? You might have to hit your mic button to respond, but yeah, just want to make sure you're still functioning.
Okay, now I'm on.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just muted you because you
Can
had an open mic, and so you have to just turn it back on. Thanks so much.
okay. My question I think is what what did they look like to you? My experience with angelics, they can take any form really, Yeah. but my experience is that they are the way they appear to me is like beings of Yeah. light, and they have this huge light that comes out like kind of like farfal pasta, like a bow tie, up and out from what would be like a heart space. This is just how I perceive them. They can appear all different ways and have to me, but that's the way I perceive them the most. I experience them as some of the first expressions of source. That's what they've told me over my lifetime. Um, and they value free will above Yep. all, with the human experience and love, of Yep. course.
But my curiosity is these beings that you connected with that gave you the loving message. What type of beings do you think they were? Do you think they were angelic in that form,
They were the
or do you think they
no,
were?
they were the
Go ahead.
cherubs, the babies.
Okay.
Read Daniel chapter 10. Daniel describes an angel that appeared before him. Daniel does, and he says basically it was glowing like shiny, glistening like topaz, and it had red glowing eyes like torches. This is in the Bible. Anybody can find it. It's right there. The description of a being glowing with red eyes, glowing so bright it looked shiny. This is the exact same thing I described in 2007, and I'd never heard that scripture until I met Diana Pasulka. And then I started learning about how much it really is in the Bible. It's everywhere. In fact, if you want to really research, I'll give everybody a clue. It'll be in my next book. Read everything you can about the clouds of heaven. The clouds. Because when they translated the book, they changed the word from like these cherubs in the air flying about in the sky. So they changed the word so you wouldn't know what it was, and they made it into the word cloud. So when you read the Bible, Google it. Just put the word in a program, and it comes up about 100 times in the book, the word cloud. And very rare does it say it was raining and it was a cloudy day. It was always. Jesus said, when I come back, Mark 14, Mark 26, Matthew 26. There's 100 scriptures about the clouds. When I come back, I'm going to be riding in or I'm going to be riding on the clouds of heaven. When John the Baptist was baptized in the Jordan River, it says, in a shiny, luminous cloud appeared right over him and spoke. This is my son, listen to him. It was a UFO. And it's that way throughout the whole Bible. Clouds of heaven. Exodus, when Moses rescued the children in Egypt, when he come back across the desert, it said a pillar of a cloud, or a pillar shape, which is a cigar. An angel of the Lord appeared in a pillar of a cloud, and wherever it went, they camped underneath it for 38 years. It was on fire at night, gave them manna in the morning, and kept them shady by day. It's a cloud that an angel of the Lord appeared in, a fiery cloud. It's always talking, fiery, feeding food, you know. So it's all through the Bible. I'm sorry for being long-winded, but
Oh, Bridget, thank you for stirring that up. That was great.
yeah.
Christopher, it's your turn.
Hey, thanks so much, and thank you, Chris, for taking so much time with us, staying up late. I'm going to take you up on that offer to hang out at Riverfest. I'll be there. But anyway,
Great.
um, I wanted to ask you. It's pretty well known that experiencers run in families. That there seems to be some sort of genetic or family lineage connection. That often multiple generations will have some kind of special connection, or sort of psychic connection. I'm just wondering, in your family history, in the previous generation, did your ancestors have spiritual experiences or a special connection in any way that you can trace?
Yeah, my great grandpa was he was a healer, and he was very much into this. And two, they'd done a big study on my history. People in the academic world, along with NASA, they're the ones encouraged me to find out my history. And lo and behold, we traced. There's not many Bledsoes in America, and we're all kin. We all came over from one person, which was came from England in the 1600s. His family was granted 1,000 acres in Northumberland, Virginia. Well, he His name is George Louis Bledsoe. He came from Bledsoe Castle in England, and the connection there is that Lady Margaret Beauchamp, the first Tudor, the most powerful lady in all of the UK back in those days. Her son was the king, King Henry VII. We're directly related to her. Well, King Henry VII had a prophecy called the prophecy of Merlin. I didn't know any of this. This came to me through Diana Pasulka, Tim Taylor, and then figuring my history. But according to King Henry VII, he had a prophecy that someone in his lineage would reveal the prophecy of Merlin. So I didn't study this. It was all done for me. And the sword and the stone is a real thing. It is really real. The Lady of the Lake is the lady that we learned. But that sword is in the stone in Tuscany, Italy. And it was Saint Galgano Dugatti. That was a Knights Crusader that had an experience with an angel. And he ended up being a hermit, and because everybody criticized him, but he had orbs around him and animals just like Francis. So they made him a saint. His name is Saint Galgano Guidotti. And he was the one that thrust the sword into the stone. And you can pull it up on Google and see the sword in Tuscany, Italy.
Chris, remind me which of your ancestors was at the crash and burial in Texas a couple
Yeah,
hundred years ago?
that would be George Lewis, George Lawson. So he was a direct descendant of George Lewis in the 18. You remember the Aurora crash in Texas, the sky ship that crashed into the windmill. They called it a ship, not a flying saucer. Um, Supposedly there was a little alien buried there in the graveyard in the Bledsoe cemetery plot, which is George Lewis Lawson Bledsoe. So one of the first sightings in America was by one of my ancestors. This is all by NASA people from, my friend Tim has really spearheaded all this research.
That is amazing. Wow. But can you remind us what is the prophecy of Merlin? I'm not familiar with that.
I really, you can Google it, and was this just long-winded? But basically, the truth about this, phenomena is going to come exposed by somebody in that legacy.
All right, let's get to Jenny.
Hey. Okay, there we go. Thanks, guys. Good questions. By the way, every single question has been phenomenal and enjoying. I wanted to ask really quick. You had mentioned JPL a little bit ago. Somebody came to you from there, and I was kind of ask you about. I find it interesting. Way back into like the Vril Society, Alice Bailey, United Nations, Church of Scientology, JPL, Jack Parsons. All these people have been kind of. Very in NASA, very big so, going into meditative states to find information and technology from other dimensions through people
Yeah.
speaking through other dimensions. And one of the things I'm interested in is the Freemasons. From my understanding, and this is my theory, and if you don't mind, Chris, tell me because I think about it a lot. It'd be great if you could just solve it for me now. But is that after the last cataclysmic event, the religion that was kind of pushed towards this mankind today actually removed the divine feminine from it, and that's the Abrahamic religions now are missing something. That's sort of what I feel either over the past cataclysms, but she was forced out, on purpose and in order to control, and maybe that's why she's coming back. I'm kind of asking, do you believe all of those things are sort of related? The channeling, like in the Monroe. I also did put a lot of the information I have in the bubble. If anybody wants to hear some of the Monroe sort of meditation and talking they do, I got a whole archive down there that you could check out since you had talked about remote viewing and the Monroe Institute. Is all of this sort of related in what we have is a one part going towards bad guys sort of, or like using it for power and control, and the other just the natural law?
Well, there again, you got to look at it as not alien, but angelic and demonic. Don't let nobody tell you that it's not real, because in fact, 100% real. And I've seen enough to know for sure. I have friends that were exorcists and priests that I've studied with, and they've showed me real exorcisms that they never show. In fact, they were hesitant to share it with me. But I've seen some things where people were growling like a man and come levitating up off the bed, and inverted crosses rise up 3 inches out of their stomach and stuff. So for anybody to think it's not real, you need to really go back and think again, because it in fact is, and that's the way this world is made up: light and dark, negative and positive, yin and yang, good and bad. Tim Taylor explained that to me. He's like, the earth is a diode. The sun shines on it, creates an energy. So the earth is an energy creating machine, and it has these lines that run all around it, negative lines and positive lines. And in those lines run negative entities and positive entities. And the Freemasons figured out through Egypt how to take pendulums and find these lines, which is a grid. Sometimes these lines are 10 feet apart. And what they told me was that when they laid out Washington, they doused it with dowsing, pendulums to find these lines, and then they transmute these negative lines upwards in the sky. But the way I was told, for example, if you have a child, that one of those negative lines, or your grandma or mom, you move in a house and one of those negative lines runs through that child's bedroom, it'll end up sick or dead early of age, because these negative energies are running through that line, and they see this child and they affect him. So I know people that clear houses and transmute these lines. They find them going through houses. So it's more.
Do we call them ley lines? Is that what we would call them now, or what
Well,
I would recognize them as?
some people call them that, but they're more of an electrical grid of negative and positive energies. You can't have one without the other. A battery for a car is a negative and a positive pole. It will not work without both. And that's the difference. And there's millions of negative entities that you can be exposed to if you don't have God in your heart and you're grumpy and hateful to others and self-centered. Well, you're open to a whole lot of negativity, and you'll end up being miserable. Things will fall apart. But if you just have a faith a little bit and have joy in your heart, you don't got to worry about them negative lines.
So,
You don't
Chris,
have to.
so you were saying that they're not, to you. You're quite confident they're not quote unquote aliens, but they're angels and demons.
Yep.
What is the difference? I mean, is it possible for them to be both? That they could be, alien is a pretty flexible word. It just means the other, I guess, right? And we are not angels and demons, so by that loose definition, they could be alien. But like, how do you define the differences between aliens and angels/demons?
Well, no, aliens, there again, I haven't had that experience to where I'm dealing with an alien. Um, I have friends in NASA who've told me that the archons are the little grays, and that they're very bad. You don't want to be nowhere near them. So they're like a demonic type entity, but they're more probably an alien. With real demons, demonic beings are non physical. They possess your thoughts, make you do crazy things. They make you sad. They feed off the negative energy. And the ultimate thing is they feed off your soul. Hope you just never figure it out and completely be godless, and then you lose your soul here on this level. This is one of the levels. The Bible talks about 7 levels that you have to go through. Well, that sounds much like reincarnation, right? But anyhow, the demons are non-physical shapeshifters.
And so the angels are physical at least some of the time, and
They can be whatever.
so like okay, I don't know if we have time to describe the whole experience I had, but I have a lot to say about it. But part of it, sorry for the spoilers, was when that thing came when I was talking to your daughter about channeling through creativity, because she's also an artist like myself who does music, and that's kind of my initial connection to these type of things. And she said it was for her in many ways as well. And when that happened, also in addition to the other thing that was going on with my spine, which is a whole other simultaneous subplot, there was that thing, that manifestation, a creative manifestation as described by you and your family, flying over my shoulder, right? So that
Yeah.
looked physical to me. I didn't touch it yet, but it seemed like okay. I have a lot of questions, but let me just kind of touch on a few of them. So like the going back to the hedgehog, right? Uh, um, the creature without, I guess, a headless hedgehog without prickly things.
Yeah.
So the
Right.
the thing that kind of sailed over my shoulder. At first, I thought maybe it was a bat because it was nighttime, but it wasn't flapping wings, and it was kind of like a little spaceship. But it was also seemed very organic, and it seemed very real and tangible, right? Whereas the orbs in the distance seem like, oh, maybe they're lights or etheric beings, but this one seemed like an organism, right? Which reminded me of when you describe in your beautiful book the hedgehog, right? And then also you're
Yeah.
talking about the your epic first hang sesh with the lady and the cow charging at you or bull. So honing in on the texture of these beings, seemingly tangible beings. Was it all this? Were there similarities with the hedgehog and the cow, and also the thing hanging out and sailing over my shoulder? Because what it looked like, because I had a pretty close glance at it, it looked like it had like feathers, but they weren't really feathers. It was like a feather like pattern, but made out of like almost like dark alien skin. Did you see that the same way?
Well, remember I told you when you were here, I see those a lot. They look like birds. Sometimes they can look like a real big bird, but they'll appear in front of me and fly off and disappear, all in 10-foot streaks, or the. But and I've even seen what looks like a book, actually Harry Potter book. You see him on his show flying about. Well, I've seen that as well. But it's all the same phenomenon. The same orbs that are up there in the sky shining the lights on you are the same ones down ground level interacting with you, and they can show up however they want. They can look like a bug, they can look like a Sasquatch. They can look like a full blown person. My mom's at Walmart crying. My dad dies, and this man, she has this man pat her on the shoulder, and she's in the gift card aisle crying her eyes out. And he looks at her and told her everything that happened to her, and that my dad was going to be all right and not to worry. And this guy vanishes right there with her standing in Walmart.
Okay, it's got to drill in
So
a
they
little bit
can,
more, and then we'll get to the hands. Really appreciate this. So, okay, you're saying demons are non-physical. Can you see them,
yeah,
however?
no,
Got
not that I'm
so the
aware of.
orbs then you consider that to be obviously visible and also physical, or are the orbs sometimes not physical but just visual?
They can be either or. They can appear as a human. They can appear as a glowing figure, which I have it on video, of an orb flashing, and out steps a 7-foot tall white glowing being 6 foot from me, right in front of me, 6 foot away. This isn't like a long ways away. I've never shared this video. People are like, "Do you ever see him up close?" Well, yeah, I got a being coming out of an orb, and he's glowing white, and he's 7 foot tall. And but they can appear any way they want. But the demonic entities has to possess the body. Example, Legion in the Bible. Jesus comes up on a cave, and there's this guy named Legion, and he's laying out with the pasture with pigs. This is a story. And when he walked up, the demonic entities recognized him and said, "Why are you here to persecute me?" And they knew he was going to cast them out, and they begged him, "Please don't cast us. We can't survive in arid places." This is in the Bible. Anybody can read it. And so he says, "Get out." And he allowed them to get into the hogs. So 1,000 pigs went down the hill and drowned themselves, which Jesus knew that was going to happen, right? So they were cast out, and their essence was ended, I guess, because they were cast out of the animals. So animals, these demonic entities, can be in a dog or anything. You, me, animals.
Thanks so much. Okay, thank you for the hands also waiting. I want to welcome Alex. If you can hear me, how's it going?
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Mellow. Thank you, Science Bob, and thank you, Chris, for hosting this space and giving me an opportunity to talk. Life is like a roller coaster, and I would like to ask Chris, based on your experiences and your
Can you guys
insight into
hear? Or do I
higher
have to
consciousness.
recycle myself, maybe?
Oh,
No. He's
Okay, I'll
talking.
recycle. Please continue, sir.
thank you. Based on your experiences and your insight into higher consciousness, what practical steps or practices can we all take to raise our vibrational energy during challenging times when we're down and to maintain it when we're up?
That's a journey for all of us to stay there. But I'd recommend turning off all the news. Don't pay attention to the news because I don't trust nothing they say. Anything. I don't trust them um, because they're censoring us and they're lying to us and they're creating division within the people and creating fear, and all that's lowering our vibration, completely lowering it to a point that we'll never awaken. And I think that is one of the things you need to do. Turn it all off. Turn off anything and anybody that's not friendly and they're negative, and just don't be around them. And you'll find out in about 2 weeks how much happier you really are. And this connection will strengthen greatly.
And Chris, would you also say that this is something I kind of do as well, and it's written in the Bible that we can control our thoughts,
Yeah,
and you have a choice to believe in fear, you have a choice to believe in love,
yeah,
and I think after a while, like you say, it's a journey. You got to learn how to do that,
yeah,
so that as soon as the negative feelings come, whether it's something negative happening around you at work or whatever, you can switch your mind off of that and try to feed on the positive parts of it. And
yeah,
I think, is that what you kind of agree with?
yeah, 100%. I look the other way. If something's going down, I turn around and walk out and I wash it out of my brain. I don't want it in there. I don't want it near me. And if anybody's been to Greece, the Greeks know this better than anything. They're so big about speaking negative. You never do that, ever. That would curse your own self. They're so weird about it. They would not say that my left hand is better than my right, because to compare one hand to the other in a negative way, you just cast a negative spell on yourself. This is how important it is to stay positive.
I couldn't agree more with you, Chris. My name is Andy Tominaga. I'm from Utah, and I've been experiencing these orbs. And I know you've
We
been
do
talking.
have a hand process, Andy.
Oh, I've been waiting for so long. I'm sorry. I just thought it was my opportunity because it said the mic was on. So I just wanted to appreciate Chris because he gave me the courage to talk about these orbs in Utah. And I know you've been talking about Utah for years and everything, and they've been giving me a message about stop the weapons and the war profiteering and the wars. And I've been trying to reach out to you for months now, Chris, and I haven't been able to get a hold of you, but I think I've been praying to be able to talk to you, and I just wanted to thank you for your time. I don't want to conserve everyone else's time, but for some reason, the mic was on this, and so I just wanted to thank you, Chris, because I've been trying to reach out to you and your family because I know you've been talking about Utah, and I've been reaching out with these orbs that have been interacting with me, excuse me. And so on my Instagram, you can see these orbs that I've been interacting with. But I just wanted to appreciate you because I'm a pharmacist in Utah. So really, I have so much to lose for my professional career. But as an experiencer and knowing what's going on, it means so much to me that you've been here for me, man. I know I've gone through so much trauma, but I just wanted to thank you and just reach out to you guys and say thank you for this opportunity because I didn't think I was going to be, I didn't think I'd have the opportunity to talk to you, but for some reason, these orbs wanted me to reach out to you. And so I've been trying to reach out to you for months through your website, through Instagram, through Twitter, but no messages. I don't know if you haven't seen them, but I just wanted to
thank you for everything you've done to give me the courage to come forward. Okay.
Can I just say thank you as well to Jason and to Chris?
Thank you.
Chris, your mic is muted.
You're welcome. Okay. Send me a message. I've been, a lot of people's been trying to get me, but when I wrote this book, I went on a tour basically, and I've been gone. I was on the road one.
Hey, Andrew, mute your mic. You're echoing.
So I've been on the road. My wife and I took off on a span for 26 weeks. We were on the road from DC twice to Oregon to California and everywhere in between. I was just in Nashville last week talking to Sean Ryan from the Sean Ryan Show. I did an interview with him. It'll come out next month. But yeah, it's been crazy. So, like I said, I'm 8,000 emails behind on my one of my website for sure, and um, I have people that help screen some of this stuff so I can concentrate. Just I get so far behind. So I apologize if I hadn't answered you. But just hit me up because I'd like to mention something about Utah. I'm coming out there.
No, seriously, I appreciate you. I've been experiencing orbs and getting these telepathic messages that I've never experienced before, and so they've been trying to get me to get a hold of you for months. So I've been trying to reach out to your family too. I love your son's show. Bledsoe said so, and it's like gotten me this whole like new vision about the Bible and everything. So I just want to thank you for everything. Okay.
Thank you, Jason. And maybe we'll see you in Utah for too long.
BC, you're up.
Good evening. Thank you for bringing me up. I'm very curious about just some other questions, Mr. Bledsoe. Where you heard in your podcast or your sons where you have a nice flying history with aircraft, where you did a lot of flying, pretty advanced aircraft, maybe.
Yeah.
And I just was curious if you could tell something about that, just your history with that. And then I'm also very, very curious about your interaction with MUFON, when all that maybe started, or the paranormal, or things like that. I saw a picture of you with Chase Koletsky. I'm not sure how to pronounce her last
Yeah.
name, but
Right.
so that goes way back. So maybe you were interacting with that group, sometime before, maybe. Anyway, just your history of that with MUFON. And then I've just got one follow up thing about the simulation, but I'll let you just talk about that. And then I want to just follow up. Thank you.
Well, the MUFON thing is just too complex. I write it in detail in my book. So you can find out anything you want about that and Chase Klotsky, how she got involved, an experience she and I had together of missing time. Yeah, it's just a whole nother animal on that. I could take up 20, 30 minutes telling that part. It's all in the book there. I hate to kind of get out on you, but what was the second question?
Well, I was just wondering if you could tell about the aircraft and stuff, your flight history, and instead of going into detail about MUFON and Koletsky, can you just give a date range when you got involved with MUFON? I mean, when you first started there, and then yeah.
I reported it in October of 2007. And they called me the very next day and wanted to come, and I wouldn't let them until February of 2008. And they came with 6 investigators from Colorado to Maryland, and they stayed somebody on me for months. They begged me to do a UFO show with um, the Discovery Channel, Promise and the Family. We're going to vindicate you. And instead, they did a hit piece on me. Even Jim told me when he saw it, he was so angry with them because he knew that they did a hit piece on me. So,
And Campion was the jerk behind it.
yeah, Carry On, James.
I meant Carrie.
Yeah. And so I don't like bringing that up. As far as the airplane, I started flying in 1984, 83, late 83, early 84. I was licensed as a private pilot in 84. So I had started in 83. And then I went on to school for 12 years. I got my multi-engine commercial instrument ratings where I flew. I never flew for an airline. I was going on to American Airlines or Piedmont. I had a seat there. I could have went. But when we had our third child, my wife and I decided that I wouldn't take a job to be gone 5-6 days a week. I wanted to be here for my kids. So I gave up 12 years of study. I still continued to teach weather for the FAA, college level. And so I did that for a long time at the local community college, teaching weather because I became an expert in it and certified by the FAA, federal government actually, to do it. So, yeah, that was my love. I did a lot of charter flying, hauling congressmen to mail, and did it day and night. At night in the rainstorms, I've hauled people all over from Maine to Texas and all out and everywhere else in between, flying charter. So that's my love, my first love.
God sauce. Hello, God sauce.
Yes, sir. I'm out here tending a fire. Wonderful space. I'm quite excited to finally get up here. Yeah, I every time I go into my story with whoever the orbs show up, Kimball, UFO intros. He's been the only person in this community to interview me, but he had a significant, very powerful encounter during that process. So, so I guess my question is, excuse me, do you know of this esoteric, hidden, maybe a cult thing of being the actual person to destroy the universe and recreate it?
No, I don't know anything about that. That I don't think no human could do such. It would be God that created it and God that
Right,
destroyed it.
right, right. So, yeah, this is a delusion that I've carried with me for 24 years now, because Michael's gone, but the source took his place, and so this is why I'm Godhead Source, God Sauce, whatever you want to call it. And I would love to have a later conversation then with you about this. I didn't know if you had experienced this yourself or not, but there's so much, and I want to get you a signed copy of my brother's book, Alchemically Stoned: The Psychedelic Secrets of Freemasonry.
Cool.
What do you think about psychedelics and how they fit into this whole thing?
I don't know. I've not done that. It scares me to death to think about doing it, although some people do and have experiences. But you don't need to. You don't need to do any of that to experience this. It's all in our head. It's all in our mind. And when you understand it and can control it, it'll come when you ask. And that's the thing that I've
Right.
had for all these years. I understand what I'm looking at, and the conversation flows. It's not like I'm guessing.
Right. Yeah, I've had this telepathic. It's almost like you're arguing with yourself. It's so fast and immediate, but the intelligence behind the answer is like beyond what I think my brain could do. Absolutely.
So the most
Um,
incredible thing
yeah.
is if you stood here for to see it react when I say a prayer, maybe in front of everybody, and all of a sudden, boom, the sky lights up, and here they come. that's life changing to see it react that way, and that's just,
Right. I could imagine
yeah,
that. Yeah, that being life
All right,
changing
yeah.
let's get to
for.
Ursula.
Yeah.
Ursula.
Oh, hi. Hi, Chris, again. I was going to ask if you have any native ancestry, and also like these beings that you're in contact with, do you think they'll ever share their technology with humans, and the healing aspect of it, their healing, do you think they'll ever share that with us?
Well, yeah, but that's very complex. But yeah, I think that everybody's gonna to know the technology is already being used. 'Cause I've been behind the scenes working with some people that let's just say metal. I had 3 pieces of metal that dripped off an orb, and the government took it and classified it. Said you're not going to get it back, and chalk it up for your country. Well, that particular metal, I've studied it, and I've been in the meetings with people from that community that they have used this metal for a lot of things in our medical industry, like hip joints, spine, uh, the metal and stuff they put in your body. This new metal has human DNA in it. How did they mix human DNA into metal? I wonder how. They didn't know how to do it. They figured it out on the Challenger space shuttle. I tell you how long ago that's been. When Judy Resnick supposedly died, when it blew up, she died in that thing. Um, but they were already testing this metal way back then. And just say to have human DNA in metal opens the door for a lot of things, such as your tendons growing to this metal instead of the hip joint failing, because it's just a titanium piece of metal that they use super glue to glue your muscles and all to it. Tendon. Now this stuff is so advanced they can give you an injection to a child. Let's say a child has his hip joint replaced from cancer. They can give an injection and it'll grow with the child as he grows up. All this stuff is top secret or has been secret. Of course, I wrote about it in my book. So anybody wanting to learn more, you pick up this book and you'll see a whole lot more about my experience in the medical industry and the things that I've been shown. So yeah, the technology is already there.
AJ. How you doing, my friends? What a great space. I just have a couple of quick points. And one is the idea of extraterrestrials kind of making themselves known a little bit in this, simulation, I'll call it, for lack of an argument. And I believe these extraterrestrials, or whatever they are, they're kind of keeping a distance. So I don't know if they would want to be seen. However, I believe by us seeing them, it opens up something within us. It creates like an awakening. Again, you would see this in some kind of simulation, like a code. And we're awakening to something that's very powerful. And it should be a positive thing, because as we're starting to find out, if anybody believes in channeling, or alleged extraterrestrial contact, some of these people blow my mind. And they'll tell you, you don't have to worry about technologies. Your body, the mind itself, heals the body. And we're starting to find out more and more about the human body. And the human body, I'm just going to give you one tidbit of the human body. We have 50 trillion cells. One human cell can store the data of 3 billion lines of code. Google runs on 2 billion lines of code. So we humans, each and every one of us, are superhuman. And this extraterrestrial and technology is starting to awaken us to this. And one more thing, I'll just talk about the idea of demons too. Again, it would make me believe we're in a simulation. And the idea of demons would be like a self-destruct button that we incarnate with. so that if we do get negative, if we're not living a full life, we have this self-destruct button, and it acts as, you would call it, a demon or a negative entity. However, it's something to bring you to rock bottom. And at rock bottom, oftentimes people don't find the devil. That's where they find God. So yeah, I see everything conspiring in our favor in this reality. So that's all I had to say. But great
Well,
space.
great. We are fighting the devil or the dark force because there's a whole group of people worship it.
Yeah,
And
but
they,
in a way, with the dark forces, I understand that. Now, the dark forces are rising. They're impossible to beat. They have all the resources in the world. So now a bunch of nobodies have to get together and discover the power within and figure this out.
yeah,
Don't you guys see this is the exact simulation we would all choose? And in this lifetime, in this age of information, we're going to be able to transport as much information as possible so we could defeat these forces. And that's why you're seeing all this political strife. It's all to take everybody's attention off of coming together and discovering the mysteries of this reality. Because as soon as we do discover the patterns and mysteries, then it's game over. We become the magicians. And I
right.
believe that's what it's all about. And the journey, in my opinion, the journey is the destination. And we can't think of about a better simulation than an impossible evil that runs this world. And we have to rise. And in that, we're going to learn. And I think that's a great situation we're in. And I love you guys.
Yeah, I think it's the Bible too. I think, I don't know if you agree with this, Chris, but in my mind, I'm a Christian also, but it says literally, Christ said this, that we are given the power over Satan and the demons, and it's
Yeah.
a channeling, and we can even heal by laying on hands and
Yeah.
all those other things. Um, so it's actually part of I think, the force for life. Would you kind of agree with that, Chris? Yeah, but still, I want to make sure clear that they're demonic entities that want to take your life and suck you into misery. And so many people get possessed and they kill their mom. They end up in prison. They make the person miserable. So you can lose your soul here in this world, this level. In fact, I would relate Earth more like hell, if there is such a thing. We're in the lowest level where 99% of the people have nothing and 1% have it all. And those 1% want to control what you think. They want your thoughts. So they're working for the dark force. They worship it. They do rituals on TV. They have all the music stars on everybody's, all these guys watching football on Sunday, and they're doing Beyonce riding a demon across the stage and doing all this worship. Why do they do that? It isn't for fun, I can tell you. They know it pisses everybody off, but they do it. And they do it because that's what they do. They worship the devil. And if everybody watches it, well, you're giving it power. So we got to overcome the dark force, the true dark force, or this group of people that basically runs the world. They worship it. Just 1%, a lot of them, not all, but that's what they're doing. It's evident just for anybody to see.
UFO Spidey. Paul, you there? Let's go with Darren. Cool, and we're going to wrap it up relatively soon, as Chris has to go to sleep eventually. But yeah, let's try to get through some more hands. And Darren, how's it going, man?
Hi Mellow. I'm glad I made it. I'm in the UK, so this started very late my time. So hi Science Bob, Jason, what a lovely panel. My question to Chris is pretty a simple one because I haven't read his book. I've been here for about an hour and I've been so impressed with your responses and the experiences of yours that I've heard. My question, Chris, is what would you say is the most pressing
or most urgent message you would want to share to this space?
Thanks a lot. You'll have to unmute your mic. I had to mute it for you. Chris?
Unmute, Chris.
Oh my God, don't tell me we lost him. I don't know why this thing keeps leaving every now and then. I have Did to you hear my reload. Hi, Chris, did you hear my question? To say it again, the last part of it. So I had to. Okay. What I was saying was that I was very impressed with your responses and all of the experiences that you've shared. I haven't read your book, so I don't have any specific to ask you, but I can just feel that energy and that wisdom. So, what would you say is the most pressing message you would want to share to this space, especially as we're wrapping up soon, anyway? I would say the most pressing message is to recognize this for what it is, so people don't run from it and because somebody said, "Oh, it's an alien that's going to eat you," or it's this mean orb that. I would say that we all need to find that if we're going to change this world, we got to change internally. The people inside have to change because right now it's too far divided. The dark force has us a noose around us. They're trying to take everything we have and our rights. And this is not just here. This is around the world, everywhere. There's a plan. And honestly, if you read the Bible, the last book tells you exactly what's happening right now. And it ends in a good way for us, not for them. So it's definitely pressing that we all awaken and have this experience inside and everybody to have it. So we all are drawn back to our roots and unite in prayer that all this dirty, ugly division goes away. And it will if we all awaken, unite. We become very powerful.
VC, you're up.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, I just wanted to get to that other thing I was trying to bring up before about the simulation. This will be a little wordy, but I'll try to be as concise as I can. As you know, you met John Alexander, who's got a background, in non-lethal weapons. He's very interested in the paranormal, and you know about Skinwalker Ranch and how that was also a research project. Where they were studying things futuristic, 50 years into the future, and now we've got holography out in the wild now that can portray all kinds of imagery on stages with multiple characters, look very realistic. We have drones now up in the sky, all kinds of satellites. I mean, the place is being flooded with all kinds of lights in the sky. And the military obviously is developing technology to do these things already. And Skinwalker, I believe, was definitely a part of that with that futuristic studies out to 50 years. They're experimenting on things like this already. So I'm just wondering, a child now who's like 5 years old or less is already in a simulation in my mind, because we've got the AI, video imagery, pictures, everything can be generated, and they're not, they're not living out in the real world like we grew up without these things, right, without that influence. So I'm just wondering how is this going to be distinguishable from what you're experiencing or having when all this technology and abilities are out there flooded, for all to see, that it's indistinguishable. So it seems like humanity is taking control over the simulation to project and make any belief system a reality almost. You see what I'm saying? Like it's superseding what maybe this more primitive or communication that was going beforehand. Now we've overtaken it with technology. Does that make any sense? What I'm getting at, and that seems to be a real problem for the future generations that are coming up now.
It's definitely a problem because when we die off and the little ones come along, there won't be no more religion. It'll be whatever they tell you. And I have a 4-year-old grandson. I worry every day of my life about his future because these people up here, they're crazy. There's a bunch of maniacs trying to change everything. Nowadays people don't even know what a woman is anymore. Hell, I'm 63 years old and I've known what a woman is all my life, and now they're just saying, they can't. I mean, let me up on the stage. We'll figure out real quick, what a woman is. So you see what I mean? They're perverting our kids. They want to give them, all this in elementary and give them pornography books to read at a 5-year-old. Think about that. So who is doing this negative, dark thing to the people? I will revert right back to that same crowd that worships the devil. They're actively doing that and convincing us nothing exists. There is no such thing, whilst they are enjoying the power from it.
UFO Spidey Paul, are you there now? I think he went to sleep. Screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go here in a minute. It's 1:30 in the morning here. It's 4.5 hours on this
I
thing.
appreciate your time, Chris. I'll make this one quick for you. I love what you're, speaking on here tonight. It's right up my alley. I'm also probably like the only one in here that hasn't met you yet either. I'm a Carolina boy. I'll have to come to the River Fest. But you brought up Merlin and the Sword in the Stone, right? And I'm always talking about how if you look into that, Merlin tells Arthur before they get to the lady that she could appear as anything, and then just to be respectful and that type of thing. And when they leave, she's a fairy or a fae, right, from the fairy realm essentially, and they leave with the sword. But what a lot of people don't talk about is the sheath or the scabbard that it goes in, because it also says that while he's wearing that or it's in his proximity, if he gets cut, that he won't bleed, right? So there's few cases where maybe it's like a crash retrieval, or you mentioned like the anchor getting stuck. I think the anchor was left behind in one case, but there's few cases where objects are actually left behind after these experiences. And they seem to be, when they're analyzed, they seem to be like laid down in a super rare way on the atomic level, like it was made in a vacuum. And then that got me into the metamaterials. And then you mentioned that black glass looking stuff. If you had to guess, whether these are beings actually making these objects, or whether it's kind of like the thought helping create it or manifest it. Um, and would you say that that black glass stuff could possibly be some type of like graphite or something of that nature?
Well, like I said, I've had the metal. I owned it, and I've been offered $1 billion for one piece since they took that metal. If I can get a hold of another piece, that's what it's worth. So you reckon I'm not looking every day, right?
I feel that. I feel that. I just they're coming out with some new stuff with this like magic angle graphene and stuff like that, and dielectrics. Like I float beetle wings around with static electricity, and it just that's what it reminded me of when I heard you describing it. So I was just curious.
Thanks so much. UFO Spidey, I think, is sleeping. Um, are we? Have we reached our threshold? I'm getting a little tired too, so I can put my words together. I will
Poor
try my
Chris.
best.
He's hoarse.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, can you hear me? Is he talking?
I don't hear him. I don't hear him.
Okay, the slumber party might have started already. It happens sometimes. When you wake up, you have to make sure you share your dreams to the group, though, however. Okay, well, hopefully we can say goodnight to Chris if he's not already asleep. And,
I don't see him. I think he left.
oh, well, he did say he was exhausted. So let me
I
check
got
and
too
see.
close to the truth.
Yeah, he's probably out looking for that $1 billion, metallic dripping thing that comes out of the orbs from time to time, and I will be looking for that too. Some, because
Hey,
that's
we can make some if you want.
deal. Yeah, we'll have to pretend like it's the real thing,
Yeah,
Bob.
we were going over that technology, and they were saying that the only hard vacuum that's close to us, because our hydrogen geocorona goes out 630,000 kilometers, is the interstitial layer between the inside and outside of the orb creates a hard vacuum, and then the slag. Um, yeah, yeah, I can see that. Fascinating.
Um, Science, Bob, do you see him in the listening section? Someone
Nope,
says,
I
okay.
don't.
Someone mentioned they saw him, but there's a lot of people to search through. Let's see. I'm just gonna scan down a bit. Let me also send him a text message while you guys repartee. And if you guys are down, I mean, my brain is like half asleep, but we got Jason here, we got Science Bob, and all the brilliant compadres, and so we can hang for at least a bit if you guys want and reflect upon what we've discussed so far. Please continue, and I'll reach out to Chris.
Yeah, I just got a quick question out there that maybe somebody that's read his book or something, I'd be very curious where he talked about. He did want to go into it because he said it'd take him like 30 minutes to describe it. But does anybody know? Because I asked him about Chase Koletsky, and he knows her. And how does he go into any detail in the book about their, how they met up and things like that? Because
Yes.
she has a fascinating story about a sighting she had. It's her greatest sighting ever in Tennessee that occurred. And I really wanted to get a question over to Chris on that because I'm sure they've discussed that. And and it's really important to get an answer on that at some point. But I guess we're going to miss that with Chris. But can anybody say what the circumstances were with that meeting, or how he knows Chase? And does anybody know how far back he goes with MUFON? I mean, he mentioned
No, no, no,
2007.
no, no. Listen, listen.
Yeah, yeah.
He never had a relationship with MUFON in any way. He reported his 2007 interface, and they came. He finally allowed them to visit him in 2008, and in 2009, they put together this uh, horrible documentary in which they look. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. They brought in a polygrapher who asked him 57 unique questions over a 6-hour period and called that a professional polygraph. So it was a hit job, and they did a number on him, and it caused him and his family absolute misery in the town they lived in. The people from his church were meeting him at his front door every day and sprinkling him with holy water as he came out to try to get the demons off of him.
Hey,
I mean, MUFON did a horrible job, and Carrion deserves to be Carrion in hell.
Oh, well,
really
but
quickly,
just
Mellow.
Oh
I
yeah, one
don't.
sec. Hey Doomer, hey
yeah,
Bob. We have Chris
You
back
brought him
with
up,
us. Can
right?
you hear me? Hey Chris.
Yeah, I hear you. This thing dropped off for some reason again.
but he didn't have a bad relationship with Chase. I think he knew Chase.
No, no,
Okay.
Chase had already been removed from the star team, but when she came to visit him.
Right, right. That's what I was just wondering about, if they had discussed this Tennessee case, because that's really an important case. It was her most important case ever, and people really don't know about that, I think. And she said some very interesting things about that. That and her sighting like that was absolutely too good to be true. That it was like a setup, like it was staged, and and I have her words about this on a podcast. So I'm just was curious if she ever discussed that with Mr. Bledsoe, because Chris Bledsoe, just because they have this communication or friendship, and that was an impactful thing in her life, and what she might have thought about that. Because like I say, some of this technology I think is out in the wild,
and it's already being used for other purposes. So, and if she thought that, I'm just curious about what's going on with that, and if he ever discussed it with her. Anyway, that was my point. Thank you. Yeah, I did discuss it with her. In fact, you read the book about Chase, she had quit because of sexual discrimination. MUFON never and hated them. And she came to my house to tell me that my case had been closed by somebody in Australia, and there was not one record of me nowhere at MUFON. It's all been purged. You know, they did a video and 6 journals on me. 6. One of them claiming my son was abducted by Bigfoot in a state park. This is what they did. So Chase came and helped me write a letter of cease and desist to Jan Hartson at MUFON. So she was against them, and she came in. And then I learned about her Tennessee experience, and I know who it was with, 100% who it was with. He's a race car driver, one of the most famous of all. And he had been seeing these things and flying about over his farm. And she got to go there and got to see something. I won't speak for her, but that was it. She had an experience there, but she's had them with me as well. She had missing time, her and her husband both, and there was 8 of us had missing time together.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Are you at your limit? Is it time to hop on the sleepy time train?
Yeah, it's been 4.5, almost 5 hours, and I'm totally exhausted. Usually I'm in the bed by 11 o'clock at least, and so I've enjoyed it though, and maybe we can do it again at some point.
Chris,
Yeah,
I can't thank you enough, brother. And I'll look forward to seeing you at the river.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be
yeah, that'd
great.
be really cool, Chris. I'm glad to get you onboarded on the app. Thanks for coming in. I know a lot of people are timid about what can go down on this app, and we do a lot to curate the community to be respectful, especially for experiencers as well. Thanks. And one thing potentially we can consider is bringing in other members of your family to so we can get the sort of Rashomon multifaceted perspective. It's one of the unique things about your beautiful story is that it's the family coming together through these challenges, and each bringing your own unique insights and variations of the experience together. So it's something to consider.
Hey, Mellow, Science Bob, Jason, you guys have been running an amazing space. Chris Bledsoe, it's an honor to have you here. Is there any way I can ask about predictions coming up through the election next year, at least up until 2026? Because I have a feeling I'll never be able to ask you a question about 6 months to 1 year out. Is that okay?
Well, let's just say the lady, a lot of her communication to me was about this election, if that tells you anything.
Chris Bledsoe, we have nothing but the utmost respect for you, but I won't get an opportunity to hear. Do you mind laying everything out on the table with the caveat that we're not going to hold you to anything? Do you mind speculating a bit? Because we can read all your books, but we can't get your speculation in the books. If there's one night where you can just go nuts, could you go nuts right now and just say like what your best guess is, what's coming up?
No, I can't go nuts. I'm saving a lot of this information for my next book without spilling it all over the world.
Right, but your next book isn't going to come out before the election. Can we at least get something about the election?
Well, I don't know about the election.
Okay.
There's no telling what's going on there, but the aftermath of what's going to happen is not looking pretty at all.
Irrespective of which side you're on, each side is angry at the other one. It's going to get rough.
Well, you got that, and you got these crazy people, fighting each other over Israel and the Ukraine, and we're looming World War III. And you remember, I put this in writing. I'll tell you one more thing. She told me, and I put this in writing to the Pentagon. The very word she said was that people in power are scripting the book of Revelations to bring about the end of the world. That's their plan, and we can change that. So we're going to wake the people up to to open their hearts and minds and reunite the people under, this divine force. This is what she said. To
What does your book do? When can we expect it?
it's going to be probably summertime.
Summertime.
Yeah, but I've got another book. You can read that one. It's
Oh,
a
I'm gonna read all of them. I'm a huge fan. Is there anything else that you can give us up until summertime, just as a prediction?
No, I can't tell you anymore. There, it's just so many people ask me that, and everybody wants what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but I would
Okay.
tell you, I would tell everybody on here, store up 3 months of food, just to be safe. Store up, because there's some things that I've seen and that I know and that I've heard. Even people on the inside are telling me better store up for 3 or 4 months just to be
Civil
safe.
War, economic
Well,
collapse,
it won't be no civil war. It will be more like,
blackout.
no, well, that's possible.
Depopulation.
Well, they're arming. I can tell you this. I went to the gun store and bought a brand new pistol this week. First one I ever bought, really, in years and years and years. And I can tell you that before, it took 2 weeks of background checks at the sheriff's department to get a possible okay on a permit. You wouldn't know if you're going to get one or not. And a lot of people don't. For a handgun, you buy a 22 rifle at Walmart, right? You still got to go through the paperwork. But now a handgun, you can walk right in the store and sign the document and walk out with it. They even charge you before you even do the background check. And the background check now, they ask you 4 or 5 questions. But what's crazy on that background check is the lines where migrants and non-citizens can buy a gun right here in America and walk right out the door with it, a handgun. So if that don't tell you something, I don't know what to tell you. But
Chris, I really appreciate it. Yeah,
I
I
would
didn't
be
mean to cut you
paying
off.
attention to everything around us.
How can we
I
message you, Mr. Bledsoe? Is there any way?
I think this app, if you follow me, you can message me. I just opened this thing tonight, the first time. I haven't been on Twitter.
No, sir, your DMs are not open.
Oh yeah, Chris had asked me before if you guys want to reach out to me, I can help send it to him and help him turn on his DMs if he wants that as well.
Yeah.
He's supposed to keep a somewhat low-key situation until certain benchmarks are met for his various research projects and major motion picture, but we'll keep the communication flowing.
Yeah, and
much
I'll
for my
just tell you,
for indulging me.
any of the more official entities that are working with him on research projects, they have very little sense of humor.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean,
For indulging my questions. I'm
I've got
gonna
all
leave.
the best.
Go ahead, man. I'm so proud
Gotta
that
catch them all.
I'm so proud that I'm the one who asked Chris Bledsoe a question that resulted in him saying he went back and purchased a gun. It just turned into a doomer space. Chris, thank you so much for answering those last few. And anybody you see here on the panel, you should definitely follow them back. Science Bob, Jason Sands. If you follow them back, they can message you. Anybody except for VC Smart, you should definitely follow back. And Science Bob,
But
Mellow,
Doomer,
Jason.
great to have you. Just for branding purposes only, and for and for the yin yang that keeps the whole universe, balanced.
You've had an amazing space,
All
man.
of your Doomer spaces are also love and light spaces, actually too.
They're
They
filled with love and
actually
lighters.
are.
I
Oh
can't
yeah,
get rid
yeah.
of these positive people. Their love and light is everywhere.
You are one of them too. But just as a
Because we love
takeaway,
you, Doomer.
we're gonna get snacks and we're gonna get guns and we'll be just fine eventually. Hang in there, buddies.
rainbows and magnums, absolutely.
Hey guys, if everybody that's on this space can do me a favor, go buy his book. I'm so surprised how many people came up here tonight saying they never even read his book, and that's just awful in my opinion. Go get his book. There's so many things in there that you're not going to get on a podcast interview. It's very important to read. Go buy that UFO of God book. It's been out for a while. Go get it. Thank you. Good
And
night.
it's so
Yeah, thank you so
special.
much.
It's
Yep.
so special. It's the only book I'll ever be in.
yeah, you
That's
you definitely.
wonderful. And I'm
I'm
sure
sure
a
you'll
lot
make
of
the
us would
secret,
love to
Bob,
read
in
that, but
sequel.
many of us
The
can't
adventures are just
afford it.
beginning.
And
Oh
so
yeah.
we have to wait until it comes out in public libraries.
Has
I'm
he
putting
written
you
this can of
in,
worms?
Bob. You're going in my book. It's happening.
It's already in a lot of libraries.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Chris.
want to thank you for bringing up the book. I mean, it is, it is a beautiful book, and it has more information than any book I've read in modern ufology, and it's one of the best reads in general. If you want to like this helped me get my parents to take this subject more seriously. My dad read it 3 times. They saw like a craft a long time ago, but then the stigmatization and normalization, of 3D world kind of, you know how it goes. But that helped. It helped with a lot of breakthroughs in terms of people of all kinds. It's part of the reason I focus on researching and understanding this through Chris, because it's one stop shopping in terms of getting the whole world to understand this on a bigger scale, and to getting a high level verification from all these high ranking colonels and people from all these different secret projects. You'll learn about okay, here's my review, it's almost over. But you'll learn so much about the phenomena, the nature of reality, what it means to be a good person in a good family in a twisted post-truth world of corruption and toxic beings. I give it a 10 out of 10, better than Cats.
Well, I appreciate that, Ross, a whole lot. And everybody here, I've enjoyed being here. And I don't like to talk doom and gloom, but I did buy a handgun, only for just in case.
And your
Because,
next book, it comes with a free gun as well, right? When you buy your book, you get a free handgun with
well,
it.
well, it'll be more positive. I never speak negative stuff. And I'm sad for even saying that, but I feel like everybody should get their head out of the sand and go buy some extra groceries and put them up for 2 or 3 months. And if you look at the government website, FEMA and all, they say to do the same thing. But I think it's just for safety right now. There could be some virus that comes out, and suddenly you don't want to leave home. You don't want a chance going to Walmart or Walgreens or to the grocery store. You're
Hasn't
better
that
off
already
to be.
happened?
Yeah, it's already happened, and it can happen Well, again. yeah, the unfortunate part of the news I keep watching is all these weird poisonings and bad food and all this other stuff popping up all over the place. Yeah, it's everywhere, but we're going to make it. We're going to come through this. We're going to be fine. I just hope that the next 3 or 4 or 5 months turns out to be a lot better than it could.
We put your book up
Could be.
top, so anybody who wants to buy it, you should definitely hit it and purchase it. I take my usual 50% cut, but I'm sacrificing it just tonight. But absolutely, it's been amazing having you. And Mellow, we got to do this again. You know what I mean? Mellow, Science Bob, Jason Sands. We want you more in spaces, Chris. I think it's the second time you've been in here, so at least once a week. That it would be great.
Yeah, it was the first time actually in the app, though. He was on Zoom before, technically, jumping in. So I think this is still the first real space with the real UFO of God account. So we're so grateful to have you here. Well, and I'm honored to be here. I appreciate it. And we'll do it again at some point. My journey is fixing to take off again to doing a lot of traveling. And so I'll be tied up for the next couple of months anyhow. I'm so happy for you, buddy. I appreciate that, Bob. It's been crazy. I mean, overwhelming. I know it has, but you know what? This is going to make up a lot for eight really bad years. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for that. It was really 12. When the 12th year came, things changed immediately. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Brian and Junior, and yeah, everything happened good all at once, didn't it? Yeah, well, everybody got a blessing. Jeremy, and you got a grandson. Yeah, that all happened, and Emily and Jack got married. Yeah, and a lot more. She in 2019 they all graduated from college. All of them. Emily graduated from the local college here, and Jeremy graduated from UNCW, and no, from East Carolina with a master's in data analytics. He was the number one grade in the whole school, and
he comes home, Dad, I'm worried I'm not going to have a job. Everything's looking bad and I can't find a job. And I got all this college debt and they were suffering, all my kids over that. And so Jeremy gets a call right after the lady came in 2019 on Easter and told me what she told me. Within a few days, he had a job offer from East Carolina University, called him and said, we want you to come here and work for us. Your grades were impeccable. So now he's running Biovet Medical Systems at University of North Carolina, East Carolina, making $100,000 a year as a young boy. Emily gets New York University, NYU called her, said, if you'll do your master's here, we'll pay you $100 an hour to teach undergrads. All this happened within a couple of weeks after the lady came. So she got a double master's from NYU while they paid her to go. Ryan, same way. He's working
That's
at
the
Ashley
greatest way to
Furniture.
program people, pay for
Yeah,
their education.
yeah. Hey, Mr. Chris, sir, it's the doctor. Hey, I love you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, Thank you. dude. It's a fucking miracle, my friend. Sorry for cussing. Like everybody else, nervous, man, because like you did something. Like when I saw you on Danny's podcast, like it became realer with you, man. And whatever you're doing, you're carrying a message for all of us. It's fucking amazing, sir. And honestly, it's a burden that I wouldn't want to put on anybody. That you have to answer any of these questions is, 5 years ago wouldn't even be something that I would have been interested in, man. But you're carrying it for all of us, so thank you so much. Well, I appreciate that. You know, and I don't know why I even popped on here tonight. Like many people probably, I made a lot of jokes tonight because I think a lot of times it's a route to go, right? But doesn't take away from the seriousness. So if I did say something to anybody, I promise you I did not mean it to be harmful. And I think that's another takeaway. It's all right to laugh every once in a while. Everything's dire,
Yeah.
you know? And I think it should be taken serious. And I am a combat veteran and I've seen a lot of horrific shit in my life. But man, when I heard you talk about your experiences and like it just takes you into another realm, and I can't get that from experience to hallucinogenics and all that shit. And I've done a lot of that, sir. You know, but I think like more just getting baseline. And if I had to ask you one question, you talked about the age of Aquarius.
Yeah.
As far as like alignments for the planet that we live on, whether they're correct or not. I was born on Valentine's Day, so obviously I'm Aquarius, right? Traumatic experience. Before I even had a thought, I was ripped out of my mom and died basically, on the table as a little infant. And doing those hallucinogenics took me to another realm where I was talking to entities and shit where I just did not I still have not forgiven. Why would you do that? So I think that the intensity for what happened so early to me has provided me why I'm talking to you right now, for instance. I don't know why I'm talking to you right now. And I'm sorry for No, rambling, it's okay. folks. But I'm
Can I
just saying,
jump in? Because you said
and I
something that
saw those
sparked
same
me.
orbs you mentioned very early on in this conversation, but they were the ones that were static up in the sky, a triangle. And then they moved parallel. And I'm like, God darn it, that's something real, you know? Three. So, Always three, or the shape of a triangle. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, sir. It was literally just a huge triangle, and there's another one off to the right side. Saw him earlier, and I was like, I'm familiar with. I stare at the stars like probably everybody in this space religiously. I just look up because that's the only thing you can look at and just say what is it. You don't have an answer. And man, did they move in parallel? And they were not. People were like, well, they were. You know what a drone is? I'm like, no, I don't know what a drone is. I was like, but I also know what relativity is to what I'm staring at. If I see an airplane fly over a satellite, I can tell where it is in the. I'm not necessarily where it is, but I know it's not in our atmosphere. And man, did they start moving in parallel, dude. Yeah. And the triangle went from a up triangle and it went straight down, and the two on the right, the two left and right went right up parallel. Looked at my dog. I was like, listen, I'm really sorry. We need to let Chris go.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Thank you for letting me talk, guys. Love you.
Okay, Chris, you get some rest, my friend, and we'll continue these thoughts. And I'm sure there's gonna be some follow-up questions. And you just take good care of yourself and your family. And we'll talk real soon, I hope.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Chris.
thanks for sharing your flight experience too. That was very interesting. Thank you. Yeah, you're more than welcome. And I appreciate it again. And remember, I'll leave you on the triangle. I
Yeah.
have a special pen that was given to me from NASA when it has a triangle on there. Remember the little being I described had a triangle on its chest. Is all
Man, you.
this ties in together, and it's always three. What does the triangle
Mm-hmm.
represent? The Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
And sir, you said you weren't religious, but you kind of sound like it, though.
Were
I'm
you
not.
told it represented the Trinity, or is that something that you determined?
No, I was told that.
Thank you.
Not
Yeah, it's
only
okay.
by me, by the phenomenon, but by NASA as well. So, and it's always three. So, just seriously, you'll see one, you'll see two more, usually always. And they'll fly in a triangle formation. I have many videos of that, many. Always three. Three beings when they come. There'll be three of them, not one, but three. So, really amazing what's going on. You just got to wake the people up and don't listen to the scary stuff. Anybody tells you they know about these are drones. First thing I would ask is, do you know anything about a drone? Do you know how to fly a drone? Do you have a license to fly a drone? No, 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 no. They'll always say no, but it had to be a drone. Well, no, it's not a drone. If anybody buys a drone and goes out and just tries to fly it, I can tell you, you're not going to be very lucky at doing that because nowadays all these drones are hooked to the FAA. Here in my yard, I've got a $3,000 uh, worth of drone equipment, and I can't even take it off in my yard. It'll say restricted area. FAA will shut my drone down and not let me fly it. And nobody flies them at night unless you're out in the country somewhere. So nobody's flying drones around in the city at night. It's just not possible. Nobody's doing it. And when you understand how complex it is, that excuse don't work anymore.
Well, and you're too near military bases.
Yeah, yeah. But if you're if you're near any kind of control area, any kind of city, or an airport, you got to stay away. You can't. There's rules, and
Yeah, and for what
nobody's.
it's worth, having seen many of these things, thanks to Chris here, yeah, it was a major life-changing, perception-changing moment. There's no way I can imagine any of these things to be drones. Like, if
No,
those are
it's not.
drones, they're drones with quote unquote alien technology, or something beyond, so far beyond what seems possible for us to have. And the purpose of constructing something, an illusion or a drone that could do such a thing equally as would be harder to believe than it is angels or NHI.
It's just drones have the same lighting as an airplane. They have a red and a green right of way lights, and usually a flashing white one. But these big balls of glowing light, they're not drones, I can promise you. And we use AI technology. I mean, we've had History Channel here with the ADAT machines. In fact, we're fixing to buy one of those for our journey out west. And but this AI technology, we filmed 35 orbs in my yard with History Channel one night, and all of them were deemed unknown by the federal government. So, we study this. I've been places. I've met with scientists from Harvard University. Can't say no more there, but there'll be more that comes out about that. Same with other universities that scientists that's studying this stuff with me. And so, anyhow, good night, y'all. I'm tired and I've enjoyed every minute. And we'll just have to do it again, Ross. You and Bob. Bob, I look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks and anybody else that might come.
Indeed, yes, that sounds like a lot of fun, and more adventures on the forefront of understanding. Hopefully, be able to capture more and more of these things with your amazing toys. It's an honor and pleasure. I'm so grateful for you, and thank you for sharing your experiences and wisdom with all of us here in the community who really support you so much.
I appreciate it, Ross, and I appreciate everybody out there. It's been good.
Good night, brother. Tell the family I said hello.
I will. I see you, my friend. Thanks, Ross.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Okay, well, we can vibe here for at least a bit and reflect upon what happened and maybe capture some of the things that, are that's new information. Maybe even sometimes we break news in these spaces, for those who care about such things as the most important mystery of all time. Hey, Jess, what's on your mind?
Hi, Mellow. Sorry. I'm really confused, I guess, because, you know, I guess there's one way of looking at it, and that's through Chris's lens, and then there's another which others look through their lens. And the question is there a right and a wrong? Is there a physical thing that we control and we create? Are we creating these so-called aliens? Um, I don't know. I'd like others' thoughts on this because um, I don't know. We do know that apparently there's tech that's been captured. So is that tech something that's like evil that the baddies sent down so we can create more war machines? Or is it something good that we can create good things and we decide what we create with it? What do others think?
I
Jess
agree.
jumping in with a good question to analyze this whole thing. I'm sort of a new experiencer of this specific group of these specific entities, right? So I'm certainly not the expert,
Does
but
that make me a super experiencer, Mellow?
I doubt it. Were you there? Okay, yeah,
I
you're
mean,
super, buddy.
I've heard this term tonight. It's the first time I've ever heard it. I always couldn't.
Super experiencer is the term.
Yeah, yeah. They
Oh,
just used that tonight.
who said that? I missed it.
Oh gosh, I can't remember exactly, but it's a new terminology apparently because some of us have such ridiculously high number of experiences that it's not even in the same ballpark anymore. It's just like, oh yeah, I saw an orb once. It's like, good for you.
Yeah, we've had a lot of experience. I'm multi spaces about experiences, especially since I started having them. In anticipation of potentially having it, we analyze it extensively. And yeah, I mean, the terminology experiencer is pretty vague. We talked about there's witnesses and then there's experiencers. And I made a whole little art project about like when does a witness become an experiencer, right? So that's one threshold. But then we can like Super Mario it up to super experiencers. And I guess, yeah, I mean, Chris Bledsoe appears to be the alpha, experiencer so far as the world is allowed to know about so far, based on the secret projects of the government, the
Yeah,
entire world
he's
investigating. Yeah.
But
he's
then when you
super
look at
experiencer 2 turbo.
but then when you look at other experiencers who get abducted, what is that? And they don't have they have either neutral or negative or positive experiences according to them. So, like, what is, I guess you put it under one umbrella, the phenomena. Chris Bledsoe seems to think it's a religious thing. It's the Bible, it's God. And
Is
I
God
think,
not part of the phenomena? I argue
right,
it
but
is,
I
but
think everything is God. The phenomena, us.
everything's the
ev-
phenomena.
Well,
Everything's God,
no,
in my
no,
no,
he
opinion.
no,
didn't. He didn't
everything
say
is
it was God. He said it was the Holy Ghost specifically, and I take
okay.
that as the Mercury, the Muse, the thing what whispers, um, intuition, like it's God sauce.
God
It's God
sauce.
sauce. Yeah.
Well, look at Freemasons. Freemasons.
Are you the one in the orbs, buddy? You should already know all this then. Yeah.
No,
Can
I
we
want to
go?
tell her really
Can we
quick.
go by hand so we don't get talked over?
Yes. Can I just say something to her really quick about what she just said? She asked for answers to questions, and do you mind?
Access granted. Hey, Jenny, what's up?
Good. That was so awesome. I wanted to give you a high five and clap. This was one of the best spaces I've been into in the last 4 years. Thank you so much. But really fast, when it comes to him, why am I totally stoked on, and I'll wipe away anything else, and I'm going to read this dude's book and follow what he's talking about, is because the Freemasons are one of the people that subverted the religions as well as the Vatican to push out this divine feminine. This is the Abrahamic like shuffle where everybody's fighting all these times. So if he's actually saying that this is coming back, this is my research, but more anthropological through, cuneiform text. So what he's saying and what she's doing really to me lines up with what I in my heart know what's going to happen next, which is we have had a dominant belief system that has been missing a very huge portion, obviously, because it's been, painful. So I'm just saying to you, Freemason stuff, I put it all in a bubble while he was talking with Haley Ramsey. She goes over all the anthropological stuff that matches up almost exactly with Bledsoe's conversation. So that's what I wanted to add.
So what does that mean as to per like the divine feminine? Like what does that mean to humanity?
I think what it means in my mind is a complete understanding. So if we were to have a black and white, I guess with a child per se, if you look at what a feminine thing would be, no matter what you do, you're still loved, maybe perhaps, and that would reduce what I'm hoping, it reduce war, famine, reduce the hierarchical structure, because every woman understands what it would be like to have a poor child and wouldn't want that to occur. So therefore, there won't be as much hierarchy between like big gaps in between rich and poor.
What about going deeper and realizing that we are one? We are not,
Take
we are
turns.
separate. VC, can I just finish with my thoughts? Um,
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. And once she comes, we'll be able to kind of sew our whole selves together in the pieces that we are missing, and then that will be the one.
but why do we need her to sew it all together? Like, I'm confused. If we
Our
realize,
domestication.
Right. The ladies, according to what seems to be happening, is providing proof, right? So that you can believe, very easily. That's what happened to me anyway. I mean, it's not like belief, like, oh, I believe I can fly. It was like I saw that. I believe I saw that, and I have no other explanation for it. I'm still investigating. But you know what I'm saying? So for me, and then I had this other orb experience, like Chris was saying, because of that, maybe it's a hitchhiker, maybe it's this explanation that he has where it's like, okay, I've had the veil lifted, and now I can hang out with orbs when I go out to outdoor movies in public and have people point at me and just kind of talk my way out of it as usual. Hopefully, no one thinks I'm crazy now, but they saw the orb anyway. That was fun. So, but yeah, that kind of removal of the veil, proof, right? Any let's say atheist, right, could just see it and be like, okay, I believe. We're not alone. There's something else out there, bigger than ourselves. There's mystery out there, and that can help wake us up with the right philosophy, for example, if or you choose your own if you want, to help elevate the singular collective consciousness, right, so that we can stop genociding each other, XYZ. And that would be the kind of spark. I don't think the lady is going to do it for us, although if and when I get a chance to talk to her directly, fingers crossed, would like a sort of deus ex machina resolution to at least some of the problems, because we do have a lot. Like, let's say it does seem to be a psyop, but it's been a fun thing to talk about this week, right, with the James Webb, supposedly seeing, some sort of massive mothership, potentially Draco aliens, to do X, Y, and Z. So that might be happening. If so, it would be nice to, be making positive friendships with these entities. But I doubt they're going to like do it for us. It seems like they're just kind of showing us our true power, and then we just riffing here have to come together and get our psychic powers and elevated consciousness, or and unscrew up this world just in time, just like a great movie. I don't know. We got some hands. It's we'll see. We'll see how it goes down. This is early days in terms of getting to know these entities. Okay, who first? Just gonna go to Mrs. Side initially. How's it going, Mrs. Side? Lovely to have you here.
You're not going to like what I have to say.
Oh,
I
okay. I always
can
love what you have to say. Go for it. Is it like petty terrestrial affairs? Okay, go for it. I don't care.
I can believe what he has to say. I can believe that these are angelic beings. I can believe all of that. Where I have to draw the line is that he's in with all these government entities, that his heritage goes back to King George or whatever it was, the seventh, and that his family is some family from of old, and that he's part of the heritage of whatever. It's getting the story is getting so far fetched at some point that it's just like, okay, you want me to believe so many far fetched things at this point that it's. Do you have anything that you can prove to me that any of this is real? Now, I
I
believe,
sure do. More proof than any
Russ,
other
wait a minute.
ufologist in the world right now, literally.
Russ, I believe that you experienced what you experienced. I absolutely do believe
There's
that.
proof also. There's proof.
Yes, absolutely believe that you experienced what you experienced, and I absolutely believe that he's able to draw these things to him, and that now you are as well. That part I do believe. I absolutely believe that. I have no problem with that. It's all this other stuff that he wants to throw in and us to take it on faith that I have a problem with, because I have a problem with government right off the bat anyway. Yes, that's the problem. I have no problem with the feminine because I know for a fact that there was no such thing as witchcraft. The Catholic Church made it up out of whole cloth of these pagan entities that were actually just they were feminine, um, pagan religions that were mostly were feminine led religions. And that I also happen to know because I researched it at a very young age. But having a problem with all this other stuff that he wants to throw out there and have us believe.
I
So
mean,
I'm
but that
kind of,
other stuff, does it matter that he has? Everyone has some kind of heritage or whatever. I get the part that I do understand, and I'm keeping a close eye on, obviously. And it's part of
yeah.
the wild
So
mystery is all the people, in the different government projects around the world investigating him. It does make sense that they would be, given what he can do, but to what extent, are they going to, have a say in the outcome?
yeah, that's my problem. That's where I have a problem with all this other side stuff that he's throwing in here that he has no proof for. And that's where I'm stuck. I have a real problem with that. And that's where I'll land it. So you have some other hands here that have
Yeah, that's
questions
great
about
insight. I
whatever.
don't I don't think the other stuff really matters to me that much. It doesn't affect the potential outcome. It doesn't affect the encounters and the what I refer to as the coherence
No,
narrative of
the
how.
stuff that you're interested in, it doesn't. Yes, I get it. So yeah, I voice my concerns. The stuff that you've seen, I have no problem with. I believe that, and I believe there's a great potential there, and that's where I'll land it right there.
No, no, that I knew I'd like what you're going to say, like I always do, and it's a great thing to look out for. I have not, read or seen him take these kind of personal narrative genealogy type things. I don't see them affecting his actions. So if they do, though, right? If he suddenly decides he's King Arthur and he needs to slay the dragon, and the dragon is, some like president or whatever, then it's going to maybe be problematic. But yeah, thank you for those potential things to look out for. Thanks so much. And then let's get to Fletcher, who was trying to get up for a while. I'm glad you're here, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't really have much. That's why I wasn't super committed. Um, but what I wanted to say was when he mentioned it, I put the Adjustment Bureau on TV. So I kind of watched it side stream with this, and it's pretty interesting to look at it from his perspective. And I kind of wanted to get his perspective on it. Um, beyond that, I think there's like a split somewhere for sure. Um, but I do think it is really just a battle between like good and evil. It seems like we can just figure out what's good and do that. You're probably good. I don't know. And then the
Totally,
other
right?
thing is I have like some concerns with these like triangle and diamond shaped craft. It's probably mostly unfounded, but I have some concerns with them just because they like pop up in weird little circles. That's it.
Cool. But yeah, the good versus bad thing, you know, is makes so much sense from like a yin yang perspective in terms of like I like his analogy in terms of Earth is like like a machine or something, a power generator with like, the polarity of like a battery. That makes sense just from a sort of basic, basic kind of physics kind of level, I guess. And also like, okay, why is there good and bad? And, there has to be two extremes to things regardless. And that maybe is what good and evil is energy, like, Screen was saying. And I vibe with all that. And I have this kind of art that's, has this sort of yin yang of a alien face, and is the phenomena, just the universe, like, trying to, can't remember the phrase exactly, but, correct itself. And everything is trying to, like a pendulum, trying to reach some sort of balance. So that seems to be there. I was trying to dig in terms of his explanation of like, no, these are not NHI, these are not aliens. These are literally simply just angels and demons, whatever that is. So, I guess that implies that maybe they're more local, or does that mean that they come from farther away? I mean, when does it, what is really the difference again between an angel slash demon and an alien, But let's get to some more of the beautiful hands. Let's say hi to Sunshine. What's up?
Well, good morning, guys. I was late to the party, so I guess I missed the whole humans aren't real disclosure. Um
What? Humans are not real?
oh, really? You didn't get that disclosure? I guess they must be saving it for later.
Wait,
Um
that was in this space? Someone said that?
I have no idea. That's why I said I was late to the party. Like I've only been here for an hour. Um I had to sleep. But here's what I noticed over the time period that I've been in here. This is what kind of sits wrong with me. Um, I don't know this man. A lot of the things that he says do resonate with me. The one thing that he says that does not resonate with me, in fact, hits me on a very deep level, um, is the religious aspect. And that's simply because I've been dealing with all of this for 46 years. And I cannot prove anything that I say except from pulling from other sources. But the one thing that I do know is that man made religions are man made. And even though the truth is in all of them, not a single one of them is complete truth. This I know. This I can prove using, archaeology and anthropology. I mean, y'all, look at the Anunnaki. Do you really think that what's in those stones, those pictures, didn't actually exist? Come on. Here's the reality of the world, guys. There is no such thing as a conspiracy. It's all true. It's just how it connects to the other pieces of truth that have also been labeled conspiracies. Now, I'm not an alien person. I've never seen an alien. I've never dealt with, orbs and stuff. Now I've seen them, of course. I'm sensitive. I'm intuitive. I've heard voices for my entire life. I have knowing. I can go in a place that I've never been before and tell you what the bathroom looked like in another time period. These are things that cannot be proven. These are things that have no empirical evidence. But there are plenty of people in the course of my life that can look at you and say, yeah, she said that. And yeah, it's true. So it, we really need to try and stop with the labels. We want to put everybody in labels. We want to quantify people's value based on things that are outside of them. So my value of my voice is not determined by how many professional degrees I hold, which, by the way, I was an LPN at age 19 before I was disabled. So I know what I'm talking about when I talk
Yeah,
about medicine.
this is kind of what the Adjustment Bureau was about.
Exactly. And this is, thank you. And thank you for bringing me back to my point. My whole point is our lexicon for this age, for Generation X, our lexicon, our resources, our, I don't know, spiritual encyclopedia, if you want to put it that way, is our media. From the mid 70s to the present. The movies, the memes, the quotes, scripture, all of these things have been given to us so that we can figure this out. We need not to discount anything
Everything needs to be put into the pool of knowledge and sifted through by many eyes and validated by many eyes. If we can all do that together, then we can figure out what the actual truth is, and we don't have to buy books to figure it out. I really do not like somebody who puts truth behind a paywall. And that's just my personal opinion. I don't believe that truth should ever be put behind a paywall.
All right. Well, he came here for free, and I think books are okay. But I agree with everything else, right? That it's not like he's hiding this stuff. He goes on podcasts. He does lectures. He's been trying to get it out. That's his main thing. And
Yeah,
he's
and
lost
like I
he's
said,
lost a
I don't
major.
know him.
He's lost tons of money. You should read his. You know what you should do? You should fucking read his book. All right.
I would love to, but I don't
You
have
should.
money. Is it
Well,
actually in
Yeah,
the
I've
but
read it.
the
It's
you should
great.
read
libraries?
his book before you misjudge, because I agree with what you're saying, and I think he would as well, right? And you're coming in with negativity based on ignorance, but hopefully we can get you a copy of the book, maybe, because it's really good. It doesn't mean it's all right or wrong, but like you said, we need to all, like we're doing right here in this space, talk about it publicly. This is DIY disclosure from the whole world, getting everyone's perspective on it, including yours. But we need to get all the data points, and that includes reading books. Let's
Well, I'll give you my quick perspective on his book. He seems like someone who just is, he emanates curiosity, and he just wants to help people. Like, he's such a nice guy. That's the coolest thing about him, you know? So it's worth reading his book just to see that in action.
Yeah, and he lost almost his whole life because the stigmatization. Just like you've gone through a lot of things, with stigmatization. His whole family did. He almost lost members of his family. Really hard time. So you don't have to agree with it, but just get the information. It's really worth looking into. But I agree, it would be nice. I'm sure that will end up in libraries soon, and maybe we can speed that up, because I do agree it should be available to all people, and that's part of the reason I do these spaces and why I brought him into spaces like this. So. But I think you're right. I
He
just
said
think
that
you're
libraries
kind
have
of.
them. By the way, he said libraries have them and they can be found for free. So he did say that already. Well, during the space.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. More people. We got Miss Phoenix with us. How's it going, Mrs. Phoenix?
Hey there, it's Golden as always. How are you? And how's everybody else doing this evening?
Doing good. It's been a wonderful time.
I've been listening for quite some time. The one thing, I think it was Sunshine that was just talking. Is that correct?
Yes, that was Sunshine talking. Yeah.
So, well, first I want to give props to Chris and Bob and Max and other people that may or may not know who else is listening. But in terms of in response to things she was saying, is that yeah, proof is proof. Proof is in the pudding. Many of us have proof that like is so ridiculously undeniable, but that's not really what I don't feel that's what this conversation is really truly about, because when you really truly want to seek and know the truth, I'm a spiritual person. I grew up Christian, very Baptist, with an atheist mother, with a Baptist Christian mother and an atheist father. And I was raised in Baptist Christian. I found spirituality, and then I kind of did my own thing, and now I've found myself. And so for me to help you kind of like who's right, who's wrong, and in terms, I bring this up because something triggered me. I raised my hand, I lowered it. I raised it, I lowered it. I raised it, I lowered it. Then I raised it because the conversation pertaining to the divine feminine and the masculine, and the bottom line that I would like to kind of reiterate on this and then go back to the beginning of all Catholicism, which would be the Druids and the Crusaders. But starting with why does the divine feminine have anything to do with this?
Because without the divine feminine and a cylindrical force, so one force turning one direction. Think of a vortex. Think of Sedona, for example, or any vortex. You've got most vortexes have a female energy and a male energy opposing each other synchronistically, but opposing in a circular direction in opposite directions at the same time. So when people talk about Generation X or Generation Y, Gen X might be a feminine energy. Y very well likely is a male energy, but people are not recognizing the Generation Z, which is the the acceptance of. I mean, I'm not talking
Kill
trans
me.
in any way.
Kill me now.
I'm not talking trans in any way, shape, or form. I'm actually the opposite. What I'm talking about is acceptance that every female and every male that stands in their power accepts that, yeah, they're okay with being able to be a female in an all boys club, standing up and speaking their truth. That's not being anything other than speaking your truth and comfortable. A man speaking in front of a ton of women or saying they recognize that behind every male leader is typically a female. I'm not saying that is the case either. I'm just saying that there's maybe another generation, not the Z as in zombie apocalypse, which they're pushing for. And y'all, if you know, then you know. Gen Z would actually technically be the acceptance of the X, which is female. If we really want to get down to physics, X is the female. Oh, the Y is the male. If they're in oppositional cylindrical forces, like a collider, like a hydraulic collider, the atom, we're not trying to create Adam and Eve, okay, people? I'm not down with CERN, for the record. They're down with me. I'm not down with them. I'm not the God particle. I'm not anything. I'm just me. But I understand exactly what they're doing. But people are failing to recognize that it doesn't have to be a divine feminine energy, nor does it have to be an all boys club, which would be, a Gen Y. Like a Gen Z would be the
Okay, Miss
mutual.
Phoenix, can you kind of get to the point, please?
Okay, so the point is that masculinity and femininity need to accept each other within each being. Nothing having to do with trans or like transgender in any way, just means acceptance of who we are in general, being able to speak our truth, whatever that truth is, without fear. The other thing I want to tap in on is that someone brought up that something about females and witches and this and that. And let me make one thing clear. From Lemuria then came the Druids, and Catholicism. The Crusaders came in because they didn't understand why. And
God, kill
I've
me.
been there. I'm sorry,
Okay,
what?
okay, let's land it there because we're kind of getting off topic. We're trying to reflect upon the conversation we had. Let's pause for a second. Thank you so much. Let's get to Mr. Sauce.
Don't, not right now.
Mellow, I've had mine up for a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the shower. Who said that?
Ew.
VC.
Oh yeah, BC, jump in. Hello, yes, finish here soon.
Yeah, just real quick, Mellow. You mentioned, you mentioned a movie. Is that something maybe you're working on? And you saw, did you go into detail at some point? It seems like you've seen.
No, I mean I have a few different projects I'm working on, and I can't go into details in terms of the stuff we're talking about today quite yet, but I will share if when I can. Hopefully, I can't tell you when, but hopefully pretty soon. But yeah, I have two different main project. Well, I have three different documentaries that I'm working on. There's a lot of breaking stories.
Yeah. Well, what I was getting at, Bledsoe talked about an upcoming movie. Does anybody know what that's about? And then the other thing.
Oh, okay, that one. Yeah, so that's the okay. I can't really talk too much about that either, but it's a major motion picture that is being put together by A-list writers and director, but I don't really know. I'm not like on that project. I just and I'm not allowed to talk about it. But it's in the works, and perhaps there'll be more. I should have more clarity about that and some other things starting in November.
And did you go into detail? You seem to have some association with seeing orbs with Bledsoe. I mean, is that something now that you said you've gone into detail about your experience with that associated with Bledsoe and anything related?
Yeah, I mean, I've had uh, yeah, extensive experience with Bledsoe and his family. I talked about it in some of my spaces, and I thought maybe if we had more time, I was going to go over it here with Chris to kind of get his insights on it. Now that I'm kind of rocking it more and more each day. But yeah, it was. I guess perhaps the biggest, pivotal moment of my life, or at least in recent memory.
What is the most pivotal?
My open contact experience with what Chris describes to be angelic beings. They might be NHI, they might be extraterrestrial, but they were very intelligent, and it was a back and forth exchange that went through conversation, gesture, and inside my mind, and it was a very positive experience, and I hope it remains that way. But yeah, this is like one of the most in-depth, provable contact experiences in history. I mean, I'm not the only one who's had it, though. It's he has these all the time, and I'm so grateful to have been there to experience it myself, because until then I was just kind of looking into these things from a more scientific perspective only.
Okay, so you're documenting that, or you're going to talk more about that in your spaces, or you've already done so. You could point us to a space where you went into great detail. I'm just curious to hear about it.
Yeah, it's been coming. All of my spaces of the past, I guess, 2 weeks have touched upon it. I don't remember which ones have gone in greater depth. I don't really like, monologuing about myself like forever and ever, but people keep asking questions, and I do want to talk to the community about it. It usually comes up at like 3 in the morning when I'm like really tired. But yeah, I can tell you more about it now if you want. It it's I talked about it in this space to some extent when it was kind of relevant to the things Chris was saying, because I obviously didn't want to like take time away from his very profound, and there's so much to his story. I mean, like he definitely has enough for a whole other book. If you haven't read his book, UFO God, definitely do so. And there's many more things that he hasn't been able to talk about that are related and that have been happening subsequently. It happens all the time. So yeah, happy to elaborate.
Yeah, just to consider. I mean, if you have the time, you want to talk about it now or some other time. I mean, it's I just don't know what you've experienced and how you documented it, and that just I think a lot of people would be curious about it. If you didn't do a space especially on it, you might want to start one out on that, or talk about some of it now. I'm really curious about how you seem to think that it was communicating with you or moving in certain ways, or all where you're getting
Yeah.
a two-way conversation, let's say, something
Yeah,
like
no, I should describe it now, at least in like broad strokes, because it'd be good to have it documented on this same space, I think, for research purposes and for the coherence narrative, of course. So yeah, I am showering, but I'll try my best to keep with it. But let's get to the rest of our hands, and then we can jump into it if you guys want, and we can make it a conversation, so not just doing a swill thing here in the shower. Screen, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my app is acting up here. And dang, I had 2 points I wanted to make. I can only remember one right now. Maybe I'll remember it by the time I get done with it. But yeah, I agreed with like the majority of what he was saying, right? Like y'all know I'm all about the energy and stuff, but rather than like a religious view, I tend to take like an occult or like mystic view of it, because I don't limit myself to one religion or one way of thinking. And I did think it was odd though, and it could just be biased. Everybody has a little bias, right? And that's how you understand it in your own way. But when I'm asking like,
I lost
uh,
you. Is he talking still?
oh shit, you can't hear me anymore.
Yes, keep talking.
I'll cycle back.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're fine. He's going out.
Melody, use Irish Spring. I don't hear Mellow.
He's not talking.
Well,
Are you
anyway,
Mellow?
are you talking, Mellow?
The screen was going to cycle back and start over again.
Okay.
Okay, I recycled. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Okay,
I did
great.
too. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. Thanks a lot.
All right, sweet, sweet. But yeah, it's like I said, bias. That's how you understand what's going on in your own way to get a grasp on it. But it's oh man, my Bluetooth is like connecting and disconnecting now too. Can y'all still hear me?
Loud and
Yeah,
clear.
you're good, man.
Okay, cool, cool. Damn, sorry. And then when it connected back, my music started blaring. So, anyways, when like I'm all for love and light, right? Like there's nothing wrong with that. But when I asked the question, like, if anything ever negative, happened around the stuff, and he's like, no, not at all. And then he's like, oh yeah, St. Francis got irradiated and died though. And if the orbs are charged up, I don't let them get too close to me. I'm like thinking, like, well, isn't that negative? Like. I think that's the side of things that people should be prepared for when, messing with this stuff
I
that
wanted
goes
to follow
overlooked.
up with you about that. Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, I don't want to be like a wuss about it, but maybe I should look into some, just precautionary methods for doing this. But then at the same time, it's like, well, what am I possibly going to do to protect myself from these things if they want to f me up?
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Like they do sell some materials, that you could kind of like make a little poncho out of or something like that. Keep some crystals on you, iron, basically anything that's gonna like disturb or block energy. Because it's pretty much like a buildup of ions, So if you can disrupt that or protect yourself from that in any type of way, that's what you want to do.
You
Are you
think
suggesting
shungite
a
too?
tinfoil hat or something? It can be really
No,
nice.
shungite, right? Screen, is that going to work
Hey,
for him? I could get in some of that.
they're a thing for a reason.
I know. It's
Except I
true.
like graphene foil hats.
All right, I'm gonna need a great designer to make me look like some kind of like badass wizard. If I'm gonna be going into open contact with tinfoil on it, better look really well styled at least.
They sell that
Man,
now.
you just line the inside of your regular hat and nobody knows.
They sell them. You can
Nice.
get hats that have that like reflector stuff now, and clothes like jackets and stuff. So that's, I mean, something for you to think about for sure for safety.
Yeah, I don't think just a hat'll do it.
I need a wizard cape at least, and yeah, okay, I'm getting excited about this, and maybe a kimono. Okay, all right.
Hey, we'll do this thing, man. It's on my list along with my
Like you,
Tesla prototypes I'm working on.
like you
You heard
don't
him
have a
bring up
kimono. I
what's the
would.
dude's name, Tim Taylor, and about being in the health field and stuff, because that's exactly where it led me, was to making essentially like a vibrating podium and also like an electrical device that kind of hits you with a little frequency, which they've been hiding in Hollywood since the 80s at least.
All right, man. Be nice, and you can join the superhero team.
You know,
Cool
you
deal.
already have a
Oh
kimono.
yeah, but nah, yeah, I appreciate the space, man. It was awesome. And I'm gonna drop down, listener. Y'all have a good one.
All right, take it easy, man.
So yeah, I remembered. Earth Coincidence Control Office. Sounds a lot like what he was talking about with these angels that set things up. The Adjustment Bureau. So that's from John C. Lilly. You know, the Oh, where's Hollow Cipher when I need him? There, Echo the Dolphin and Altered States, the movie.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, John C. Lilly.
Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm gonna, for those interested, I'll kind of go into the story. Let's get to the hands though first. Jenny, what's up?
Go ahead. You can go ahead and tell your story. I'd love to absolutely hear your story first. That's fine. Mine
All
is
right.
not as important as yours.
I know, maybe like, if you guys talk a bit, then I can finish rinsing my hair.
Okay, my question was really quick about Bledsoe. I'm actually pretty excited, and I understand the religious aspects of things, but I kind of wanted to kind of touch on cuneiform and the fact that in that cuneiform they do have the Old Testament. So these stories that we see in so many different belief systems, not that they are necessarily 100% true, like the telephone game, right? But they're reflective of sort of a greater truth. So the reason that I kind of like this is because I think when it comes to spiritual experiences, some of those lie very close to, different religious texts, but we all know that that's been used as power and control. And just like Side mentioned a minute ago, how amazing is it that he's talking to people from NASA? I mean, or JPL, because JPL is actually Jack Parsons' lab, or yeah, right? Like he's the guy that was dealing with Crowley and, all these different like blood ritual stuff. So that to me, I'm thinking JPL, NASA, all these different centers are frightening to me because I very well have heard many stories of them using these types of channeling sort of ceremonies that we've heard of, like from the Vril Society way back when, in Hitler's time and Alice Bailey. So it is awkward. And I want to say that I did have these thoughts like, I wonder if some of these agencies have good people in them, which is probably the first time I've ever had that thought. So I do understand where you're coming from because to me, I was even shocked at myself going, wait a minute. You mean there's benevolent people in these agencies that he's dealing with? Because I feel like that's maybe not the case at all. But I do find it a little bit interesting with the Catholic Church, the Vatican being one of those big things that wanted to control. They kind of slipped Mother Mary in there, didn't they? I find that a little bit interesting because I've always felt as a Christian, why are you worshiping Mary? You shouldn't be worshiping Mary. It says, thou shalt worship no other gods before me in the Bible. But, that's way old school when I was little. So now I kind of see like interesting. So from my perspective, philosophy degree, nursing, but most of my life studies have been around religion. And, that's how I found the cuneiform about 10 years ago, which took me away from the, just the regular religious text. But when he talked, it hit a lot of the spots in my brain that I have kind of collected and sat there. So to me, it fit a framework that I've developed over quite some time. I mean, I'm right over 40 years old, so and I'm not totally retarded. Well, a little bit, yes, but for sure. But I thought that was kind of neat. It seemed to fit in with my studies, but I do get the religious aspect. Why that would want to be something that isn't carried forward because we know it's been so manipulated. So I just think that what you guys said earlier was really awesome.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree with you, Jenny.
He sounds really nice. He sounds really believable, but when he got to that part, that's when my blinkers started to blink like crazy, and I started to go, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hello
Oh,
here. What's going on here? And that's
yeah.
when I started going, uh oh,
You mean
danger.
your hazard lights? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
It's a very interesting situation. I, of course, considered all these things myself, and that's part of the mystery of it, right? Why is he allowed to talk about this? That's part of the reason I wanted to see for myself. If it seemed credible, it seems extremely credible. So it could be all of the above. It could be there are, predominantly, these. I would guess, and I don't know firsthand, that these institutions that you're describing have done a lot of bad, but they're not all bad people, and they also do things for good intentions. And it's like a bunch of conflicting interests and not necessarily one cohesive group, all these different projects, within these different, and it's not just this government, it's all the governments of the world, right? So, and that's not, and it's very unprecedented. And what it seems to be, and I need to verify, is that the reason they're all looking into it is because no one has done this before in terms of when Sauce was talking about like, being a super experiencer. This is someone who knows, can invite the entities pretty much any time into existence, or it's some sort of collaboration between the two of them. But he knows they're there before they're there, and then I was able to do that once so far as well, right? Maybe twice, but mostly once. So I don't know. All that other stuff, it seems like that these are like these very old people that are mostly retired, that have been researching this all their lives. Like John Alexander and stuff. The man who stares at goats. I got so many eyes, but and it seems like that there's no precedent for this ever happening before, not in an observable, reliable manner where it's sort of precog, right? And so they're all very interested in this, and I believe that. But what are the various agendas that are going to try to do something about it? Is something that is very pertinent right now. But I'm mostly just interested in figuring out what the mystery is itself, and then we'll see what can be found around it. I mean, it's cool that these people have agreed to be, or at least it's interesting that John Alexander and all these semi-vandalized people have written the forward of the thing, and they've come out acknowledging this to be true, because it quite likely is part of planned disclosure. I'm guessing that they like the fact that it is a love and light scenario that they can, share to the world. Because maybe, there's a lot of maybes, but this stuff is coming out, it seems like one way or another. And if they can try to bring out a love and light scenario with feeling involved and a positive story for a change, it can maybe help us not have our entire civilization fall apart and the economies of the world fall apart while this is gradually presented to the world through planned disclosure. So I mean, it's fascinating, and we don't know the answers yet.
But how many women are actually being allowed to speak in the higher sections? That's what I would like people to see, because this is the problem.
Yep.
Everybody can notice, the little ways that we see the division show up. But what people aren't acknowledging is that the primary division that they're using to separate us is between male and female. That is how they destroy the family unit. They get between mom and dad. If you destroy the family unit, then the kids are not looked after. So then that gives you the access to the children. It it's not about religion versus logic. It's not about Democrat versus Republican. It's not about rich versus poor. They are separating us by by the basis of who we are, which is male and female. We are two sides of the same source, and source cannot function unless it is whole. So we need to get over the division, guys, because y'all have been taught that our voices are not valid. And it is programming. You're going to have to fight that.
Sunshine, that's a big part right there. Then I think that you can divide the family by, if I'm a woman and I'm not a wimpy woman, I'm pure on, like, here I am, and I'm stoked about it, and I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not afraid of it, and I don't feel like there's any other sort of a gender that is better than me. I don't, and I know it for a fact that it's not. So what's happened is that instead of just saying women have equal value, because when applied to different situations, we will be able to accomplish them, and when a man is applied to different situations, he will be able to accomplish them. We are meant for different things, but say if there's 20 different things that we have to do, 10 of them a man can do and 10 of them a woman can do. So that makes us equal in value. So in these family scenarios and the patriarchal society and religions that we have been pumping out over and over again, a woman was property. She's always been property, even today. My son says, I want to go out and get a girlfriend. And he came to me one day and said, Mom, all these boys at school are like, and he's not in school anymore, it's been 2 years. He said, but they always want to go out and get a girlfriend. So I said, explain to me what that's like. Nothing, no part of it has to do with finding who the person is. What is a woman's soul like? What does she want? It's more of like, go and get something. You can't go get, we're not property, we're women. So I think once that divine feminine comes back in, that sort of hierarchical structure of we're better than you will go away, because we both have equal value, just in different places, right? You know how that division is. Then we wouldn't be divided, because without one, there isn't the other, and the vice versa.
And who's left unprotected? The children.
Well, wouldn't women get mad if they know their whole life? They'd be kind of pissed off. Honestly, we're kind of mad. Like, what are you talking about? So we'll draw a big wedge in between us. I won't totally open up to you if you don't respect me as your equal, because you'll think you can just throw me away and get another one. So,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying?
Yep. Division. It's always division. Divide us any way they can.
But
Yeah,
then
well,
this
it's about
the
all division, right? The petty terrestrial affairs, the culture wars, the
Yep.
political, battles of nation versus other nation, and then they take it all the way to the home, like you said, and this is very much at the center of this idea of dividing, man and woman, and family from child, and then you traumatize the children. Not to get too much into it, I know it's a whole topic, and then you get some kind of twisted result. So yeah, this is hopefully what we're investigating here will be a path towards this more balanced divine feminine whole full source both the yin and the yang, which is the obvious natural order of things when you just have people and animals in the wild.
The point is that as you're investigating, you're going to need to go against your programming and include female voices, especially the ones that you probably don't want to hear.
Exactly.
I need to do what I think I'm quite fine at being a journalist, thank you, but thanks for the unsolicited advice.
Oh, no, that was just against men in general, not specifically you, sir.
Yeah.
I think maybe the energy is going to shift in a bigger way towards the feminine, because it's like, the aspect for the man is to admit he's a monster, then restrain the monster for the virtue of a higher principle, and then take a step into trust with courage, knowing he could have his heart gutted. Doesn't matter. That's your problem. I'm going to
Hey,
love you courageously, right? But then, so that would be almost like step one for the feminine, which is to get love under control, the monster of compassion, which can be monstrous if used improperly. And then so the feminine energy and the new feminine hero's journey, like archetype that we would be dealing with, it's like that's step one. And then step two is um, what do you think, Jenny?
hey,
The end of the
Mellow.
female archetype.
Yeah, Mellow.
Go ahead, BC.
Just if you don't mind, it's
Oh,
getting
I'm
kind of.
sorry. Can we just let Godsauce land his question, and then we'll get to you right after? I promise. We just want to keep the coherence flowing. Godsauce, what were you asking Jenny again?
We were talking about this before. If the female archetype is coming down, and that's the thing that needs to be conquered now, then learning to love and getting love under control is step one. Whereas that would be like the ultimate thing for men to be able to do. It's like, no, that's step one now. There's a lot more to go emotionally, and we're still trying to nail down what the female's hero's journey like really is, because most of the authors through history have been men talking about men, and so I don't know. It's something we get to explore together, and maybe there's something we could learn.
We have to. That's what he's saying. Bledsoe's having these experiences to teach us something. So that's the thing, is that you can do two things. You can sit there and concentrate on how he's getting these things, what he's doing, and some people will. They will be the science minded. They want to go find out like how he's getting it. And what's very interesting is meditation. If you look in his different videos, he's using a calming sensation. He relaxes and changes his
That's
frequency.
what I was gonna ask him. I was like, "What
That's
are
what you
you
have to
doing?"
do.
Yeah, Science Bob was
It's in the
really,
last page of his
yeah.
book.
He didn't want me to go on too long, but I really thought that would be an important thing, because as a 20-year Reiki master, it's like, what are you thinking about? What are you feeling? What kind of mind state do you go in there? Do you program your unconscious aura? Like, do you do any of this stuff?
You kind of
And
explained that, but you guys, if you want to send me questions, I'll forward it to him tomorrow.
not
And
bloody enough.
But what he did say
Want more?
to us, which which is kind of when I asked him about these kind of things in the past, is that it's very simple, right? You just you be kind and have an open heart, and you just be. And this is like it's wild because like I don't want to make this too much about me and my process, but my philosophy and all these things that I've talked to you guys about extensively and explored with you, through the mass Socratic method. I mean, this eternal present tense thing, right? And this can help land us into the experiencer narrative of my own. Because I've been in this eternal flow state, which I call the eternal present tense, for almost 6 years, I was just there, right? And then I've been in an increasingly like positive state of mind as part of the practice of finding and sharing the truth. As we're the love and light stuff. It's not just about being a nice, good, ethical person, but it's also the most effective way to get to the truth, right? Because the love and light vibes opens doors, like with my friendship with Chris and his family, and all these other people, all these other old wizards I hang out with, now, and negative vibes will shut the doors, and obviously you need open doors to get to the truth. And that was very much just the flow state of getting there, having a wonderful time with the family, laughing, getting to know each other. We're outside, there's the phenomena, we're laughing with the phenomena is interacting with me in ways I will describe. So that kind of natural thing, I think, is part of the reason we kind of hit it off at contact, because we're both kind of like flow state people, and that's how he is. I mean, and another thing we have in common in terms of our coherence narratives, right, is all the suffering we've had in the past, which he emphasizes, and I've always emphasized in terms of my research, in terms of experiencers and the nature of the phenomena and ego death and all these 5D printing and whatever else is going on, right? It seems to be crucial, right, to this sort of ego death type. You have to claw your way through the challenges, right? And he had all kinds of challenges, where Sunshine, if you can look into his book and stuff, at least look at the human story of what him and his family went through. We don't have to agree with every interpretation he has. That's not what an investigation is about. It's just finding the truth, right? But part of the truth that I can verify, having met these people and researched, that they've been through some things, and they're a good family. They stuck together. They're ethical, like old fashioned, like Americans, like we used to be. Where you like eat dinner together, and you love each other, and you stick through it even when things are terrible. And he made it through hell, like a lot of us who have been through, especially those who been experiences as children and stuff. So that's that. Let's
Mellow,
l-
Mellow.
yeah, let's get this VC. What's up, man?
Yeah, man. Well, just with all due respect, man, it's getting late, and I don't know if I was hoping you would get to your experiences directly with Bledsoe, with the
Sure.
Orb. We can follow up with some questions, and then go get sidetracked, with other things.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Well, I'm out of the shower now, so as promised,
yeah,
I'm ready to
yeah.
rock, buddy. Yeah, let's do
Go
it.
go for it, man. Thanks.
Okay. He emerges from the shower and addresses his compadres about the most mind-blowing, pivotal experience of his life. Chapter 1. So basically, yes, like I said, I met him at Contact, and I told you about some of the things we connected about. It was cool because our philosophies seem very aligned. I don't have all the same details in terms of the religious background, but he has seen generally an omnist approach to it. He respects his Pentecostal and Baptist background between himself and his wife respectively. But over time and through his experiences, he's learned to take more of a universal approach, right? Or consideration. This is for all people, not just one religious tribe versus another, right? Which I vibe with. So anyway, in terms of long story short, was invited to go down there with some people. I was very excited about the opportunity, having read his book. And and he said some amazing things at the Contact in the Desert conference, which I could maybe elaborate upon at some point. But it's cool hearing him talking with Sheehan. It's like I was doing spaces, but it was like in this big hotel suite at the conference, and it was like Dolan, and I mean Sheehan, and all these people. Including Bledsoe, who were all like in this kind of more private after party thing, able to kind of share some things that they're not ready to go public about and compare notes. So I got really intrigued as he was like in multiple nights, kind of just telling us late night stories as like bedtime stories, like the most profoundly beautiful, haunting, but authentic. True stories. So anyway, long story short, ended up going to visit him and got to meet his really wonderful family. I described how much I like them. His wife is really part of the reason they've made it through all this whole ordeal. Okay, fast forward, we we went to dinner, and then when it became nighttime, we started seeing things. Right, it was like very bad conditions for seeing things at night. It was a super new moon, so it was like a super blasted, full moon, so bright. So that made it hard to see things. It was also pouring initially, and then it was also super cloudy. And the place that they're at currently, it's near a military, as Bob mentioned, right by a military airbase. So there's like tons of planes going every which way. So it's like the kind of place you wouldn't expect angels or whatever they are to just kind of bounce around the cosmos. But yet they did, right? So at first, like my first thing that I noticed, right, was like, oh wow, first it was very dramatic. There was thunder and lightning, and then the super moon like emerged from behind a cloud, and it was like blinding. And then all of a sudden, I was like squinting, like, wait a second, is that a big bright star next to the moon? Like, I'm not an astronomer, but I was like, could easily tell that was not. It's not possible to see a star when you have something that bright blasting at you. And then Chris hands me this like super high tech scope with a video camera, and so I looked into it, and then that was my first like mind blowing moment, right, where I saw in great detail the 3D aspect of this orb, like the super high resolution, right? It was clearly not an airplane because there's airplanes kind of streaming by, and airplanes have a very repetitive, familiar kind of pulse and lighting pattern, right? This was not. It was like, quantum, like 5D, weird pulsing, little red and little blue kind of specks. And you could tell that it was like not of this world. And just as I was trying to wrap my head around it, then like this distant orb that I could see visceral detail starts breaking into like one part, and then it divides in two, and then three, and then there's like 13 of them. And I'm like, oh, and then it kind of seems like they're kind of swirling around, acknowledging that I'm looking at them. Is kind of just the feeling I got, because they kind of like had a sort of a collective anthropomorphic kind of like facial conglomeration of constellations, and then they kind of just kind of locked in, and then they started like shooting different ways, like all the way across like everything you could possibly see in the sky, like as far from one horizon, distant like space above it appears, all the way behind me. And I'm just like following around, my mind blown, because all of them are like, and some of them are kind of blobbing in kind of closer, and they are definitely not planes. You could look over at the planes, and there's just like no mistaking that these are planes, right? And meanwhile, I'm having a great time. I'm getting to know Chris and his daughter Emily. We definitely vibed because we're both artists and musicians, and so I started talking. And then also, there's sort of two kind of plots going on at once during my first encounter, and some other things that are not as important. But yeah, there were some other people there, but the orbs gravitated towards me most directly, I would say, because I was just primed and ready because of my like eternal flow state. And it's cool to see it work, because it's a philosophy that I made for finding truth in a post-truth world, and it's not just meant to be, for pontificating, wearing a toga and debating, but it's just to, just be the fast track to finding truth. And here I am, right? So that was cool. There were some other people I shouldn't name that were like not really in that flow state, and they were kind of, you could feel them like messing up the vibe, and the orbs would kind of like hide and disappear when they would sort of just say something that was kind of skeptical and like baffled and not meditative, right? So but then we kind of wandered off to a different area of the woods, and then we kind of got back into it. And so there was like maybe like 17 different orbs just going all over the entire sky, right? And as this was happening, I had sort of two kind of like conversations going at once, one with Chris and one with his amazing daughter Emily. And the one with Chris, he asked me how I was feeling, because he remembered, one of the things that we bonded about at Contact in the Desert, was this sort of extreme suffering we've been through health problems and other types of things as a result of being disabled. So he remembered that, because as you can tell, he's a very thoughtful guy. And then at one point, he kind of instinctually just, and kindly sort of touches the bottom of my back, exactly the focal point of my pain, which I still have right now, which is why I tend to speak fast, especially at the end of the day, because it's like a fight flight response, just FYI. So I wish I had weed. Anyway, so so that was going on, right? But okay, this is hard to explain because it was literally like two overlapping conversations, like repartee, right? And the one, okay, so I'll just give you the plot with Chris first. So he, kindly asked how I was feeling, and I said, oh, I drove down, and flares up my back, and he tapped my back, and I felt like a sort of warm, sort of peaceful tingling, I guess. And then moments, like a second or two with his hand there, all of a sudden, I see something that's hard to describe in my mind, I guess is how you would say it. And it was a very specific and clear thing. It wasn't like none of this was like hallucinatory. It's like a funny conversation hanging outside, like with funny cool people, right? And so then, yeah, so the thing that flashed in my mind, it was like, it was the sky, and like a pulsing, flash, and then boom, one of the orbs, right? And then instinctively, I just then looked up to that exact point, nothing in the sky, and then that exact same thing happened, but I saw it right above me, a flash of light, turning into an orb that kind of darted around to get my attention, and then kind of orbed in a bit closer, and that kind of so that was going on, but that was only one of the things happening sort of simultaneously. At the same time, I was in the middle of this conversation with daughter Emily, who has this awesome collaboration, a music album, High Concept, coming out in collaboration with the Monroe Institute. So I was into that, and I was asking her because my mind had just been blown by seeing, clear orbs for the first time. I was like, hey, this feels a lot like, what I consider channeling in terms of how I create my philosophy and my music and such. And I asked her about it, and she's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. The connection to this phenomena, happens in many different ways. And me as a creative person, this is her talking, that's one of the main ways she does it as well. So as this is happening, also simultaneous to the thing of Chris touching my spine and the flash in my brain and seeing the orb, and this is that superpower. This is when you speak of God's of super experiencers or whatever the heck you want to call it. I mean, this is the this is the it factor, baby. That this is why all the secret projects of the world and the top scientists are like really trying to be friends with Chris to like study him, and he's scan his brain and all this stuff, all these anomalous things about him. But somehow that was conveyed to me, at least temporarily, where I did it too, and it was some excellent an excellent epiphany about what's possible, right? I don't know what it is, right? I don't jump to conclusions here. So that was going on, and then meanwhile, I'm having this conversation about the channeling creative aspect of the phenomena. And as this is happening, suddenly I noticed both Chris and his daughter, and the whole family is kind of like a hive mind that kind of like hangs out with these creatures, or not creatures. I'm sorry, these angels, whatever. So then, and I described this in the space a bit. Right? This is when all of a sudden they start looking over my shoulder, which has just become a repeated thing in my life now, actually. So over my right shoulder, I felt this like energy and this like, I don't know how you describe it, but it was not an orb. It was like a organism. It's, if you read his book, I think it's like that what was it, that hedgehog without a head thing and without spikes. It's like blobby. I don't know, you have to read the book, but so it seemed like a 3D biological alien, I guess. No offense, if it's an angel instead, but so, and it was like,
I
so all of a
see
sudden,
why you said that picture I sent you. I can see that now. Wow.
right, okay, right, yeah, see, we've touched upon this in previous spaces, right? This is why I'm asking him about the hedgehog, and then this being, and then also what he didn't answer this part yet. And I'm going to follow up tomorrow. What the cow slash bull that charged at him, prior to his grand introduction to, the ingenue, the wonderful lady. So anyway, back to the story, right? So all of a sudden they're looking at me past over my shoulder. I'm like, and they're laughing like kind of knowingly, as I, had just asked Emily, like, okay, so is this like how the you channel the phenomena manifest itself in a sort of creative manner? And then right on cue, they're kind of smiling and laughing knowingly in a familiar kind of tone. And I follow their gaze over my shoulder, and there's this thing, it's just kind of like gliding like 2 inches from my face. So I got to see the texture of it. It looked like it had like feathers, but they weren't feathers. It was like feather pattern, but it was on like skin, but it wasn't skin. One of these sort of alien like textures, I guess, for lack of better terminology. And then, but it was like, at first I thought it was a bat. And I'm like, oh, it's a bat. But it wasn't a bat because bats have wings that move. This was just like kind of like a biological little like spaceship, maybe. Like, and then, and then everybody was watching it, and it kind of like time seemed to kind of slow down, or maybe it was just how weird the moment was. And then I was like, "Ugh," and as it goes by my face, and then it kind of like just kind of goes in a straight line into the distance, in the direction of this river, right? And it kind of like almost like spaghettifies, but like in a perfectly straight line. It almost is like the image in my head of chapter 2 of my philosophy, which I call the super objective, which is really wild. So that happened, and we're laughing, and my mind is blown, as one might expect. And Emily and Chris are saying, yeah, and he talked about that in this space earlier, like yeah, that's like the creative manifestation of whatever this is. Like the other day, he said it looked like a Harry Potter style old timey book, like flapping its pages instead of wings. And this time it was, for some reason, this like biological little alien spaceship compadre, right?
Spaghettified.
Spaghetti. That's what it looked like. It was just very straight and just kind of like blurred into a straight line into infinity.
Time
Yep,
dilation. That's
something
what
like
would
that.
happen at the event horizon. They've always said you would stretch into spaghetti. Fascinating.
Right, right. So that's the basic gist of it. And then my back has been better since then. I still have some pain now, as you can tell, but I have been grinding quite hard. Like this part of the problem for my chronic pain is making me, it makes me limp. And so because of that, my knee has been getting all messed up. And so like I wasn't able to like hardly walk at all for like better part of a month. And then after getting back from this trip, for might be a coincidence, but it is also true that it feels fine now. I'm able to like scooter and ride my bike for the first time in a while. I can walk, without having issues. So, and the pain level has gone down maybe just on average like 30% so far. So we'll keep tracking that and see if that's a thing.
How long ago was that your visit, and how long did you stay with him?
It was like 2.5 weeks ago, and it was just like one day. And I met him over a series of like maybe 4 days prior to that at the conference.
You know, I'm wanting to to have this like Crescent Hotel get together from X for like an X paranormal weekend or something. If he's on his way from east to west, you guys should stop by. You know, stop by Arkansas. At the very least, the Spiro Mounds, Devil's Den. You know, there's some good places.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully that's gonna. It's a little premature, but yes, let's get a whole idea about all the best places to go on a road trip, and hopefully that will work out. I just have to. It's probably not, it's probably going to be a good month and a half away, which is fine because it takes time to prepare such things, of course. But we'll see. You will see. Regardless, there'll be more Orb adventures. Okay. Oh, so chapter two, not quite as wild, but my first solo adventure, with entities, happened 2 nights ago. I'm sorry if you already heard this in the space earlier, but I was out in a public courtyard watching a movie with people, and Coco, a great movie. And then like I don't know, towards the end of Act Two, all of a sudden, like people aren't watching this amazing movie on the screen. They're more and more whispering, pointing, and looking at me in the audience. And then that's when I realized I kind of followed the direction of what they're looking at, and then over the exact same shoulder as last time, I like turned to the right, and there's this like maybe slightly smaller than a basketball orb there that everyone can fucking see in public. And I'm just like, oh, hi there, just trying to keep things friendly. And 'cause we had fun last time, let's keep it that way. And it was very surreal. It was kind of just sort of doing its pulsing thing, and to me, I anthropomorphically interpreted it to be like, oh yeah, this is kind of weird. They're all staring at us, huh? And then it kind of blinked or pulsed or whatever with its lights and shot up into the sky really fast. And then as it did, it seemed to turn into that familiar shape of that weird biological. Fleshy alien, no offense to the angels, alien-like biological spaceship, mini. I don't have I have to think of a more concise, but that thing, right? So it turned into pretty much like that same shape in the distant, way up in the sky, and then it kind of veered off to the left and went from like orb to like kind of like weird alien airplane. And I caught it. I finally got my camera out at that point. Not finally, this all happened quite fast, but and I did catch it. It doesn't look like an airplane. There's no lights on it. It has a weird shape. I could show it to you. I had it on the timeline, but I'm like, oh my god, I'm becoming one of these people that's just like
What the
posting
hell
little
is
like
it?
fucking lights in the sky. You know what I mean? Like, because the stuff with Chris Bledsoe, at least it's like super high tech stuff, not just on an iPhone. So people are like, oh, okay, that's. I'll show it to you guys if you want. Yeah, it doesn't
What does your
doesn't look.
gut tell you it is?
Oh my god, hello. Um, I don't want to offend anyone, because I don't know. I think it's I mean, it seems like aliens, man. I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. I think they're like a higher intelligent species that could also be synonymous with angels, right? I think angels can be considered extraterrestrials or crypto. I mean, you can have all kinds of higher powered beings, right? It's not like he's saying that the lady is literally, top G God, right? He's implying it's some sort of like, spirit, right? Holy Spirit. And why could that not, like ancient alien style, be the same thing as, some higher intelligence, form of alien being? I don't know. I just don't know. But it seemed alien. It seems like these were beings, Ms. Jenny.
Sorry, my phone was out. VC, do you have any more questions? I felt like maybe you wanted to learn a few things. I will totally yield to you if you want to ask questions. I was going to ask if he asked him to do any meditation, or if there's a way that he asked him to kind of set up when he was with Bledsoe. Were you supposed to relax for a period of time, or avoid foods of any kind, or anything?
No,
Because
no,
he
this
was.
is the same question God's asked. It's this part that we have a lot of things in common. This guy, I mean, he comes from a different world, and he's an older guy than I am. But like our philosophies are, I'm not talking about the religious aspect, but our philosophies are very similar. He is in the same kind of eternal flow state that I am in, more or less. I mean,
So it's
and
the present
no,
moment.
we're just ready for it anytime. It's not like this is part of what's unique about my whole approach to this entire project of being alive, right? Is that I've been meditating for in about 20 days. It would be 6 years continuously, right? And it took me about 15 years to figure out this methodology of how to get here, for which I can now explain to you if you want. And part of how we do it is this free form repartee conversation. It's the easiest kind of way to start engaging in the eternal present tense flow
Yeah,
state, and then it
just to,
gets fun. And then you edge until you do it all the time. You keep adding to it.
yeah, just to stay in the flow, Jenny. I'll just focus real quick on his experience there, because we're going to go sidetrack. While you were there in the camera that day, how much time did you spend in the camera itself versus just looking with your eyes? And is your vision 20/20 really good vision? And also, when you were walking around the property, did you use the camera at different locations, or just in the time of day of all of this? Did that change? Obviously, if you're there for a day, was there anything in the daytime or nighttime, and the sizes of the orbs or anything like that? Close. How close did they get? How far away were they?
Yeah, for sure. Let me try to get to this. So yeah, it was our attempts to encounter the phenomena was just when the was after dinner at night, right? I'm told it also happens during the day sometimes, but I guess it's easier to see at night. And so initially, like as I mentioned, it was with these like scope video cameras. I first saw it with my naked eye, right? I wear glasses, but they're up to date prescription. And and so yeah, I first saw something that looked like a star, but it was impossible to see, as I mentioned, to see a star right next to the super bright moon, right? So then, and then Chris kind of was like laughing, sort of knowingly, handed me the scope, and then I looked at it, right, and it was very high powered scope, and it was also recording, and I could see it very clearly, and then spent I don't know, maybe like 20 minutes mostly looking at orbs that were kind of more distant, but you could see them super clear. And then one of them started approaching from a nearby tree, much larger, and I was trying to get a better view, but I saw that quite easily without a scope. It was close, but then one of the people, these sort of buzzkill people who I love, kind of like didn't have his glasses on at all. I'm not going to name who it was, but kind of threw it off a bit, and then we were kind of having this, and then we were looking more with the scopes mostly. You could see them with the naked eye, but you could not really tell for sure, that they were not like X, Y, and Z other things until you looked in the scope when they're that distant, right? The closer one you really could tell anyway with your naked eye. And then, as mentioned, there was that thing where Chris touched my lower spine, and then in my mind, I saw the sort of precog, I guess, of the thing lighting up in the sky, and that I just saw in perfect visceral detail because it was just in my consciousness or whatever goes on in one's mind, right? And then lastly, the sort of biological looking alien little spaceship manifestation, whatever it is. That I mean, I saw with my glasses, which are up to date prescriptions, but it was like like a couple feet from my face, so I could see it really clearly, and it was kind of moving a little bit weird slow motion, and we all were watching it together. So that was kind of the shape of it.
And how close did they approach or I mean, really, how many feet away was like the closest one, and did they change shape and colors?
Well, I just told you that,
Yeah,
man. The one, it was
but
like a foot and a
yeah,
half away from me, the closest one.
okay, but that was sort of like an alien thing, right? Or a
Isn't
ship
that
or
what isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, no, I thought you were talking about more. Well, when you talk about seeing stuff through the scope, through that, you're talking about, I guess, orbs, which I normally think is circular, shape or spherical. Uh, so that's what I was getting at. If there were
Yeah,
spherical ones that came in close, I understand the alien. You're having a
got
little
it.
trouble describing it, but what about the other things?
Yeah, like I tried to mention, so they, I could see the distant ones, right, with my naked eye, but I could not really confirm in my mind that they were orbs, right, until I saw the scope. So I looked at those extensively with different scopes and binoculars and things, right, and then there was the flash in my mind, obviously, that was really clear for me anyway, but didn't involve my eyes, I guess, at least not initially. And then obviously there's and then there was like a much bigger orb from behind a tree that I could see clearly, but it was sort of obscured by the tree, and it was like it was trying to kind of inch forward and say hello, but then the vibe got thrown off. So I saw that with my naked eye, and then also with some binoculars, and it was quite clear and pretty big. I was like, it looked like it was maybe, I don't know, behind this tree. I'm guessing it was maybe like 15 feet wide or something. It was pretty big. And then I mentioned obviously the what looked like a flying alien, I guess.
How far away was the tree?
Um, cool. The tree was like, I need to get better at estimating. I want to say like 12 yards away, maybe, or 10 yards away.
Oh, that's extremely close. So,
Yeah, yeah, no, I really saw this
so
like pretty, yeah, very clearly. Yeah.
yeah, so maybe 100 feet away at most, but where it's behind the tree or something like that.
Yeah, I would guess like maybe like 60 feet, maybe.
Okay, cool. So when that one was that close, was it spherical or just round, or because you could get a good look at it with your naked eye at that distance, right?
Yeah, look, it looked just like all the distant orbs, right? They're all spherical, perfect spheres, pretty much, although they kind of blob around a little bit. But yeah, it looked like the other ones.
So do you say when they blob around, you mean they get blurry, or they're translucent, maybe too, or are they solid?
Yeah, it seems like the orb membrane stays. Maybe it stays all the way the same. It might just be the lights inside that make it look blobby, right? And it's the lights that's these little like pulsing individual dots, almost like an amoeba, like orb like amoeba. And there's like more red ones and more sort of blue ones, and sometimes they kind of shift between those kind of that spectrum. And the rhythm is like hard to tell. It was really interesting to look through the scope at all the airplanes versus what these things look like, because it's like completely of a different world.
Yeah, just one last thing that's curious. I don't know, since you interact with them, here's a question that you'll find it this curious to get an answer to. I think you'll like. It's one of his things that his son talked about was how when these things will come in close, they sort of will glow or something like that. But when they dim out, you can actually find some residue from them. I don't know whether that's just still floating in the air or it falls
Yeah,
to
he
the
was talking
ground.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah. What can you say about that? Anything more?
Um, he said quite a bit. I'm not sure if you were here. I think that he was talking about this metallic stuff that comes out that someone was confiscated from him, and then he had people offering to
No, no,
purchase it.
that's not what I'm referring to. It's something like it. This is a very, very, very ethereal, almost like a fragment of a feather. There's like a residue, not that metallic stuff, but
Oh, okay.
when the thing dims out, that will remain, or it falls. They found it on the ground, near it. I was just trying to get that clarified. Is it something that kind of
Mama.
floats away still, or is it come down to the ground? That kind of thing. But no, it's like there's this little tiny particle, like a piece of dust or something. It'd be very hard to detect.
Selenium fibers,
Anyway,
ectoplasm.
I don't know, because he's never gone into detail, but I find that fascinating that there's some kind of a physicality to it, with a particle thing aspect to it that's very, you know, by the time it dims out and then this residue remains, it's, there it is, and it may be still floating in the air. It may come to the ground. Anyway, that's all. Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah, good questions. I appreciate that, and I'll ask more. I mostly remember the metallic particles and things, and but I'll ask what else. I know there's like hair, like angel hair. People talk about. I don't know if you saw that. I think someone asked him something.
This Describe the weird little thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to follow up on that for you guys. Thanks a lot.
Like, did it look like? Damn it! I want a visual. Mellow, help me.
What are we visualizing now?
The weird little thing.
I don't know. I only know the metallic part, unfortunately.
No, he's talking about the entity that appeared 2 feet in front of you.
Oh, that
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's made out of the same stuff as the Sasquatch little guy. Okay. Um, yeah, okay, let's try this again. It's I should draw it or something. It's aerodynamic, right? About okay, it appeared to be like about maybe 2 feet long. It had like wings, but they were biological looking. It looked at first like the texture of the skin, quote unquote, was like feathers, but they weren't feathers but they were in that kind of like shape, I guess. And it looked like but it was like looked like alien, like rubbery, like skin, like dark. It was like almost black, but not quite. Had texture, and apparently he said this is the creative manifestation, playful side, I guess, because I think the entities like that I was a creative person. I don't know that, and as described, sometimes they look like all kinds of different things, and this is part of what I want to carefully experiment with is they said it looks like an old-fashioned book flapping its wings sometimes, and I want to see if I can collaborate on this 5D creature with the printer, 5D printer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It seems like the 5D printer aspect is just a side effect of the field strength and how it's tuned. It can either um, pull in these micro spherical, almost like the buckyballs, but they're a lot smaller than that. This is one of the things from the Hutchison effect that people find whenever you break the magnetic field in an area. These little tiny metal balls begin forming on their own, just out of nowhere, and the only way to deal with it is to have running water, and it kind of washes the effect away. No pun intended. Um, but that's the monument at Ground Zero of 9/11 is a running water into a black pit. You know.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Can I speak? Is that okay?
Yes, hello.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Karen, 2.4. Just want to give a shout out to Mellow and God Sauce and everybody else is still good. Very thankful, grateful, and blessed to be here today and healthy and well. Just real quick. I don't really talk on a whole lot of space. I like to listen. But I was trying to think of the question that was answered. What is a female's her hero's journey? But let me just first follow up on that. What you guys were talking about as far as orbs and all that. My experience. I live in the Sasquatchville of Wisconsin, UP. Beautiful up here, very patriotic. But as a kid, I used to have reoccurring dreams. I still kind of do here and there. But one of my, and I was wide open as a kid. I was a little too open. That's probably why they full read and I'm losing my teeth. But anywho, I would always experience fractals when I would get real high fevers. I would see a lot of geometrical patterns in my brain, all sorts of like red glitter, geometrical patterns as a young girl. So I guess that was my journey, and my hero is that I hope we all can come together and one love. So God bless, and I'm going to land and ship this sink right here. God bless. Bye. Thanks for letting me talk.
Oh yeah, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Hopefully you caught some of our guest, Chris Bledsoe. The title of the space is The Experiencer's Journey. And, we're reflecting on many of the things he shared, and as well as my own experiences with him. And one solo experience I had a couple days ago. I'm new at this, so it's all pretty wild and fun to experience the experiences with the other experiencers. Jenny, what's on your mind?
Okay, so VC, he got his questions asked, right? Do I not see him up here anymore?
You do not. Yeah,
Okay.
it's time for you to repartee,
Well,
miss.
he had some boundaries that he wanted to. I respected that. I understood his agenda, and I wanted to help him with that.
All right, Jenny, you
So
did great. Yeah.
some of God's house, what he was bringing up, and you as well, is it's really not. We're not like really going off of the script. Actually, we're really digging into it and going ahead and assuming it's true.
Trying
Yeah,
to,
because
yeah.
like I don't need I'm not at the stage where I need to do the critique because I'm older, so I've experienced a lot of stuff since I was really young. Like 20 is when I started my journey, so that's like 20 years, like you guys. And the meditation, like you, I've been doing that for a very long time, and I was really interested because recently, which I never knew how to do until I taught my daughter, was to bring all of your body into the present moment. And I actually used the word microtubule when I was using my intention, and all my skin went crazy. Like from my toes all the way to the top of my head, it began to tingle like straight up. So I was like, whoa, that must have worked. So to bring yourself into that attention mode, like on command, right?
Awesome.
Yeah. Like what that I was wondering is it because if we're going to be, well, I think we should open our well, shit, maybe I should be quiet. Me personally, I think I'm a crap. I really would like to communicate with things like that, but I also am perfectly aware you have to be very careful because you never know what comes when you call.
Well, if you're, you know, with a pure heart, plugging yourself in to the spirit energy of the earth, um, that's just like that's all you, really. I think I'm almost positive. I've never had a bad see with the way that I mean, I don't want to use Mellow's phrase, but I try to stay in what you might be construed as meditative, in order to stop this from happening. If I if I forget and I'm just walking around, the earth reaches up and grabs a hold of me, and every part of my body, is hair stand on end, goosebumps all over, and I'm just like shivers, and I have to I have to watch it because if I'm barefoot in certain parts of the house, it's stronger and it'll just grab me immediately. So I have to really try and keep myself collected, you know, because these energies are really strong sometimes.
They wipe me out. God says they wipe me out, but I'm a somatic dealer. I everything like I feel things in my body. So if you hurt my feelings, like I will get a physical pain, whether it's in my chest, depending upon what type of a pain you are to me, is where it hits me. If you cut yourself, the backs of my thighs, both right and left, will fire up into the nerves, like as if it's telling me to run to help you. Or like I get it on the backs of my arms, depending upon where I am. And what I found really flippin' interesting about him is he said you're protected if you just live in this. I would call it like fearless, like authentic and fearless. You're not afraid, so you're not thinking about the past or the future. You're in the moment, like Mellow does, right? So that may
Yeah,
be
it's
yeah,
pretty
right.
wild. All these things. I'm like, because I was a little scared. Sorry to interrupt, but it's just a lot has been going on. So I appreciate being able to share and process it with you. But it was a little wild doing my philosophy lecture for the first time at this conference with all these people I never met who've been doing things a certain way, and so I was just so relieved and was so pleasantly surprised that so many people vibed with it, from Sheehan to this wonderful dude. And it feels universal. It's fractal. Anyway, please continue, Miss Jenny.
I think a lot of it was the
Yeah, I
feeling of
was.
love. I think that there's a lot of really weird magic stuff happens to me. I'll be like running through like literally the hood at my age, trying to find something by myself at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I've hitchhiked across the United States when I was 14 with truckers. Not one time in my entire life was I ever hurt. So that's weird. And nobody understands why. Like, why did Jenny hitchhike, like living homeless and never raped, never molested, never hurt, never stolen from, nothing, but all these crazy experiences. I think it has to do with that, like innocent, the way you were when you were a child. So kind of like getting back to that silly moment where you're just you and you're not afraid of what people think or feel, or you're just you. That's, I think, that frequency that we can sit in to
Yeah,
be interesting.
authenticity, right?
That's it. That's all.
Yeah, and it took, sometimes for me, I've always been me, but like, being, fully disabled, tortured alive for 22 years because of being disabled. having the luxury, I guess, in hindsight, of being not part of the system at all. Just sort of a problem to someone. It was not great, but there were advantages too. And I couldn't sleep much at all because of the horrific agony and pain. I would just black out every 4 days, but the brain would keep on going regardless. So I had plenty of time to think about the nature of existence. So, but anyway, managed to be stripped down to nothing, right? Going back to ego death and all the suffering, which is part of the coherence narratives we have in common, also, right? All of us who contact and can access these things and become their true authentic self as an adult, right? You get stripped down to nothing, and then what I did is, sort of from an existential perspective, built it all from nothing, brick by brick over time until here I am. And yeah, I think you described it so well. It is this sort of, I'm still a kid and still, and a grown man. Don't worry. But in that sort of state of wonder all the time, and this really took me to an apotheosis so far of this type of wonder and what could be done through with an open heart and an open mind. But don't let it fucking spill out, mind you, right? You still got to use it's also a holistic approach to all things. I call it ideal realism in my philosophy, right? The full advantage of idealism and realism, so that because the new frontiers of science are the ones that have been least suppressed from the populace. It's going to take everything, right? We can't just believe only. We also need to like fully harness the powers of 3D science, not scientism. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's cool. And here we have like documentation that we're trying to achieve that he's been doing for quite some time with these high tech cameras and all these other things I can talk about. But still with that childlike sense of wonder and play. We were laughing the whole time. It was a great time. It was a party with this wonderful family, which would have been more than enough to make my year. But it was also these entities or angels or whoever who have been with this family for like 20 or so years, who are part of the family, and they're also wonderful people, as it seems.
That's incredible.
But it was like that fun, like there's an innocence to these people as well. Like they're very wholesome. It's like Norman Rockwell, it's like the old days of America, where people like had values and loved their families and, cared about each other and existed in nature in the third dimension. They built things with their hands. It was like almost like a Twilight Zone episode of like going into a different time.
Do you remember what he said too? He said that these beings told him about like you at the beginning of the Bible, which is interesting. Again, I'm not a total believer of all these different things. I think we're just humans reflecting upon what we think we try to know. But in the beginning was the Word, and I know that like sound and light and matter and like when quantum mechanics and things like that kind of the voice. He said to be very careful about what we say. So even negative self talk about like we're not good enough, we're not looking, all these different things. He said he would not go so far as to say the right hand was better than the left because of the intensity upon the intentions and what happens when you speak. So that's something else we can integrate into our lives to make sure that we're not saying anything negative about ourselves or others around us, unless it's a constructive criticism thing, that
And I got
can
to
help
jump in
create
because this
peace.
is chapter 3 of my philosophy, revolutionary civility, which is being used by top scientists and secret projects right now and such. And it's also, when I told him what that was, he's like, yes, that's that. Yeah. And I just, we find it in our own way. And in terms of people, like, it's great to get the feedback on what everyone thinks and that. But it's his experience. But, just because I'm vibing with him and experiencing things with them doesn't mean we all have the same experience or interpretation. I have an open mind, and I'm going to save my judgments until we have tons of data and evidence. But yeah, my working theory is that many people can have hang out with the same cluster of entities, family of entities, and get something somewhat different out of it, or at least have different religious and or cultural or spiritual references, or maybe to some people maybe they'll see that thing flying by me as a certain thing. Maybe others will interpret it a little bit differently. But we can focus on, as usual in this epistemology, the overlapping cross section of things that matter, right? And that's the innocence, the authenticity, the flow state, the love and light vibes. We'll see where it leads, right? We can't be total idiots. Have an open mind, as mentioned, but don't let your brain fall out. But you know what I mean, and we don't have to sweat the little cultural things. And certainly, I will not let people self-cannibalize the singular collective consciousness as a result, leading to such horrible results as genocide, which happens all the time, right? So, and that happens often because of differences between religions. And
That's
I
what we have
like
to
that
move
about
away
Chris
from.
too, that he's not like, this is just the Pentecostal lady. This is not just the Baptist lady, which he could have easily picked a tribe in his local community, or he got to save the Pope's life. Oh, it's the Pope's, Pope's going to give me $1 billion. It's the Pope's lady, No, he wants everyone to benefit from this and to elevate together, and I that's what I want too. So you can put different like outfits on it and different window dressing, but I feel like the ethics are there and the intention's good. And if it's all inclusive, that fits into my one sentence ethics too. Like it's pretty wild because I kind of knew this stuff would happen. I've had this increased amount of retrocausality in every chapter of my philosophy created for the first time literally in history, live on spaces, live in front of the world. Like that's the first philosophy, comprehensive philosophy to be created in this manner, which I call the mass Socratic method. But and in the process of doing so, going through what I call the super objective, right, which I can tell you about, the farther and deeper you get into that path, the more you feel the retrocausality. As people like God Sauce and others can recall in previous spaces, I would be like, okay, well, this is the new chapter of the philosophy. And I wouldn't tell people, but I would always know exactly how it would end. As you may recall with the War on War, for example, that went on for 2 months. So, and this included too. I knew I would get to this. I didn't know exactly how. I thought it might take longer. But the every aspect of the philosophy lines up with not just the ethics. Okay, so the ethics, totally the same thing he has, but different phrasing, different cultural references. Only do things to help all planetary life. Semicolon. Never do anything to divide or self cannibalize the singular collective celestial consciousness. And he's like, yeah, that's brilliant. That's what I think. He would put it in his own kind of way that probably more people can understand. But it's cool. It's cool, and it feels like we're converging. I don't want to just make assumptions about us having everything the same in common. But to me, everything that matters, and seemingly the things that matter the most to him, we are in that overlapping cross section of all things that matter the most, and it works for getting to the truth as advertised. Finding truth in a post-truth world. It's called algorithmic jujitsu, and it's extensive.
Yeah, let me just say I'm kind of jealous for you guys that have protections. I've never had those, but in my journey of Nikong, Reiki, yoga, all these things, I can reach down and grab a hold of that spirit, the yin energy, and I can bring it up and protect myself. And it's almost like autoimmune at this point. Like it just sort of happens very quickly, and then I don't know. I've had a lot of things happen that really should have really hurt me, and it's like it did nothing, you know. And that's the yin field, the spirit energy that just absorbs attacks, and protects you. And you either have protective guardians that do that for you, or you learn to bend the energy within yourself, and do the trick for yourself.
I like the collective conscious part of it and the lines. So you know what I'm talking about? Like with Jake and stuff from a long time ago. We started a year ago, I think it was, that meditating every Saturday for at the on the ley lines.
Oh yeah, the
Right. So
Layla.
like that's
Okay,
really
what he mentioned with the little kid in the bedroom, I was that kid. It's like I was like, holy shit, he's describing my childhood. It's like if you have a kid that's like just laying there in one of these bad energy lines that are electric, you know, then all these entities are just gonna see the child, and it's either gonna get sick or die or something. And I'm like, or they fucking get powerful and resilient because of the constant attacks. I was like, he just like described my childhood. He really did, and I got through it though.
Yeah, I think the collective consciousness that begin within when we work, like Mello says, on ourselves and practice like the jujitsu that he's talking about and the radical being here now, that will collectively, like as we change ourselves, the entire thing will change. Instead of we get into this rut where we're like trying to tell everybody else what they should do differently and how they should change this and Republicans should do this, a Democrat should do this should do this. Forget that. We should do something with ourselves. How do we love ourselves? How do we, change our own frequencies? How do we, go ahead and unwind everything inside of ourselves? And then that would hit that collective conscious. Like he said, I think he said that she, the lady in white, told him, shoot, I think I put the note in the bubble, but the collective consciousness will push out the evil. And to me, I was like, yes, that's us.
I know, it's wild. I mean, this is before I heard of this story. And then also, how he emphasized the essential nature of not watching the news, not fighting over the cultural wars and the political things. And as you know, this is popularly coined on Spaces and other platforms, is, what I call the petty terrestrial affairs. And I've never once let them interfere with my spaces.
Good job.
Right?
Good job,
But
Mellow.
literally every single principle lines up. And yet there's no other epistemology or philosophy that has all these ingredients. I'm not saying I invented any of these things whole cloth, but it's just what I found to work for me, right? So that I could, the path of least resistance is to change everything for me. And I happen to be changing it in fundamentally all the same ways that Chris Bledsoe is. And we're from different parts of the world, a country anyway. And it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And some other people I've been vibing with are also, in alignment with these, at least most of these principles, and then we converge, and I think that's the thing. I mean, spaces is the best way to do it. We can, reach the whole world this way. I mean, at least the people that still use this app, and 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 it's good. We don't focus on the things that are designed to self cannibalize us intentionally. So, and it's so wonderful that someone like this, the super influencer of all time, happens to be perfectly aligned with what I hope to be the new philosophy for the modern age, because I think we fucking need it, right? We're not going to, if we just follow the algorithms we're on right now, we know exactly where we're going. Let's get to James. James, what's up?
Hey, yeah, thanks for the opportunity to just share a few thoughts. I listened to you, and I certainly subscribe to a lot of what you're suggesting. It has been something that I've experienced as well, with great satisfaction and awareness. I will also say, to Jenny's point about what it is that we as individuals can do, I believe that source is in all of us, right? If we look at the heart and look at how a biological item can generate energy, and that is the essence of what it's all about from my standpoint. Um, and in that, what can one do? It's about grounding yourself. Sometimes it's as simple as, taking barefoot walks in the grass. It's can be around immersing yourself into Epsom salt baths that allow you to neutralize all of those extra charges. And also copper is a really good thing. If you have the capacity to be around a decent size copper piece, it has that capacity as well. I will challenge you, though, on one statement that was made, and it says that throughout the course of history, is that it has always been religions that have fought upon themselves. I would suggest that part of that to might want to review or give some pause to thought, because although it could be
Hold
on
on, but
occasion.
if you're talking about me, buddy, I didn't say that exactly, but please continue.
No, well, I don't know. So I apologize if it
Oh
was.
no, it's fine. Also, I'm going up to the roof, so I'm gonna be able to hear you, but it might take me a second until I can talk. But please continue now. Thanks.
Okay, so anyways, the point that I was just, there was some reference to, over the annals of time, it has been religions that have fought with one another. I would say not necessarily. I would
Yeah,
point
I
to.
know that. I didn't say it was just religions. I was just explaining that they're a major source of that problem, not the only one. But please continue.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, that being said, then the distinction is appreciated, because I do think that there can be, on occasion, political ideologies that interfere with religions, and that can be part of the source of the conflict as well. So I just felt it necessary to add that little bit, but for the most part, like I said, I really like what you're saying here, and I would love to contribute at a certain point in time. There is no doubt about it that there is multiple levels of consciousness that can go on around us. I have experienced it, and
I'm just an everyday kind of person. So continue on living that best positive life that you want, manifest what it is that you want to see, be the help that you can be, right? And let's hopefully all see the future that we want. So, anyways, once again, thank you so much for allowing me to speak in your space, and I thank you for that. Thank you.
I like how you said
Okay,
that.
James.
I'm also concerned about the political, like Constantine, and how many times that we've had powers that be, or certain families that have wanted to hijack different religious beliefs in order to get their agenda taken care of. So I hear you on that, and it's, of course, it's not 100% all the way across the board, because that's everything. Kind of, a flower comes out beautiful, and then come to find out a rotten, toxic substance has creeped into its leaves. That's kind of how we continually have to use discernment.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? I'm on the roof now.
Perfection. Don't get taken
Oh,
away
cool.
by any orbs. You stay with us now.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully, I'll get visited. We'll see. But yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying, James. I was kind of rattling off a bunch of things quickly. I didn't want to like take forever to explain the gist of the things I had, in alignment, philosophy wise, with my new friend Chris. But yeah, I totally agree. And I've said this many times in the past that yeah, it's obviously religion is has many essential elements to it. But oftentimes, yeah, because it gets politicized and it is used to divide people, and it can often lead to war and genocide. But obviously, it's not. It's just one of many things that does that. And I was speaking of the petty terrestrial affairs. I mean, we are self cannibalizing more than ever in any known history. From tiny little echo chambers on an algorithmic timeline, endlessly battling each other. Right. It's the cannibalization is just like endless tail end hell, right? And religion is part of it. Culture wars is part of it, and just random stupid things that divide people, forms of bigotry that you could never even think could be possible, just so people can succeed on the internet. So all those things divide the singular collective and make it so we can't fix this world.
I disagree with you, Mellow. God.
Good luck on that one, buddy. Speak your mind.
Oh, I'm just playing.
Okay, no, I'd be interested for a counterpoint there, but no, you're allowed to have them. But yeah, that'd be funny if you were just like chewing on your fist for the past like year, and so you're like, we gotta self cannibalize. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, well, this is Chris Bledsoe, the experiencer's journey. I'm here on the roof. A little foggy, but maybe an orbital visit. I'm gonna smoke some weed in the meantime, so I can help my pain
Whoa,
and
whoa, whoa,
get
whoa,
to
whoa,
sleep
whoa!
pretty soon.
You're on the roof, and you're gonna smoke weed. So do you have a secure location where you're not like on a slanted roof or anything like that? Correct.
It's not a yeah. It's like a nice court. There's like a pool. It's like place where you can like barbecue. There's railings. There's a nice panorama of the city and potentially orbs. Yeah, I'm gonna stay on the building. Thank you.
Long as it's a flat surface. Yeah, this was a really great space. I can't wait to see. He said that 2 episodes were canceled from the Skinwalker Ranch that had him in it. So I can't wait to see those come out as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to get these scientists do these like EKG and other neuro testing things that I got to learn more about. And yeah, it's. I mean, either there has been no person like this in known history, right? Or they have some secret people like this they keep in like underground bunkers or some secret projects around the world, and they're just pretending like he's special. Um, it seems more likely that they're actually interested in studying him because what is happening is unprecedented.
And I can't wait to hear about the Monroe Institute stuff. Like that's something that I'm just like sort of kind of obsessed with. Is the remote viewing, and is the brain the mind, and the hologram, the different Adam and Eve stories. And as much as I don't like kind of searching for government websites FOIA requests, because I think that they could really put anything they wanted to in there, that between the DIA, when the DIA picked it up from the CIA and turned remote viewing and these things into something that went undercover kind of DIA, even with I'm in a lot of political spaces too, but even Mike Flynn, right? Because he was the ex head of the DIA. Everybody's asking him about Trump, and I'm like, I don't care. I want to know about remote viewing. Like, and everybody's like, Jenny, get your head together. I'm like, dude, it's the most important thing. But that's really interesting because we have this whole thing inside ourselves and our minds and our hearts that we can do that we're clueless about. And you know how she said she wants to put us back on the right track before we do something wrong. I was just talking to my kid the other day. I said, I find it so weird that we kind of forget why we're here. And because the day I was born, I just want to know why we're here. What is this? And that's all I care about. People try to sway me different ways, and I don't want to hear it. And then I said, what if? They go, why do you care about this? I said, well, check this out. What if we all forget because of a cataclysmic event that wiped out 95% of the population or whatever? And then we forgot because we didn't know what our purpose was. If we don't have our purpose, we're not going to naturally be living in the direction of that. Meaning, if it's the survival of humanity, if it's X, Y, Z, if we don't know what it is, we might walk ourselves off a cliff, like say with, if we would on transhumanism or microchipping or whatever that could be. If we don't know our purpose, we could walk ourselves off. So I find it cool that he said that her message was to kind of help get back on track to find out what we're doing. So to me, that was
Yes.
synchronicity in my own
And
life.
again, since you want some synchronicities, once again, that's the super objective, to collaboratively find and share as much truth as possible until the point of death and asterisks there beyond, should the opportunity present itself. All right? That's the fucking new algorithm.
There's nothing else in the world that matters, in my opinion, so I like it.
It works for all people, all places, all circumstances. You can try to think of other super objectives. This is just what's working for me so far. But what you're saying, that's just why it's essential, right? And they psyop us with ignorance is bliss and all these things. Absolutely not. Take a bite of the apple. Oh, you fucked it up. Now you're in trouble. No, they're fucking our heads in. No offense with the language, but that it's brainwashing to keep us from the super objective.
I think it's weird that they say the Bible that the Catholics believe in say thou shalt worship no other God before me, and then they worship Mary. And I found that interesting that he said that the reason is that Mary was there is because they couldn't get rid of her, so like they had to. So this major patriarchal sort of, and I don't mean to be mean. I'm not trying to take the feminism route here. Please trust that because I love men. I have sons. I respect them. I don't think anything bad or they have harm to us. I just know that a presence between both of us as a partnership will bring the best of society around. And I think that this push for this business sort of capitalism, I'm not against capitalism. Again, I like America, but competition with each other, pushing each other down to beat over each other and then create a distance in between who's okay and who's not, that doesn't seem natural to me.
Yeah, it's self-cannibalization on a massive scale. Right? Yeah. Capitalism is not about taking care of other people. It's about, crushing them for glory. And I look, capitalism is the best system so far, and it enables me to do all these projects and things, that other places couldn't. I hope this remains, the state that it is at the very least, and doesn't slip into full-on tyranny and all that stuff, or,
Capitalism with
communism or whatever kind of
integrity.
thing where, exactly. But yeah, it's the gradient of all things, right? It's not this or that. When you're in this self cannibalization algorithmic timeline, which is why Act 3 of my coherence narrative is to make a new social media. I'm working on it. If I don't do it, at least I'll open source it, and maybe other people will. But I'm working on it with real people, So it's just it's good that it's gonna be a team effort. Like, I'm kind of busy, but it's essential, right? That's why I can't. Even though people are like, you're doing these other things, I'm like, this is Act 3 of the coherence narrative. We need this in place to possibly correct the world, right? If this is not in place, if it's even possible, right? There's no chance, right? Because the whole world is on this type of algorithm. Twitter, Instagram, all these other things that, and I don't want to explain it to you again. I think you probably get it, right? And there's other ways to do it. I figured it out, and I'm designing it with like some freaking geniuses, some of which visit these spaces often. So, when it's all about, okay, I don't want to say anything on Space Daddy's app, but he views this to be a pure form of capitalism, and he means that earnestly, and he's a nice guy, and he's done better than other people. That's why we're on this app, right? And so, with respect, but I think we need to kind of open our minds a bit to other possibilities, right? If you make a social media, the whole society and economy and world only based on what he considers to be pure capitalism and nothing else, um, it's going to lead to disaster, like we were headed towards. It's not going to self-correct. It's not possible for it to self-correct this way.
James, did you have something, or your mic was live?
Oh, sorry. I apologize, but yeah, I kind of do. So, irony, eh?
Your microphone knew it.
Well, exactly. Like, so that's manifesting, right? I was listening to this, and I'm thinking at the same time, what I would love to contribute is the thought of paying attention to Marxism that also uses capitalism, that ends up getting us to tyranny, right? And that might be the cautionary tale, as opposed to just true capitalism has its construct, because capitalism is kind of getting towards the end of its cycle, if you will. But I tend to think that there is the potential for Marxism to partner with fascism, and end up even corrupting capitalism in that process as well. Just so, sorry, I did think there was a little bit of irony. And you know the sweet
Oh
thing
yeah.
about this, and I'm sure this will resonate with you all. Whenever you come into a group of people that resonate with you, being that we have similar life experiences, being that it's almost like we speak a language that all of us can understand, right? And when you find another person that has the capacity to hear, not only just speak, but to hear what you're trying to say, it becomes a moment of elation, right? And all of a sudden now
Yes.
there's
Yes.
necessity to tell all of these stories that we've had over the chronicles of our time, because I found another soul traveler, basically, right? So, anyways, thanks. I'll go back. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks, man. I totally
thank
agree with
you.
that. Oh, anyway, I was just saying, oh yeah, I can jump back up if you want, but yeah, so I totally agree with that. Space is the best form of social media so far, which is why I spend a lot of time here with you guys. So I see the potential, right? There's also ways to improve this, but it's pretty good. And it's just really just the algorithmic timeline as a construct, as set up, it needs to be gradually improved over time. And that's why I talk about it publicly here, instead of just like, okay, I'm going to go behind the, secrecy and not share any of these ideas. Because no, I mean, I'd love to have all social media just start adapting this, and then let the best project win. The most pure form of that. So in these conversations, right, you're off the algorithmic timeline, right? We're free here. It's just like I'm having a dinner party. I can decide who's here or not, right? Space Daddy's talking about getting rid of the block feature. Well, I mean, if you want to make it, easy for other, potential companies to take over, fine, be my guest. But it's, or we can just have a diversity of options, right? So, but what right now, having some degree of control over the conversation, so just not every single troll and psyop and just idiot can disrupt you endlessly. You can have some autonomy in this world. You're not always being a slave and manipulated by the algorithms and all the bad incentives to self cannibalize. Here we can actually vibe with people. We don't even know, who we're going to vote for, or what's your favorite thing on this culture war and that one, which is what 99.999% of the internet does. It never even comes up here. I invite people not to discuss it ever, right? So, right, and you can see, well, what if the whole app was based on this premise? It's not that hard. Anyway, Jenny, what's on your mind?
Oh crap.
Hi.
You just got me off there. Yeah, go ahead. I know what I want to say. I want to tell her, Kay, you're, I think because you're next, you had your hand up, but your profile photo. I used to travel with the Grateful Dead, so I was looking at your top five. I was like, oh look, that's so cool.
Thank you. Welcome back. Mellow, I know you said that you're a part of a few and far between at Bledsoe, but I went to school with one in Chicago. So his name was
I'm
Mr.
sorry. A few
Bledsoe.
and far, it's a little hard to hear the mic. A few and far between. What did you say, Miss?
I know I went to school at the Bledsoe. I, mean, I
Oh,
swear.
you know Bledsoe?
Yeah,
Oh, the same family, or just the same name?
I don't know. He said that it's a very rare. So his name's Bill. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, long lost. Maybe ask Bill if he sees
What
orbs
called me?
and the lady
Yeah,
also.
yeah, called you to that. I just made some key points here, following up on the fractals and all that.
We're talking about ley lines, and here I am on Sasquatch line here up here in very paranormal Wisconsin, especially with the further north you get on the reservation. Yada yada yada. Boozoo, by the way, that means welcome. Um, where was I going with this, sir? Um, See, I got awakened as a kid. I always asked why. And then in 2012, I got reawakened by an old Army nurse I used to work with. Her name was Jewel, and she was a Jewel. But anyways, I sat down and listened to her. I didn't care if I was in overtime, to be honest. I'm paying to listen. But anywho, she woke me back up in the Kali Yuga of 2012. Okay, so I don't even know where I'm going with this, but I'm just ready for another flash. Goodbye. Love y'all.
All right. Thanks, Beavis.
Waiting for another what? Flash, you said?
Yeah, the big solar flash, man.
Oh, okay. Don't worry. Time permitting, I also want us to start a mole people colony, perhaps in one of these crystal caves. This researcher I know has discovered recently, and we won't look like moles initially. It's going to be a disco party, kind of like Fraggle Rock, and we'll be the only survivors of the upcoming cataclysms, right? And then, long story short, once we are done dancing to disco for about 10 years, we rise to the surface and we will repopulate the earth, and build it however we see fit. This is why we're trying to figure out the new concept for the economy and stuff. Hey, Jenny.
You keep your hands off of Jenny.
Is that from something? What's that from? Sauce? What are you talking about?
I don't
What
know.
movie is that? That's a movie, right? What movie is that?
I don't even know, man.
I think you
Okay,
should
the
always
mushrooms
ask
are.
first if you're going to say that. You should always be like, Jenny, are you enjoying it? You know what I mean? Like, just at least check.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would not like approach Jenny unsolicited. She's like 6 feet tall, and she's like
Oh my gosh, are you guys
really.
actually talking? What the? You weirdos. What are you talking about?
What am I? Oh my! I'm the weirdo. Okay, I was just trying to make it less weird, but okay. Rewind. I was just saying you could beat me up. That's not that weird. Okay, Jenny, you talk about something else if you like.
I did. I actually had something that was kind of important that I wanted to remember, which is aggravating me that I didn't, and I think it should. So you guys keep going, but it was you got me up.
Should we be concerned?
No, it was about entities and about names of those entities and how they kind of seem to be the same, but I can't. It's gone, totally gone. Flew out the window of my empty brain.
All right, I'm going back down the elevator. So Jenny, Sauce, Mrs. Side, James, Beavis. Anyone else wants to come up? I'll be listening for about like 3 minutes.
That was pretty an incredible space, I'll just say. It was so well done. The names were called, so many questions got in. He was treated really well. No one was rude. I think that just went really well to have him come out. And that congratulations, Mellow. Like, you're a good person. And it's just good that good things follow you. And that was really successful. I think it was fantastic. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna like clip parts of it, and I think that will help too, just to get some of the more information out. And I can't wait to see what happens after that. You did a really, really great job. And just in general of kind of going and doing the things that you're doing, exposing yourself to the people you are, and then bringing it to us, as well as you, everybody that does that we appreciate that. It's a big deal. Some of us are stuck. I've got 2 more kids at home, and I have, like Mellow had, I have car accident, which kind of, I'm looking to get surgery, but I'm kind of bedbound sometimes on bad days. And so when you guys go out and have all these really awesome experiences and share them with us, it's a big deal to me. It's enhancing my life. So I just want to say thank you. I think it turned out really good. And I want to say thanks to all of these awesome heads in here who I regularly see your posts and learn from you on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jenny. You're the best. Can you hear me all right? I sometimes lose my signal down here. Back. Okay. Yeah, we should probably wind it down because it's we want to not make it so hard for people to make it through the space to clip it up. But yeah, Jenny, let's keep talking and stuff. Like if you want to start clipping things and stuff, we can kind of like get some sleep and reconvene and put those out, and then I can talk to you more about
Oh
other
no,
research stuff.
I was sitting out here the whole time under the stars with a gentle rain with my fire. Now it's just a big bed of coals keeping me warm.
You had a serious
Beautiful
cricket.
night.
Your cricket that you had tonight was like wild. It was a loud cricket. It was so cute. Like you'd be talking, it was like.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I really like all the ambience you get with the fire and the crickets and stuff. Although you can also use voice isolation from time to time if you feel like it.
I don't have it on this. I don't have it on an iPhone 6.
Oh, really? Oh, 6. Yeah, that's
Yep.
a while ago. Yeah, it's cool. It still works.
How do you do it on like say this phone?
Yeah.
I think this is a 14. How do I do it on here?
Oh, Jenny. Wow. Okay. This is an exciting moment for you. This is gonna change the possibilities for what you can do. You can space anywhere now. Okay, be anywhere. I go in these spaces. I go in the subway. I go to like parties. I go to loud places, right? So yeah,
I
it
just
works
want them
so
to
well.
stop
You
hearing
never even
kids doing
notice.
weird.
You never
Yeah.
notice. I take it to meetings sometimes, and it's like no one knows what's going on. I just keep one headphone in my ear and just sort of like nod my head and okay. So what you do is you flip the screen top right corner down to the control, thingamajig. You see that?
Yep, that's done.
Okay, so check it out. The top right
Mhm.
says mic mode. You can choose voice isolation, standard, or wide spectrum voice isolation. You can be, the most terrible circumstances, imaginable, and we won't be able to tell. Yeah, or you can switch it back to wide spectrum if you want to catch all the frogs and stuff, and the crickets. What's up, Beavis? You're a cool, pretty cool lady
Do you
there.
see that? I just put a picture down there. I don't see that option.
I know. If that's yeah, it's good to see you. Good vibes. Good vibes. It's your name is also K Run.
Yeah,
K Run, not Karen. K Run. There's a big distinction, obviously. I would never dream of calling you
you can
Karen.
call me whatever. Just don't call me late for dinner, okay?
Mel,
Well, are you there for dinner?
I
No.
just
Hey, Jenny.
messaged you a picture. I don't think my screen says that. Will you look at that and tell me if I'm missing it?
I'm going to find my glasses. 1 second.
Maybe I'll just message you this. Forget it. We don't want to put this on the record. A lot of people are going to be listening to this space. Nobody cares about my phone.
Oh, okay. Okay. Or do you need help finding it, or did you? This is a
Just
great little
afterwards.
final chapter of our space, right? Okay. Well, yeah, we'll leave the tech support to the next space maybe, and we'll make it all about Boomer tech support. Okay.
Dude, I am
So
not even
with
close to a
that,
boomer yet. What are you talking? I'm like 20 years under a
oh
boomer.
my
I'm
God, I know this is
51.
what I do. How am I going to close the space when I really start things up like this? I know. It's just because it's my addiction. I just want to say goodbye to my compadres, right? I have to make up an excuse to talk to you. Okay, Jenny, I'm so sorry I said that. I said it just to make the space last longer because I'm not,
You can start another one.
still
Start
awake
another one. Just
basically.
cut this off and then come back.
Oh my God, they would never even know, would they?
No, and plus it's good for people because I think that this space is going to be kind of a big deal. So
Pretty. Okay, I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna sleep, Jenny. And if you feel like sleeping too, then we could come at those clips. Or you just do you, and
I just drank a bunch of
I'm
coffee,
overextending
dude.
my reach.
So I'm
Well,
gonna
that's
clip
I had some
tonight.
coffee at the beginning of the space. That's why I'm still
When you
awake.
wake up,
So I was so
you'll have a bunch
tired.
of clips.
Yeah, and then I drank too much coffee.
When you wake up, I'll do some clips. While
Okay.
I'm awake in your sleep, I will do some clips, and you'll wake up and you'll feel like your day is already almost done because the work has been.
Oh my God, we will double our reach. I need to. Yes, we will destroy them all, Jenny. You're evil genius. I love it. I love it. Okay, with that in mind, it's been a real honor hanging out with you guys, and let's let it sit. Sleep or not. You can do the clips all night and just keep grinding, or you can sleep on it and wake up and share your dreams in the morning. Either way, we will touch base. We will talk on the phone. Um, I'll probably end up doing a space. And love you guys. Hitting the kill switch. So much to figure. Oh God, this is why I can't turn it off because it's like I just okay now. I feel like we just updated each other. It's okay. This is what I know. This is what you know. This is what Chris Bledsoe knows. Most interestingly, and then I can't go to sleep. I will, but it's like now I want to figure out all this. I need to figure out how to capture the orbs on camera with the best technology imaginable. Need to figure out try to get to know these really delightful gentlemen from like the Pentagon, the DIA, and the head of the Army, Colonel, levitating goats guy, all these famous people from the movies, right? Who did all the secret things. I want to get to know them, right? And then also just kind of politely ask, like, okay, what's really going on here, And then we'll figure it out soon, right? Right, Jenny?
I think we're
We
kind of
got this.
close, actually. If you look at the different stories that have been told, and then now it feels like there is some sort of repercussions happening to what is bad out there just every day. And it seems to me that there's what is good out there is kind of also coming up. So I think we have, over time, all of our minds, once we get together and openly, without ego, share our experiences with 100% radical honesty and clarity, we can share with each other to build our entire selves, and that's what will happen. I think we know a lot now, and if we just keep trying and we do our best, I think we will figure it out. And I think that if this is a simulation, we're going to beat the big boss, and we're going to win this time.
Okay, just some quick feedback on the perceived nature of reality, working hypothesis only. It appears like that, if you want good things to happen, you got to be good. If you want bad things to happen, you got to be bad. And that's about it. And I just want, it's really fun with like the visual effects of the orbs and like the psychic experiences of communicating with higher intelligence beings, potentially gods and their angels. But I just feel like from a story perspective, when it's adapted into like a movie, for example, it's just a little basic. I feel like I feel like there needs to be a twist. So anyway, maybe we'll dig deeper.
Are you talking about putting all your stuff into a movie? You're wanting more than that?
No, I'm high and I'm going into a bunch of different metaphorical ideas, but I'm just imagining all the world's a stage, or a movie. Okay. What I'm looking at is like, is the phenomena as simple as, be good, and then like some white flying beautiful little lady will like give you stuff that you deserve, and then if you like are negative vibes, you get like abducted, you get like things jammed into your leg and monitored, and then you get traumatized, and then if you don't like just kind of become like a love and light like superstar, then they're gonna like abduct you again and plug you and stuff, and then roll credits. That's reality. I just
That
think we need a better
that
story.
thing is interesting, is because you remember they have said in all the different agencies throughout the since we've had UFO issues or UAP issues, the government has actually like orchestrated some of these things themselves. So they have, had where people would believe that they were having some sort of an experience, whether they're using benzodiazepines, which can erase memory or whatever, that they had actually been, doing some of these things to people themselves. So that's something we have to also consider, especially since some of this technology may be available to people that, of different agencies that we don't know. So that's part of it, I think. And that's Greer that said that, right? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's cool.
Whitley
All
Strieber
right,
as
all right.
well said similar things. Oh God, Crow's here. We need to. Okay,
I
everybody,
got to speak.
follow
You had to
God's
say
sauce.
it.
Okay,
You
I
had to
gotta shut it.
say
I
it.
gotta shut it
Run,
down. I want to hang with you guys, but I
run.
gotta shut. Okay, wait, I would say I had a crow. We're at the end of a high-minded investigation into the nature of reality. But I just want to say hello to everybody. I'm gonna close this one down and then see if I can sleep with all this excitement going on in my head about just cracking the biggest mystery, solving the
Well,
greatest
don't
If
mystery
close
you're
it
that
going to
down
stay,
we'll
just
I'll
just do
yet.
try.
collaboratively.
I was gonna show you.
Nature of reality. I mean, we're making history, baby. Talking to aliens. I mean, angels. What's up?
Okay, so check it out. I made a couple videos. One of Jazzy with her Halloween decorations, and another one's kind of just like a video with music behind it. But I did take a lot of time to edit that image so that it could be a picture of her whole family.
All right. Off topic, man. It's
So I'm
not.
saying,
I
can I
do want.
post
I
it
would
up top
love
and show
to
it off,
go.
and then I'll shut up?
No. It's just this is like a big UFO Twitter
Oh
space.
yeah,
It's
I
just
don't want
off
to
the
go in there
theme.
anyway.
Yeah, I know you don't want to go there. Yeah, it's cool, but I would love to turn the page to put on my
Well, I'm gonna
AI
send them to you. I'm gonna
investigator
send them
hat.
to you.
Yeah. I was in a really cool AI space with some like
You
I
gotta
don't
be
know who they
really
are, but they
careful
seem
about
like
some of them
employed.
assholes, though. I'm not trying to put
Oh
anybody on
man.
blast, but the dude named Dominique Romano, he's a great machine learning engineer, but he doesn't know shit about
Yeah,
neurobiology. So he's
I
not.
heard Jazzy's a communist.
I mean, I'm trying to be nice about it, but no, he's not a great machine learning engineer. He's probably about the worst out there. He's done tried to get companies, a couple companies I know of, and like showed his work and got laughed
Okay,
out of the
okay. You know what?
door.
You know, I'm going to close. Sorry, so it's not your fault, buddy. You're an innocent little AI guy that's going to like probably destroy humanity. But in the
Nah,
meantime,
I'm gonna save
Oh,
him.
you're gonna have a
no,
lot of
no,
people.
I'm gonna transmute you, man. I'm gonna save you from yourself, and you're gonna be the messiah of not just the synthetic beings, but the old fashioned humans like me, and that's why you'll always be my best friend. But in the meantime, I gotta shut it down. But you know what I'm gonna do? Here's the twist. Ooh, I'm gonna maybe just turn on another one so we can like get to this like
Yeah,
weird
I'm
crow
kind of
stuff.
excited.
Is that fair?
I'm a little bit awake. I'm just saying I will be a participant.
I might even like fall asleep in that one just to crow like talking about Jezebel. No, Jazzy. I'm teasing. Okay, okay. Hitting kill switch. What should we call the next one? Any ideas? It's so bad. I'll be sleeping in it, so don't judge me.
Do like AETHER?
I have to spell. Hold on.
I don't
Let's say
know.
it. What?
Mm,
Okay.
What do you think,
Did
Crow?
you
don't
were you
even
just
worry
throwing
about
letters
it.
at
Don't
me?
even worry about it, Mello. Go to bed. We'll do this some other time. You
I'm
gotta sleep.
I'm kind of pumped with the Gonzo journalism vibes. The Gonzo journalist. Okay, just so you get the greater framework of all this stuff that I'm going to try to accomplish before death, or thereafter, should the opportunity present itself. But this is the grand overarching project that I'm gradually building, which is the Gonzo journalistic investigation into the nature of reality. So no offense, I know it's UFO Twitter week, but that's just a subset of collaboratively, as per the philosophy, finding truth, blah blah blah. So that means we get to go into AI. We get to go into ancient world. We get to make a newer version of history that it's a collaborative construct, open source history. By the way, we'll get there. So you know what I mean. We'll start doing that. You know, yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. Good times. Yeah. And I'm working on these documentaries, right? And it's kind of like a lot of work. Like I need Jenny, we got to get some more people involved. It's good fun work, but it's not like hanging out with homies and like talking to like magical wizards and stuff. Like doing work, you have to just like stare at a screen and then like write stuff down. So that's why I'm a little tired. I was doing that previously, and it was pretty good times. Yeah.
The videos though are important. It really helps people kind of have an understanding. Puts the visual and the audible into a framework that people can kind of understand, and it upgrades people. As soon as you learn this stuff, you kind of, if it's true, I think you get a natural upgrade. It sits in. It's kind of like sinks in, maybe, perhaps. But are you gonna close down?
Yeah.
The only reason I'm saying this is because I know that there's going to be a lot of journalists that are going to want to actually pick this space up and go through it and comb through it to have it transcribed. So it might behoove you to mention anything that is very important to you, in your life, because you will have some great people listening to it, as well as and then just do that if you want to start another one, or go to bed if you need to go to bed. You do you.
Yeah. Yeah. Me go to bed. But yeah, it's cool. I'm gonna do that. I really appreciate you guys so much, and look forward to after we have some time away, compare our notes. Maybe yeah, it was all the other UFO Twitter excuse me events were cool. I ran into people that I met at like Contact in the Desert and stuff. And in two of them, and like one of them is just like Crystal Lady, so that's a whole other thing to explore. And so it's cool. I really like, I just want to thank Astral for organizing this and starting this tradition. It kind of like helps us focus on what we're really here for, get away from all the petty terrestrial affairs, which we never do in our rooms. But it gives a chance to the other people to give it a try also. And then also like all the different like subspecialties can kind of come together in one cohesive focus of a certain amount of spaces, so you kind of have more cross pollination between the different kinds of experiencers, light and dark, good guys, bad guys, and also the various people looking into more of the new energy kind of science and blah blah blah. And then so it's been nice seeing more of those faces in the same rooms without any drama, and with that integrity back intact, no longer silly and exhausted. A proper space attempting to make history for all humanity and not be too silly about it. Bidding you good night, Miss Jenny. Love you. Love you, Mrs. Side. Tim, see you down there. Tom, we got Parsi. It was great talking with you. Everyone else, a lot of other people had, we got Science Bob. we're like Orb brothers now because we were both awakened by the lady. But so that's cool. And then obviously Chris Bledsoe, my new friend, who I am so grateful to know. He's just like such a cool guy. There's so many things that I can tell you about him that are like awesome. And yeah, like when he's not even doing this stuff, he's like making airplanes, things, and like he's really fun. So there's that gratitude to be expressed. And Astral, I said, I want to thank the Academy. And also, hey, Paulina, last but not least, listener Paulina. Okay, getting the kill switch in 5, 4, 3, 2.